I'm Scott L. Miller. It is Thursday night. That means we are live from Barrio Sutiaba here in Leon, Nicaragua. Welcome to the show. It is my final few days before I'm going to be heading out to the United States for a week where I'm dealing with a bunch of that whole relocation, being an expat, living abroad kind of stuff that you got to do when you get back home. So we're going to get out there. We're going to send out some of the links for the live stream. And literally, Luke just said ETA to live stream, and I'm like, no! Like, I literally just hit the button. Let's get some people hopping on. It is time to do this party. Party, party. Bada bum 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 bum. Let's see. Gotta find all the peeps. Got to find the peeps. Gotta find the peeps, all the peeps, my people. Gotta find the peeps, my people. I have so many different groups that I have to post this in, let people know, do the things. All right, let's get going, guys. No one's on yet, but we're just kicking off. It's about 5:30 here in Central Time. We did a time zone video today. If you guys did not watch the time zone video today, you need to get out and watch that, because you have to watch to the very end. There's kind of an Easter egg hiding at the end. Valentina actually sang for the video. I don't know if she sent it to me, like she wanted me to put it on the video, so it's on the video. Now the dog is at the door. I gotta get the dog. I'm getting the doggy. I'm really here. Join the live stream. Come on, little dog. I know it's Thursday night. It's your time to hang. Come on. Your tail's in the door. All right, we are here. Whoa. Okay, letting everybody know. And I think we are good. Oh, I have not put it on Nicoloro yet. Got to get it out there. I promised earlier that I would do so. Just happened. All right. Oh my gosh, we got 12 people on. How are you guys doing already? This is awesome. That was a quick ramp up. I was not expecting that. Apparently, I started at the right time, and get that Nicoloro link going, and we're up. All right, that is about everywhere I need to announce things. Here we are. Hey, everybody. Janet is the first one on. Luke says, hola to all. Residencia interview complete. Congratulations, Luke. That was a really fast process. What is your total time? You did a border run, so that was 4 months, I believe. And minutes ago, TJ, I don't know if it was minutes ago, recently, in like last hour, I would say, TJ appears to be at IAH and got a picture of a guy standing in line who looks pretty much like if Luke and I were merged into one person, which is not a huge stretch as it is. But it looks like Luke and I merged into one person standing in line at IAH, and TJ sent me a picture of the person standing in line, and he's like, when did you get here? And I'm like, that's a future echo, because I'll be there Sunday. Like, all of us are going through the same airport. Tony LeBrick. I thought it was quick, but still second. He says second. He was actually third, Tony. You're slow on the typing, too. Marta Sinclair is here. Hi, how do I go about buying a washing machine for my sister? Okay, Marta, so is the challenge, where do you buy a washing machine, or how do you get it for your sister remotely? What's the specific challenge there? Sure, we can figure this off. Luke says audio sync is off by half a second. Disregarded synced. Okay, Marta says, how much would it cost? How much does a washing machine cost plus delivery? I haven't bought a washing machine in a while, and I'm rarely the one who's out shopping for it. They're roughly the same cost you're going to get in the United States. I don't have anyone I can bug at the moment who has purchased one. We purchased them because we have one at our house, we have one at our apartment, and then we have them at our hotel. So we buy them from time to time. And here at the house, we even have a dryer. We don't use it normally. It's for the rainy season. On really rainy days, we'll use the dryer so things don't get mildewy. But all dry season, we don't use it at all, and probably only maybe 30 days total out of the year would we use it. It's quite rare that we use it, but we do have a dryer. But we do have washing machines everywhere. I feel like they're just a few $100s. Courtney says, how cheap are hotels up there? Can you book a room for a month stay? So booking a room for a month stay, no problem. Very easy to do. How cheap are hotels? So hostels here get very cheap. You can get rooms in the, $10 range. I think some people get them for like $9. You really have a huge range. It's rare to see many hotel rooms going over like $100. If you are, for example, across from the airport, which of course is a premium, I get a quite nice large room, Wi-Fi, breakfast, like nice queen bed, lots of space, walk around, nice bathroom. I mean, certainly nothing fancy, but and not a motel, not outward facing rooms. This is inside rooms and everything. $28 by the airport. I can get really nice rooms up in Via Fontana, fancy parts of the city, like around $20. Really depends where you are. Sometimes when you get far out and you're like, it's gonna be really cheap. Like I'm gonna go to Leon, they're super cheap. We don't have that much market, so places are empty a lot of the time. So the rooms are actually more expensive. You're gonna be looking more like $30 for a lot of rooms. It's going to vary a lot, but really you can look on booking.com and get a really good feel for most things, and Hostel World. Those two are going to have the majority of your hotels on there. Unless you're looking for a little bit more boutique, then you'll find quite a few on Airbnb as well. But those are the places you can search. You can get real world prices pretty easily. If you're going to be booking for a couple days, those are going to be your best bets. But if you're going to be booking for a month, definitely just look up the places, get a feel for what's there, and then give them a call or send them an email and just be like, hey, I'm coming for a month. What can we do? Right? And they'll certainly work something out with you, especially if you're not overlapping one of the really busy seasons, right? If you're going to be doing it over Christmas, you're going to be doing it over Semana Santa, it's not going to work well. But most of the year, you'll be able to get a week when there's no event going on during that week, during that month, and you'll be able to get a really good discount. Luke says, submitted May 8th, interview May 15th. That was very fast. My dad is here. He says, good evening. Marta says, where can I buy a washing machine for a sister from California? Actually, the California stores are the place to buy, completely coincidental. That's La Curacao, which is the owner of Radio Shack, and they're from California. Very strange, but a big chain here. I believe you can also buy them at Gallo Mas Gallo. You can probably buy them at Simon in the city. There's a branch here in Leon. Those are the main places I think that you would buy a washing machine. They're not super popular here, so it's not like millions of stores that'll have them. I bet Tropigas might carry them, which ridiculous name for a store, but I mean, how much more ridiculous can you be than Gallo Mas Gallo? So, there's some pretty ones. La Curacao is the good name for a store, except no Nicaraguan knows what that means. And since they don't know what it means, they also don't know how to pronounce it. So everyone says the name wrong because it's obviously Portuguese. And it's an American company with a Portuguese name in a country that does not know its own linguistic history, and so mispronounces a name written in Spanish. So they call it La Curacao as if it's a healing cow, I guess. It's corazon, right? It is the Portuguese version of which is corazon. And that is the traditional Spanish spelling of the word. It is a typesetting thing to use a Z instead of the C with a squiggle. But yeah, I would start. Those three stores are pretty much going to be your bet. Curacao, Gallo Mas Gallo, and Tropigas in most of the country. But any given city may have a different department store that could carry a washing machine. You may also have a little bit of luck at maybe Cinsa. If anyone knows, let me know. I will try to ask. Where we got some of ours. Little Roundhouse Sarasota is here, but deleted their message. We're up to 18 people already. Look at this taking off. That is exciting. Oh, this is our first. No, it's not our first opportunity. I was going to say we have not gotten Ava on one of the shows recently since she's been living in Australia. We got to get her on the show and actually have her talk about the differences with living in Australia, because I think that's going to be interesting, a Nicaraguan perspective on what is different in Australia. That'd actually be a really cool show, now that I think about it. What a good idea I have there. Good job, Scott. So how's everybody doing this week? Ready for this? I am heading early Sunday morning. I got to be out of here at a little before 8 in the morning. However, so someone joked on the WhatsApp group today about can you use the the VIP lounge for outbound traffic at the airport. And apparently you can. I have reservations at the VIP lounge. So I will be doing my best to cover the outbound VIP experience from Managua Airport as well as the inbound. Because I'm traveling with my business partner who is, as they would call him in Nicaragua, Managua Premium. And we actually had to book our flights separately because he won't fly without flying first class, and I won't fly first class. I find it pretentious. So we had to book separately. So he's sitting in the front of the plane in the big seats, and I'm sitting in the back in the little seats, like the peasant that I am. And flying up to Fort Lauderdale, where we will be spending many hours, which gives me a chance to, I don't know, eat some fast food at the airport. I can't remember what Fort Lauderdale has beyond a Burger King. That would be really sad if I flew all the way back up there and then just ate at the Burger King. I could eat it here, except for the fact that I can, in Fort Lauderdale, get the Impossible Whopper instead of the Polish Veggie Whopper that we get here, which is arguably just as good or better, but it is different. So it would be variety at a different Burger King, different regional Burger King. But yeah, that might be what's going on. There's really very little to do in Fort Lauderdale Airport. Every time we get stuck there, it's like, this is kind of a boring airport. But it's only several hours, and then we'll be heading on to Houston IAH, and we'll be getting in just after midnight, which is not so fun. But just gonna be hanging out by the airport. I have to get right to sleep, so going straight to bed at the hotel, and then sorry, something is asking for a password, and then getting up in the morning and going right to DPS, where I will be getting my driver's license appointment taken care of. So that is the hope. By Monday morning, should have my driver's license squared away, and then we'll be set for all kinds of excitement stuff on the show. My washing machine. Luke says you're welcome on the VIP salon idea. Oh, thanks, Luke. I didn't even do it. I didn't even tell anybody. Paul just went and booked it. Joe Schmo is here. Good. Alan says, Paul, yes, Paul. MBA says, hey, Scott, good to see you. You previously mentioned how accessible internet is in Nicaragua. How is the internet in Jinotega? I've never actually had to get internet in Jinotega, but it's a major city, right? It's not one of the big cities, but it is one of the core cities. It's a regional capital. It is right connected, kind of in between, or it's part of the triple cities of the Highlands. It's the highest density region of the country, so you would expect to have very good internet in Jinotega, Matagalpa, and Esteli, that whole core region, especially in the cities. You get into the mountainside out in the country, sure, you could run into some challenges, but in the cities proper, you're going to, under normal circumstances, be expecting to have really good internet options and several options. I would expect that you basically have Claro, Tigo, and Teco under almost all circumstances, and in quite a few situations, you may have one or two more than that. So you should be in very, very good shape for that up there. That's a very reasonably affluent city with a lot going on, and almost 100,000 people in the city limits. So you should be really good. Janet says, I only flew first class because it was cheaper for overweight luggage when I moved down. Although that was long ago, I got 2 overweight bags included, so it's cheaper. Yeah, we're just flying with backpacks, so we're really... Luke says, Aussie show titled Down Under from Over There. Jennifer is here. She says, been seeing new info regarding the new canal plan, which is all fake. Trust me, there's no new info. I don't know where are you seeing that. Any idea what is going on with that? There is literally nothing going on with that. Nothing whatsoever. I thought it was officially scrapped. It was. Now, okay, so that's be 2 separate things. There's been many canal plans over the years, but we're talking hundreds of years here. 150 years. So plans have always been there. The Nicaragua Canal has been a thing since the 1860s. Obviously in those early days, it was like science fiction type canal situation. So definitely not happening. Later in the 20th century, there were some real serious considerations about it, but still very much this pipe dream kind of thing, almost literally. And oh wow, Little Round House, thank you so much. That is awesome. And so there's always been like this kind of talk of the canal. This is not a new thing. This has always been there, time immemorial. Then there was 15 to 20 years ago a really strong marketing blitz, primarily believed either to be a kind of a Ponzi scheme kind of thing, or to simply incite panic in the North, where a completely impractical and right on the verge of scientifically impossible or engineeringly impossible canal was proposed, and some paperwork was done, right? So and a company was set up in China by a private person to act as a holder of the rights to do this canal project. Some locations were proposed, some government options were voted in that they had the ability to move forward with it if they decided to, and some things were put into place quite some time ago, about 15 years ago, that made it really feel like there was the possibility of a canal moving forward. That turned out to be a scam. The Chinese banker or whatever was not legitimate, did not have funds of their own. They were not the rich person they pretended to be. They did not have backing of anyone, and the plan did not have an engineering study. It was not viable. On both sides, the plan was completely scrapped. On the Nicaraguan side, over time, they took away all the options and eventually took everything off the books. It took a long time because the company in China, the person that was in charge of it, he vanished. Whether he disappeared or just took off, no one knows. Someone knows. I don't know. But he vanished. The whole company that he had defaulted and stopped being a company. Because of that, the rights and stuff in Nicaragua evaporated immediately. They were tied to a company that no longer existed. It would be like giving the rights of something to an individual person. That person dies. It's not something that can be inherited, so that the right simply ceased to exist, even though there's a law on the books, there was, that said, oh, under certain circumstances, this company can do things. That company no longer existed, so that law was moot. Because people couldn't handle the fact that that law was still in the books, after a very long time, they eventually took it off the books just to clean things up. But it was already long since utterly diminished to the point of it's not a thing, never was a thing. Every trace of it is gone, and nothing was ever done except a few signs put up. Now, mostly to rile up Americans, because the ability to spread fake news in the U.S. is just extreme. You can come up with anything and people will just run with it, especially if you slap the name Chinese on it. People panic. The very existence of Asian manufacturing, engineering, or tourist is more than most Americans can handle. So you can just pretend anything is happening in China, and as long as there's enough plausibility that someone connects it with China, they will lose their minds for whatever reason. So Nicaragua put out a drawing, which I have a video on, of a more viable canal path. That doesn't make it viable. That doesn't make it real. It's just a drawing where someone took some time to actually think about where a canal might actually make sense and drew a plan with that. And it was presented to the Chinese as something that, should the Chinese government, not an individual person, want to pursue as an engineering study, that Nicaragua would be open to allowing that. China expressed no interest in it, and nothing has happened since. Its purpose, obviously, having been served by making the United States once again go into complete panic that everyone believes that a canal is being built, regardless of whether it makes sense or is viable, or has even had an engineering study, and that somehow the potential existence of another canal in Nicaragua would somehow cause consternation to America anyway. We're unclear why it would even cause concern, why there's any negative to it, what the funding of it makes any difference to anyone, but it's just mention it and Americans lose their mind. So that is all it is. It's a drawing, and that's it. You and I, on this call, could easily make an alternative canal drawing, present it to each other, and it would be the same as what there is with the new canal. But just how effective that is, just drawing something and saying, hey, if someone wants to study if this could work, that you've heard of that shows just incredible power of having invoked, I showed it to someone from China. And no one cares that the Chinese weren't in the slightest interested, or that it was never to be taken seriously, or that it wasn't an engineering study, right? Even if the Chinese were super interested and like, hey, let's do an engineering study, that would only marginally be more interesting than it is now, because when they do that engineering study, the answer is essentially guaranteed to be, wow, that would be super expensive, and why? So yeah, I think that's pretty much where it is. Now, they also, in order to invoke the same kind of panic, now use the term dry canal to refer to railroads, and which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. We call those railroads. And so people panic because Nicaragua might put in a dry canal. Now, that actually makes sense, and that's actually a real thing that the Chinese have expressed a willingness to discuss in the future, studying if it could make sense. Right, the amount of hedging you have to say with this statement. They did not agree to build it. They did not agree to study it. They agreed that in the future they will be open to discussing studying it. Right? It's like, would you like to go to Disney World next year? Well, there's a big difference between going to Disney World and agreeing to go to Disney World, or agreeing to look at some brochures about Disney World so that we can talk about it rationally. Right, that's all we're at. They would agree, potentially in the future, to look at brochures about a dry canal or railroad, which would not be an ecological disaster, hopefully. Hopefully that might make a lot of sense. Mexico recently put in a dry canal or railroad across the country, and people are freaking out about that, even though it's not impacting the region in any meaningful way. But what's really interesting is that in the mid-1800s, a much more important dry canal was built. And the first country to have a dry canal between the Atlantic and Pacific was and remains the United States. No one talks about that because it's not important. It just doesn't do much. So is it nice to have a dry canal? Yes, the U.S. appreciates the fact that they've owned a dry canal for nearly 200 years. And Mexico is definitely benefiting from having a dry canal now. And Nicaragua could easily benefit from having one. But is it going to greatly impact the world? No. JH says, I'm torn between Guatemala and Nicaragua. Aren't we all? You could always settle in the middle and just go for Honduras. Split the difference. Welcome to San Pedro Sula. Joe Schmo says, haven't seen a video about it from you, but when arriving to country to look for a place to live in an area, rent a car or hire a driver. It depends where you're going to be. In many cases, hiring a driver is the way to go. Renting a car, you're going to spend all your time looking for things. You don't have... Really, the big advantage of the driver here is as a navigator. You'll likely spend a lot of effort trying to figure out how to find things. But it depends, right? If you're going to be in a remote area, you're going to be... It just comes down to what your patterns are going to be, how comfortable you are with driving. Either way is fine. We have a tendency to lean away from renting cars because car rentals have a tendency to be expensive. So in the general Nicaraguan context, car rentals are way more expensive than other things on the market, and hiring a driver is way cheaper than other things on the market. And so there's so much so that you might as well hire a driver. It's about the same cost as renting a car. But you get a navigator and someone to deal with stuff. If you're driving around looking at houses, you got to deal with parking. What if there's no parking where you want to be? I mean, there almost always is. But what if there isn't? Then they can go park somewhere else and you can just call them and they'll come get you. Or what if you have to go through a police stop over and over again, right? Because it's right in the middle of where you're looking at houses. Well, having someone that they know and they can just wave their stuff, look, you know you got my papers, yep, go, right? It's just one less hassle. Not that it's a big deal, but those things are hassles. I own my own car. I know my way around. I drive here all the time, or did. So for me, yeah, I would just drive. But I'm already in the situation where that makes sense. When I first got here, used a driver for everything. Chances are that'll make it easier for you. Jasuth. Hi, Scott. I'm from Nicaragua. Esteli, I'd like to clarify what you think we need or some advice, and if you can explain it in Spanish. What you need in what context? ¿Cuál necesita en como contexto? Y no sé si puedo explicar en español porque no, no estoy súper seguro sobre el tema. Entonces, quizás, quizás puedo, o quizás no, pero puedo intentar. All right, and that's everyone. Let's celebrate this 10th super on a live stream. Woohoo! That is Little Roundhouse's 10th super thanks on a live stream. Thank you so much. That is awesome. I already said thank you earlier. It's the same one, but that's it just brought up a little like anniversary thing. Everybody had lots of questions and then got quiet. We have almost 30 people on. I am also doing a Linux update in the background. I've always got something going on. Always, always. What's everybody got plans for this weekend? Anybody got anything fun going on? Anybody traveling? I know TJ's in Houston right now. I'm going to be in Houston for the week. I've got clients trying to contact me. What? Apparently Coinbase was hacked. I work in banking, so this was banking people just sent this to me. Alan said, flying back to Nicaragua on Saturday. Luke says, continuing my Espanol studies. That's my only remaining hurdle. That's a big one. Let's see. Yeah, studying Spanish is hard, for sure. Learning a new language anywhere. I've been doing this for a long time, and my Spanish is obviously not that great, right? It's poco a poco, for sure. I don't get a chance to speak Spanish as much during the day as I would like. Oh, we're way over 30 people now. Very nice. It'd be fantastic if I had, like, time to focus on learning Spanish, and, I do what I can. I certainly like to sit down and do some. I like to try to make real progress. I like to study kind of formally and through conversation. And I do get lots of conversational Spanish because of just, but I'm in my office most of the day, and I am getting closer. I'm hoping within the year. So by middle 2026, I really hope that I'm in a position to be doing a show in Spanish. I'm not going to stop doing a show in English, but I'm hoping I can do a show in Spanish. And I think that's within potential sight. It'll be a different show, much less content, not coming out every day. But I've thought about maybe doing a weekly show in Spanish and focusing on, because as you guys know, I do a lot of shows that are like information for expats. But then there's a lot of like showing Nicaragua, talking about things that's much more casual, and that I could do in Spanish, I think, a lot better, or a lot more easy, a lot easier, and a lot more easy. Yeah, losing my English apparently, and much less frequent, and have things to show, which to most Spanish speakers is of more interest. The number of Spanish speakers that are looking for those details of how to be an expat, how to be an immigrant, how to be a resident, those kinds of things, pretty low, and they have a much easier time getting those resources anyway. But the number who are like, I could vacation in Nicaragua, but I don't really know what to go do, is much higher as a percentage. So I think that might work out and be a really good opportunity for me to be like, okay, I've got to do these things in Spanish now, and challenge it. I also may do it, and those are ones where I'm speaking, right? Cuando estoy hablando en español y no hay una script y solo es en mi mente, en mi cabeza, y salir de la boca es diferente y no puedo preparar. Y es lo mismo para mi programa normal. No hay preparación, solo es en vivo en realidad. But I may do some prepared things in Spanish before then to get into the mode. That'll be I have to make other people check my scripts and stuff then if I do that, which I have nothing like that I do now. So that's a kind of heavy process. But anyone listening to me in Spanish will be like, yeah, that accent is like a train wreck. But it'll improve. Luke says, en tiempo, poco a poco. Wiggy says, I'm currently having a flor de caña. Your hat is nice. Thank you. I love this hat. I was just at the flor de caña experience one day, and I'm like, I'm not getting that hat. That's awesome. Federico says, hello, just in after ride from Managua Immigration. Boy, everybody's been at immigration this week, it seems. Luke says, weekly show title, La Semana Gringo Show. Oh, I think I'm getting my schedule for Costa Rica. I got sent audio messages. I got sent audio messages from someone, and I'm like, you sent me audio while I'm on a live stream. Either I'm not going to hear them for a really long time, or everyone's going to hear them. And she's like, no! All right. Well, my trip to Costa Rica may be a very quick one. There's only a couple days. Originally, we were thinking it was going to be a week. So Coinbase was hacked today. I got to tell somebody. That's a big deal. Now, this is not actually a hack of cryptocurrency. This is a hack of a market. So it's important to know. All right, weekly show. Video uploading as we speak. This is Federico. Of my misadventure in immigration. Some real important for those in the process. Oh, good to know. We have so many people going through Migracion right now that there really is a lot of feedback on stuff that we really haven't been able to do previously, which is pretty cool. Getting a lot more information. Keeping my updates going. All right. So what else we got going on this week? How many people have been on Nicagram? I keep looking. I don't see a lot of pictures being posted. I'm disappointed in the volume of pictures. We're getting a lot of people to sign up, which is very cool that there's people on there like wanting to do stuff. But when we get on Nicagram, like part of the fun is getting out there and actually posting pictures, right? Share those pictures with everybody. Your adventures in Nicaragua. I'll do my best to share pictures when I'm in Texas. I don't get a ton out. Trust me, I know I'm guilty too. I should be doing a lot more than I am, but it would be so nice if we got everybody posting pictures and sharing stuff. Like, it really is fun once you get people taking pictures around the country. We've all got so much to just kind of connect over. You know, I will share. I did post one today. When I'm getting ready for the show, I'm always like, ooh, I haven't done a picture post in a while. And as a photographer, right, I really like having a platform to go share my, like, real photographs. I have Flickr with, like, everything, 55,000 pictures, which certainly go look at my Flickr, subscribe, do all that stuff. But it's very different than like, carefully curating a single photograph and being like, here's a photo or like a 4-photo series that I really, this captures a street scene, or this is a portrait, or this is a landscape or whatever. And as a photographer, I really enjoy that stuff. So it's... but definitely I love the platform, and really like it when you guys get out and share your pictures around the country. It's a lot of fun. Video uploading. Living by example, just on the wrong end. Luke says, road repair in Barrio Guanuca. 1 week is posted on Nicaragua. Yes, thank you, Luke. Luke is the one person posting pictures reliably. Brian Watson is here. What's up? MBA says, Scott, do you have any experience in agricultural equipment and livestock prices in Nicaragua? I do not. I have done no farming here or anything. I did grow up on a farm and in farm country, but so like I have a certain amount of like knowledge, very casual, of like that stuff, but of actual pricing here in Nicaragua, no, I have no idea. I do know that in general, I think if you're going to be buying that stuff, you typically are going to go into Chinandega. That's where the big dealers are. So I see that stuff, but I've never gone in and like looked at pricing or anything to compare. I'm definitely not in the market for a tractor or anything. So if anyone is interested in joining us on Nicagram.com, you can sign up. It's completely free. It's just like Instagram, but there's none of the ads, none of the videos. It's just photos, and it's based around Nicaragua, and it's curated. So if someone joins and they're spamming, they get booted. If it's a clearly spam account, it doesn't get accepted. So it's manual acceptance. So the membership is very small, but you know that you're just getting the people you subscribe to, and that makes it fun. What else you guys got going on? Let's get some talking going, guys. Let's get some chats. My dogs are sleeping. So I was planning on getting started. early today. I was all like, I'm feeling good. I got my one video done for the day. I only ever do one on Thursdays, and I'm like, okay, I was doing lunch, and I did kind of a late lunch, like 1 o'clock. I'm like, I'm gonna food load, so I don't have to worry about food later in the day. So I did fish tacos, like fish finger tacos, so breaded fish, and loads of veggies, and big tacos, and a heavy salsa. And I put on, so I have jellyfin, so I'm watching old sitcoms. And so I have tons of stuff I've never seen loaded up on here, and you guys are going to laugh at me. And I'm not a huge fan of Friends by any stretch. I find it enjoyable. I'm not complaining about it. But I'm not a Friends fan per se. But I do find it a reasonably okay series. And it ran during a time period of my life when I didn't watch TV. So to me, Friends is something I heard about and then watched later when I was able to binge it and had it for free somewhere. And it's like, I got nothing to watch. I'll try Friends. And it's okay. But I had no idea that there was a spin-off of it called Joey, which I've never seen. So I have that on my jellyfin, and I'm like, these are completely new episodes to me. It's like I discovered a new show. They're not great. I'm on episode 3. But it's kind of like just watching more of Friends, and it's fine for when you're eating some tacos and you need to just hang out with the dogs and have a taco. Long story short. So I was watching that with the dogs, and my big one climbed up on the couch and laid next to me in kind of a, perfect position. So I put my arm around her, so she's kind of backed up into my armpit, and my hand is on her neck. So it's very snuggly, and she's just sleeping, and she starts snoring and dreaming. And all I had was, I didn't have my phone because it was charging. And so I'm watching the show, and I'm holding the dog, and I just kind of dozed off on the couch. And I lost a bit of time during the afternoon. So my afternoon was way shorter than I was expecting. But luckily, I did get a little bit of a nap. All right, so I'm checking out a restaurant in Costa Rica. This has got to be in San Jose. Restaurant. Well, I'm going to share it with you guys in a second once I have found it. Home restaurant. Rum La Luna. Oh, that looks beautiful. All right, it's a Mirador. Has really good reviews. Restaurant. All right, here I got to share with you guys. Oh, he says it would be cool if you vlogged a trip to remote parts of Nicaragua, like up by Arandac. Where is Arandac? Let's go look. I do want to do that. That would be fun. I'm now apparently banned from Google Maps. Our systems have no, it let me in. Our systems have detected crazy stuff going on, and you need to prove you're a human to use Google Maps. Arandac, Nicaragua. Is that a thing? Arandac. On the Rio Lacus. What is that close to? I gotta really zoom out to see where this is. Holy cow, Jalapa's way down there. Wow. Yeah. In the middle of northern Basawas. Basawas. Like, that is... Wow. Is there even a road? No. Okay, so I just want to point out that MBA wants me to go to a place where I'm pretty sure you have to get there by river. And I can't even figure out where this river goes. All right, I'm following the river. Following the river, the river, the river. I'm following the river wherever it may go. Oh my gosh, okay, it just peters out somewhere. In the easternmost point of Jinotega. That would be wild. I have no idea how you get there. Do you go to, like, Bonanza and, like, hire a guide? How did you find this place? I mean, map. Sleep, that's where I am. That's where I am a Viking, Ralph. Benoit says, too many questions to ask. We'll be there in August. Mainly our concern is getting good contacts, driver, lawyer, etc. Is that for your final move? Once you're here, finding most of that stuff is pretty easy. It's finding it ahead of time is very hard. And he says, I thought there was a road. I don't see a road. It looks like that is a, I'm going to guess a community of, hold on. There is definitely no road. But that river is navigable, it looks like. So on the east side of the river, there are 4 houses. Nope. Looks like 6. And on the west side of the river, of the Rio Lacus, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's hard to tell if these are like shacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, It looks like about a total on both sides of the river, maybe 25 houses. There's one pulperia, the Pulperia Willie, and there are not, so let's be clear, not only is there not a road to the village, there are no roads in the village. From what I can tell, there's no car in the village. There's nowhere for a car to drive. If you had a 4x4, you can definitely get around here. If you look carefully at the map, those are walking paths. What you're seeing is grass, and that is just a dry, grassy area. And those are places where people walk between the houses to get between things. So the challenge in going to see a place like that is quite a few things. One is clearly you got to take a boat up the Rio Lacus, and it is not a place that is accessible. So I have to be able to get in, walk around and film it, and get out. I bet it's really beautiful. The river looks really cool up there. It's up in the mountains. This has to be a mistake on the map. There's a thing on the map that's listed as a drum store, and its name is Cartel Outpost. This river goes through absolute wilderness. until it joins the Coco as part of the Honduran border. So that is some wild stuff out there. Probably not a place that we really want to go, but now my interest is piqued. So now you've done it. Pin it to your map, Scott. We need a vlog in Arandac in Nicaragua. The trip alone would make for great footage. Oh, it would make for some great footage. It would be really interesting. Here's Scott in a lancha going up some river no one's ever seen, filming places no one's ever gone. But that definitely smacks of so wilderness that I'm a little bit worried. That is definitely a part of Honduras that it's up against that you need to be really scared of. Like, Honduras does have problems, and being in the Basawas wildlife preserve, yeah, we're going to have to do some research and figure out what is the situation up there. The physical distance from the nearest town looks to be 80 to 100 kilometers from the nearest town. So it would be the equivalent of here to almost Managua with no roads in between. And the deepest portion of the world's second largest jungle. So this would be the equivalent of going deep into the Amazon. The Basawas is unbelievably remote, way beyond what people are imagining, which would be super cool. I can definitely go to Bonanza. That I will drive to and will be super cool. Once I have a car, I want to do, I really want to go see like Rosita. Bonanza and Los Cocos has a bit of a reputation because it's the famous gold mines are out there, and there's huge gold mines to go see, hence the name Bonanza. And it's there's a good sized settlement out there, which on what must be a hillside when you look at the way that it's all spread out, it pretty much has to be. And there's like hotels and stuff out there, right, which look really nice. So we're gonna share this. So this is on the edge of civilization. This is the final point. This is the most remote you can get, to the best of my knowledge, in Nicaragua without oh shoot, I lost it. Hold on. Without actually utterly leaving roads, right? And check out what you find. If you think I'm not going to that hotel, you're crazy. That looks like an amazing hotel in the middle of nowhere. Like, that's so nice. It's air conditioned. Bathrooms look nice. Food looks adequate. The style is interesting. It's got to be built on a hillside for the way that it's done. Like, it's clearly not very big, and it's not fancy. These pictures are from last year, so this is not old. You can drive there. The road outside looks pleasant. Bonanza looks like a nice town from just like the hillsides and stuff. It's gated entrance, a nice safe place to park the car. This is way high on my list of interesting, out-of-the-way Nicaraguan places that I want to go. Everyone needs to remember this one because I really want to do a day in Bonanza, right? It's only going to be a day in Bonanza. Like, it's not going to... This is me staying at this crazy hotel. This is us finding the only restaurant in town. This is me walking around the town and filming it. It looks like that's a fountain in the middle. I like it. And that's that. But I love out-of-the-way places. Like, absolutely love them. This is totally my vibe. Some girl posing in there. She's like, this is me at a fancy hotel. But why do no expats live there? You want an out-of-the-way place? This is a slam dunk. Cool place. And there's a bar restaurant Campestre. See, I need a couple days to go explore that. Luke says, put me in coach. MBA says, how long has it been since you've tried to get your driver's license? Is the process long? So I have to do it in Texas. I went in January, and their computers were down, and they couldn't do anything. So I got nothing, which really sucked. So I've got to go back and do it again. So as long as it works, it should be very fast. But if If it doesn't go well, then it's a huge problem. If it doesn't go well this time, I'm going to give up on depending on my U.S. passport. Keeping my U.S. passport. It's going to be. I'm just going to try to get one in Nicaragua. Getting one in Nicaragua, if you have a U.S. driver's license, is trivially easy. Getting one if you don't is a huge problem. Not impossible, just a lot of effort. So. And so this is my attempt to get it all done. Then I have my American driver's license. Then I will get my Nicaraguan driver's license for sure, because just boop. Brian says you have to have real ID now. I'm pretty sure I have real ID, Brian. I swear my old one was. I don't know if I've just seen real ID so much that I thought, no, I've got the gold star. It's expired, but we've had the real ID for 16 years or something. So Texas has had it for a really long time. Must be 16 years. I got mine in 14 years. I got mine in 2009, 2010, and now it expired. Oh, it must be 14 years. But anyway, yeah, I have a real ID, plus I have my passport. You don't need a real ID if you have your passport. It's only for people who don't have their passport, don't want to carry their passport. But it is handy to have. And I don't want to be without a U.S. Driver's license, so I'm going to get that and everything if I can, and then get the Nicaraguan one and have everything be nice and easy, and then I'll have both, and I'll drive on my Nicaraguan and so forth. I'm mixing things. I'm talking to people about places to visit, and then you guys at the same time. Need to run it for Texas. It's mandatory now for traveling. Yes. Yep, but we're traveling on the passport around the country, so no problem. Oh, Little Roundhouse, another... super thanks. Thank you so much. That is very much appreciated. Yeah, I think Bonanza looks fun, right? It really does. Let's try to turn the day low. Let me get in there. I'm going to close some of my windows that I don't actually need open, because that is just a ridiculous amount of windows that I have open. That's how I get distracted. I have all these windows, and I'm like, oh, what's going on here? A Little Roundhouse says, I worry about you in the States. I worry about me in the States, too. I totally appreciate your concern. Both, I appreciate that you are concerned, and I understand why you are concerned, because it really bothers me, too. This is a relatively scary process. I mean, I should be fine, right? I'm an American citizen, traveling on an American passport, doing regular things. I don't have any, U.S. law enforcement is like, you're an American, you have the right to be here, and you have the right to say what you want to say. But just because that's my right doesn't make it reality. It definitely is scary traveling back. It's 1 week. I will be back here in a week. NBA says the problem for expats living in remote places like Bonanza is border runs. They'd be way more difficult from there. True. That is true. However, now, okay, so if you're someone who has a problem traveling, certainly it would be a problem from there. But let's just, directions from the Campestre there, and we're going to go to Peñas Blancas. In the Guanacaste. What is the actual travel time? 9 hours, 20 minutes, which is a pretty serious travel time, right? But it's not insane. You only have to do that twice a year. And that's assuming that at no point you are going to do any other travel, right? If you only wanted to fly somewhere, then driving to Managua is not nearly as bad. Let's figure out the travel time to the airport. Is just over 7 hours. I guess that is pretty far. But if you were to travel anywhere during the year, it would not be so bad. Yeah, it's certainly a long way to the border, but the real question is, can you easily get the extensions? Because your extensions would have to be done in Jinotega. That's really far. That is where it gets to be a big thing. That getting into Jinotega for the extensions is a huge, huge problem. I think that's the nearest point. No. No, you would go into Matagalpa. Oh, but they probably wouldn't let you. I think if you... Oh, no. If you live in Bonanza... you don't get to use... what is the capital of that region? Is it Puerto Cabezas? Is it Bilby? Hold on. That's an interesting question. I always forget what it is. Yes, Bilby is the capital. So that means $3 hours and 20 minutes drive every month to get your extension done, assuming Migracion and Bilby gives you an extension, which I bet they do, given where you are. That would totally make sense, because that's just cruel to make you go into Managua for that. Just remember, show me your papers doesn't mean zigzag jobs 1-5, etc. And he says, questions about border runs. Can the head of a household do their border runs on behalf of their family members? Absolutely not, in no way whatsoever. Say a husband doing a solo border run on behalf of wife and kids. No. Your passport must be stamped. There is no... now, if you're getting extensions, adults can do it for children under normal circumstances. But border runs, every single person and every single vehicle must leave the country and re-enter. You would also not want to do that. One of the reasons that they would not, so just logistically it doesn't make sense if you're really thinking about how the border run system works. But importantly, if anything was to happen, because if you're doing extensions, you should have lots of warning on things because you're talking to Migracion on a regular basis. But a lot of people do border runs and say, I'm just going to do it every 90 days. I don't want to talk to anybody. And that's fine, you're allowed to do that, but that means that the only reasonable opportunity that Migracion has to have a discussion with you is when you're facing a problem. So let's just say something happens with your passport, something happens with whatever, and you do the border run and you can't re-enter. If you're a family and you can't re-enter and you're in Costa Rica, you go, well, that's unfortunate. Let's go on to Liberia and get some Taco Bell and figure out what we're doing for the night. And quite often it's just, we need to do some paperwork or we need to figure something out and you can probably re-enter. It's not likely you can't come in. It's like maybe you forgot a piece of paperwork, something stupid happened, right? These things do not happen very commonly, but it would be a disaster if you exited the country to do a border run, anything happened and you couldn't return to your family because now you're stuck outside the country for whatever reason. And your family is now illegal immigrants because the American term, illegal immigrants, illegal expats overstaying their visaless tourists because you did not manage to re-enter and get their stamps. And then do you take their passports with you? Now they're passportless. All kinds like. The actual situation there is pretty crazy. If you put all the pieces together, it's like, oh yeah, no, can't do border runs when you're not together. And he says 18-hour border runs with kids would be brutal. That is true. That you're correct. That would be brutal. No way around that. And they really do not expect, while it's absolutely permissible, right? They do not expect you to be trying to live in places like Bonanza. Even the locals rarely are looking to live in places like Bonanza. You move there because you're in the gold mining industry. And I don't recommend trying to live in Bonanza or anything like that, because if you're an American, because it is crazy illegal to be in any way tied to the gold industry. So putting yourself on the map as I live in a town that only exists for miners at the gold mine, while technically in no way is illegal, certainly would make American border control be like, huh, that's pretty suspicious. Edwin says, "Hey Scott, how good or bad is Connecticut?" I mean, it depends how you want to look at it. So I used to work in Connecticut. It's a generally pretty state if you want to watch Gilmore Girls. Not saying you should. That does kind of show what Connecticut looks like. Old American wooden architecture, pleasantly sculpted lawns, very expensive beyond your wildest dreams, very safe. I don't find the culture to be particularly welcoming, even though it's the region of the country I'm from. I don't feel particularly comfortable there, but it is safe. But the cost of living and stuff just absolutely crazy. But it is beautiful for the most part. It has a lot of waterfront. It's a very small place. It's nestled in amongst a bunch of cool things. It goes up against the Hudson Valley on the New York side. Much of Connecticut, much of populated Connecticut is extremely close to New York City. The parts that are not are generally pretty close to Boston. It's right in between. It's got trains. So it's got a lot going for it. It's part of that dense population of the American Northeast where Connecticut itself doesn't have a really strong identity around the country, but it's a very important small piece in a very powerful region. So it's okay. It's far from the worst. It's not, as far as the U.S. goes, it's an okay area. But if you ask me, hey, Scott, would you like to live in Connecticut? No, I would not. Not at all. Ben says, evening, Scott. Loved our excursion with the family at La Sombra Eco Lodge. One of my favorite coffee beans in the area. Nature and relaxation with great coffee. Can it get any better? Well, that's awesome. Glad you had a good time up there. Did you post pictures of that on Nicagram? Because I know you remember. Let's see those pictures of the coffee excursion. Noel says, hey, Scott, how about a trip to Waspon? Anyone know how to pronounce that? It would be so cool. The only thing is you will need a translator. They speak mostly Mosquito dialect and some Spanish for what is known. That would be great. I do have access to a Mosquito translator. That's very easy. But I mean, it's not their job. But my driver's kid's mom is Mosquito and speaks it natively. So, I see her at dinner sometimes. So easy to connect with someone who can speak Mosquito. While it's not spoken broadly, it is spoken a bit. It's not really that hard. So I'm looking up on a map exactly where it is. So that is, that's okay. So it's on the Cocoa. Is that? Oh, I wonder if the other town would be easier to reach on the Cocoa. I don't know how easy it is to navigate the Cocoa just because of the border situation. I don't know if the countries just don't care and are like, yeah, just go up and down the Cocoa. Because we're a border-free zone. Now, there are roads out here. That would be a cool area. It does have an airport, but I don't think anybody lives there. So that is just a little bit farther east. What can we access it? Okay, so it has a road going to it directly from Bilwi. Oh, that's not hard. That doesn't seem hard at all. I'm sure that's a pretty serious drive, but it's those roads look like dirt paths with grass in the middle. Probably want a truck, but as long as you're on Nicaragua 73. That's a dirt road for sure, but it's a really well-packed dirt road, it looks like. And you can take that, switch de Bilvas, and up to... I love that you go out to Waspon, and it's like the most remote thing you've ever seen in the world. And then the center of technology, blah, 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 at Waspon. And the bus terminal at Waspon. Like, that's what I need to do is just take the bus up there. Why drive it? But... that is the town that has Wanky Pizza. We were looking at this place last week, I think, and we were like, oh my gosh, we gotta go to Wanky Pizza. No, this is a different one. It might be a branch. Hold on, I gotta let the dog out. Gotta let the dog out? Why are you such a pip? Why are you such a pip? Oh, you're my sweet boy. You gotta go see people. Okay. Waspang could be cool. And by bus, that's quite accessible. There's a neat looking church. The pizza place looks good. The river looks really cool right there. That'd be neat to just get some stuff along there. Is there a nice hotel? Does anyone know? Nice hotel. Is there a place I can stay? Does anyone know? That's the real question. The Cafetine McDonald. Yeah. Yeah, I see no lodging whatsoever in this town from a map view. It's not completely surprising, but nice if there's something. In your opinion, what's the best and worst regions in the U.S.? Would like to hear your take on it. Oh gosh, I don't know. They're all terrible for different reasons. I mean, I'm from the Northeast. I hate the weather, but culturally and safety and food, and the way that people behave and the way that people work, I think the Northeast is really, in many ways, the best. I really like, like upstate New York, Western Pennsylvania, like Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Ithaca, Albany. That region I like a lot. And Pittsburgh. I can handle the Cleveland area of Ohio pretty well. Ohio in general I find very rough, but Cleveland I like. That's sort of a corridor that I like quite a bit. There's little things anywhere that can be really nice and things that you hate sprinkled in everywhere. I generally dislike the Southeast. I really dislike Florida. The Midwest I find boring, as everyone does. But growing up in the part of the country that I did, I find most of the Midwest relatively comfortable. I like Chicago, believe it or not. I don't like the winters. Everything cold. Snow I hate just across the board, but that's kind of a separate thing. Texas is a love-hate thing. Like, there's so much about it that I hate, but there's so much about it that I'm really happy with. Dallas is definitely my favorite of the cities. San Antonio is pretty nice. Really don't like Arizona, that region. Really don't like Colorado, Wyoming, the Dakotas. Just driving through, it's very severe, and that's got a beauty to it. But to live and stuff, no. California, there's bits I like, but in general, I can't stand California. Pacific Northwest, I like a bit, both in weather and in the culture to some degree. I find Seattle tends to be pretty good for me, but I've worked in Oregon and really liked bits of that. In general, there's no part of the U.S. that I really like, but there are things that I miss. Dallas has a lot of things that I really, really liked. Austin has a lot of things I really liked. Pittsburgh, really, really loved my time in Pittsburgh. Ithaca is my single favorite American location. I miss Wyoming, New York, just right where I grew up, as one does. I love the Finger Lakes wine country is really special. And I spent all my summers as a kid. Not all. I spent a great number of summers as a kid in down east in Maine, which is very nice. A lot of New England I can handle, but I find it just across the board pretentious and off-putting. So it's kind of comfortable and kind of... That was fireworks. And so, yeah, I mean, I can make any place work pretty much, but, it's easy to be like, well, I grew up in Western New York, so that's what I like best. But it is, other than the weather, an awful lot about it really does stand out as really, really good in a lot of ways. Oscar says, thank you for all that great information. Oh, Edwin says, did you see that the streaming service HBO Max is becoming HBO Max once again this summer? I'm unaware of HBO Max in all capacities, so I don't know what any of that means. There was a hilarious for me, even the Max platform in social media made its own memes for. I may have seen memes and didn't know, because I've never had HBO. So this is one of my stories, right? Growing up in a part of the country where we were forbidden to have cable. The cable company ran the cable in front of our houses, but we weren't allowed to have cable access. So to me, the cable providers, as a child, were discriminatory and actively hated us. They used eminent domain to get access to the telephone poles in front of our houses and draped the cables so low that agricultural equipment couldn't get into the barns. And they simply used their power to own the right to our farm and all the neighbors' farms, and did so and didn't even have to provide us the service. And I don't mean for free. They refused to sell it to us. And so it wasn't just this incredible injustice and horrible monopoly and corrupt abuse of government ownership of right-of-way, which I despise about the American government system and its selling of public space to private companies beyond all measure. But it was also this very personal hatred of me by the cable companies, that they would do something so heinous as to absolute corruption. Now it's a minor point, but that could ever happen, that a private company could buy the right of way to everyone and have no mandate to provide a public service for doing so, is just, to me, the most unbelievable corrupt thing. Like, that is one of those just, you can't hide. That the American government is selling. This is in the 70s, right? Selling the American people out to private companies, and then that they were so despising of potential customers that if you're from the part of the country I was from, the part, I don't know whether it was my town, my county, my road, whatever. I guess we were a poor street or something. And they didn't legally have to provide equal services, so they didn't. And as you can tell, that stuck with me heavily. So I've never, ever in my life paid for any cable or any service like that. And HBO, who's only available on cable, to me was a participant, right? I wasn't allowed to have cable as a kid, not because my parents didn't let me have HBO. They probably would not have, but they didn't let me. We lived in a place where the combination of the government and the cable providers banned us from HBO, and HBO participated in that by only being on those things. And so that is my impression of those businesses as a kid. So unless it is downloaded for me, I will never use anything from HBO. But HBO and the cable companies have never seen a penny from me my entire life. Luke says, Illinois is a great place to be, far, far from. Brian says, what is your beef with Vegas? Just curious. Vegas is just awful in every possible way. It's lacking in an interesting culture. That's the root of problems. There isn't a traditional Vegas culture to make it interesting in any way. So you start with what might as well be a Dubai or a Qatar, Doha, which are places I have no interest in seeing whatsoever, because what makes me interested in a place is its culture. And if you're just creating a fake city, it's interesting that you can do that. And there are reasons why it could be worth doing that. But a place that doesn't grow up organically is just insanely boring. And it doesn't have any history, which a new place wouldn't. But so there's nothing to go and see historically, nothing to go see culturally. And the reason for going there is outrageously trashy, right? You go to gamble or to work in an industry related around gambling. It's hard to imagine anything less interesting than gambling, right? There's no, under normal, like poker is a little bit different, but most things with gambling, there's no skill, there's no interest. To me, people who are gambling are like zombies. Like, I find people gambling actually creepy, like boring to the point of actually feeling creepy about it. So to me, Vegas is just the most boring place on earth, combined with being ugly and hot and dry and completely lacking in all aspects of being interesting, while having many aspects of being terrible. And it's expensive. And yeah, there's like nice hotels and there used to be nice restaurants. I'm sure there are. So it's a city. There's going to be nice restaurants. But it used to be once upon a time that you could go and stay in a hotel super cheap and eat lots of food super cheap. And it was so heavily subsidized by the people gambling that if you didn't gamble, you are you got some big benefits. So I was in Vegas. My first time was probably 2001, I want to say. It could have been 2002, but I'm pretty sure it was 2001. And it was interesting to see it for the first time. And when I was there, it was super cheap. Like I stayed at the Bellagio, didn't cost that much. Went out to eat at all kinds of fancy restaurants, didn't cost that much. And it was like, okay, this is cool that I get all this luxury for cheap. And so for a couple days, it was like, that was okay. Would I go back? No, but it was okay. But then by the time I went back for a wedding a few years later, like 8 years later, that had changed. And the hotels were double the price. The food was double the price. And it's like, oh, the one thing that was kind of a draw went away. But the reality is like, I absolutely hate things like all-inclusive resorts. And Vegas gives kind of a feeling of an all-inclusive city. Like it's the same thing as an all-inclusive resort. Like, okay, you get like decent food and decent drinks, but not the best. There's no competition, not really. And and a lot of the things in Vegas are like celebrity whatevers, which I hate. Like that turns me off. I don't want to eat at a place owned by a celebrity, which is a little bit stupid. But the whole idea that a celebrity owns it and they want to put their name on it, to me just says, well, it's not good enough food. It's not good enough to stand as a restaurant or whatever. They have to make it something. It's like Louis Vuitton bags, right? It's not good enough as a thing. You have to make a trashy brand associated with it, so that people who are driven by brands, which I don't want to be even associated with in the slightest, like few things turn me off more than fashion brands. So doing the same thing to a restaurant, while it might have great food, it instantly in my mind is, oh, this is just a brand on stuff. Whereas what I want to do is go to a city and discover the local restaurant, the where the chef actually is making food, and the food is what you're going for, not being able to say I went to so and so's restaurant, right? Like it's off-putting in the most extreme. So to me, Vegas has become actively worth avoiding. Like it just don't want to be there. Luke Brian says, I'm only here for a work trip. I would never go out of my way for a trip here. Luke says, being able to say I'm in town for the convention is never needed to be said to the locals. They know. Edwin says, well, outside of Las Vegas City, you just find desert and very hot temperatures, even in spring and summer. It's only worth going there when in the Midwest and East Coast get covered in snow and negative 15 temps. Yeah. I was there for a wedding, so we got to go out and see a bunch of stuff and like drove around. So like driving around the desert wasn't terrible. We went to like Red Rocks and stuff. And you're like, okay, this is pretty. Walked around, but it was like 3 hours interesting tops. Now at the wedding, we did go to lots of good bars, did tons of drinking with friends. Like I had a really good time at the wedding, but Vegas did not contribute in any way to it. MBA says, Scott, I remember one of your videos, you mentioned building a small structure on a property while a primary residence is being built. Bum, bum, bum. So obviously the only logical way to do this is a rad pad. Just throwing that out there. Like a temporary living quarters, but I can't remember the title. Oh, the title of the video. Yee. I mean, I talk about where not to do it. So I've talked about it a few times. I don't know which videos. Anyway, what would something like that cost? We're talking 600 square feet with the bare minimum. So the reality is that a bare minimum, which would be smaller than 600 square feet. Like I've stayed in a 500 square foot apartment. It was perfectly comfortable. So I've got a buddy who built a house that I would say is like that, or Jillian, who might be on. She has a what's a good name for it? An in-law. You know how some houses have an in-law suite. She has an in-law suite, but it's a separate building. That's a perfect example. It doesn't have all the things that you would have in a full house, but it's a bedroom, bathroom, little space. It doesn't have its own kitchen, which you probably wouldn't do. Like that's too much of an investment. Something like that generally will cost between $9,000 and $12,000 to put up. If you wanted to have a full house, we know that's probably high, 7,000 to 10,000, because you're not paying for the land and you're not paying for an extra kitchen and a lot of things. There are housing developments where the land, very small, the structure itself, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, minimal construction, built and profit on it being built by someone who's then selling it comes to 16,000. So if you're truly trying to be cheap and just do it as like a minimal structure that maybe you want to later convert to an in-law place, like a really nice separate guest house or guest cottage, or you want to convert it to a ball or bodega, right? Like your storage unit, like in your yard or whatever. If you approach $16,000, you are truly overpaying, but just based on those market conditions. I think if you were really willing to live super minimally, you do need that bathroom and stuff. Probably close to 9,000 is a reasonable number. Anybody wants something that costs? Edwin says, I mean, in the winter, it's worthy to visit Las Vegas. It is absolutely not. No way. The coolest place in the world is better visiting it in the summer. Ben says, oh, Dios. Now you put me on the spot now. It took me a bit to even understand this Nicoloro, Mastodon, PixelFed, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Tech Savant, of which I'm not. Renee is here. Hey, Scott. Looking at border crossings entering Costa Rica, hearsay implies the required proof of exit, plane ticket. Costa Rica requires onward ticket of any type. That is not hearsay. They publish that, and they are very clear that they do require it in Costa Rica. Renee says, coming in from San Salvador, is the ferry in action? Yes, the Gecko ferry is operating. Yellow fever proof has nothing in this region has yellow fever, an itinerary. Are you asking two separate questions? Because Costa Rica and El Salvador do not touch each other. I'm a little bit confused. Or is it you're coming in from San Salvador, going through Nicaragua, and then going out through Costa Rica? Amy says, just for future reference, do you have any reliable builder contacts? Are there any in the group chat? I don't think there's any builders in the group chat. There's likely people with good contacts in the group chat. I've not done ground up building, and well, anything we do like that, we have our own crews, and we're not using outside builders. So there's a lot of fireworks going on. My poor dogs. I don't even know where she is. Oh, I think there she is. Oh, you're being all nervous, baby. Come here. You're such a good girl. Come here. Come here. I put my hand on your head and you feel better. Yeah. She's like, that's not how that works. My dad says, calling it a night. Have a good trip to the States. Night, Dad. Boy, that's early. I mean, I guess it's 9 o'clock there, but... Can you guys hear the fireworks? Like that's obnoxious. I'm reading some stuff on the Expat group real quickly while you guys are quiet. Richard says, I've seen a lot of fireworks in Nicaragua, but never seen any for sale in any store. Oh, that's a good point. They're definitely for sale. Like, we've got factories here in town. They're easy enough to buy, but that's a good point. I'm not exactly sure where you buy them. I would never buy fireworks, so it's such a thing that I hate. Andrew's here. Hey, from Poland. Oh, I was so expecting that to say Portland. I threw myself off. Hey, from Poland. We'll join you in Nicaragua in August for a good year. Awesome, Andrew. That's really cool. Looking forward to having you here. Let's see. Edwin says, I'm planning for Mother's Day, May 30th. Gift from my mom for Trace Leche's cake, or going to the movies. F1 or releasing next month. I saw F1 listed somewhere. I don't know anything about it. Andrew says, nice and honest content. Well, thank you. Ambia says, what's the weather like November to December? Thinking about making a trip that time. I mean, it's all pretty even year round, right? There's no major changes. April's the one month that kind of stands out. But November, December is part of the dry season and just normal. Right, slightly on the cooler side because of the time of year, and dry. So that's about it. My dad says, had a really difficult night last night, really tired. All right, Dad, get some sleep. Love you. Luke says, I guess my next Matagalpa mission is seeking out bilinguals to keep my Spanish on track. Tandem app has underperformed in that task. Won't go to the Facebook pages. Just go to the bar and talk to people. That's one way to do it. Edwin says, Richard, fireworks in Nicaragua are for events or celebrations throughout the year, but general public uses for Christmas and New Year's Eve. Here it's used for every day at church, which is major craziness. Renee says, I'm looking at all options, so arriving in San Jose. What's onward? A bus to Nicaragua? Yes, your bus to Nicaragua would be your onward ticket. So Tika Bus, Nika Expresso, anything like that. Very, very simple. Arriving from Costa Rica is pretty easy, and just take the bus up. Is there a reason that you're not flying into Managua? There's a lot of reasons not to fly in Managua. A lot of people don't have flight paths to it, so that's often the case. San Jose has a major airport, so you can come in from most anywhere, and San Salvador has a major airport, and you can come in from most anywhere. So those are really good. The ferry boat is pretty rough. I want to do it because it'll be fun or interesting or good content, but it's definitely an extreme experience. But Gecko operates that, so should be pretty easy to arrange and do. I've heard from a lot of people that they do it, and that they've been reasonably happy with it. I'm checking out the bars in these remote little towns. Michael brought me Perfect 10 yesterday. I need to have some of that on the show. No, I lost what I was looking for. Oh, I was looking at Bonanza. I was looking at the crazy places in Bonanza, because that stuff is nuts. And now I can't find Bonanza on the map. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. Whatever. Try not to get too distracted. But you guys aren't talking enough, so I blame you guys. You got to talk fast enough that I can't look away. That's the real secret. Brian says you might want to mention to them the 2 border checkpoints from Costa Rica, and you have to walk across the parking lot to find the taxis in Nicaragua. So it's normal border crossing, where you have to go through Costa Rica outbound border, and then you have to go through Nicaragua inbound border, and they're after you come through. I'm just reading what he said. After you come through border border control into Nicaragua, there's a bit of a walk outside just to get to where the taxis and stuff are, or rental cars are relatively close. But the parking lot for border control is quite large. That is true. Now, partially it's because it fills up with buses sometimes, so it's there for a reason. But NBA says, have you ever tracked ticket prices to Managua? What's the high and low seasons? It varies by so many things that are not necessarily the high and low seasons. The highest we see is like $400 to $500, and the lowest we see is like $30 to $60 throughout the year. I forgot what I just got to Houston, but it was pretty cheap. I think it was $250 one direction and $100 the other direction, something like that. You okay, little dog? The fireworks have stopped. I think you're such a good girl. You're such a good girl. Yeah. But as long as you're avoiding like the holidays, the Christmas and Semana Santa, generally the tickets stay quite cheap. Those are the only really standout times. Hopping on to see if I see some food. Hey, there's Luke's food. Oh, it's taking you to load for some reason. Breakfast fruit bowl at the Brooklyn Cafe. Caprese salad, personal pizza, salami chocolate. It's so funny that chocolate salami is like a big thing up in Matagalpa. With Cafe Nika at Restaurant Vida Ibeya. Poción Multijugos at Diagon Alley. And buffet plate from the relocated Buffet Mana de Cielo in the former Rinzón Azteca locación. That pizza at Diagon Alley is really good. I lost my messages. There we go. Scott, we need to get some local interviews to get a feel of the local culture. I mean, I try to get people on. Very few people speak English, so it's very hard to do. It would be a cool series to start, like an interview a week or something. Yeah, every time I try to get Nicaraguans on, it's very challenging. Other people I can get on from time to time, but Nicaraguans, it's tough. Partially because the language thing, it's like, oh, it's just a lot to speak English on a show. But Renee says, Frontier has Go Wild Pass. They fly into San Jose, San Salvador, and Guatemala City. That would be nice if they flew from somewhere I want to go. How does the Go Wild Pass work? Does that make it cheaper than other things? I know Frontier has really good value into the region. To make sure I haven't missed anything. I don't think so. El Salvador and Guatemala City. Yeah, Guatemala City would not be handy, but San Salvador or San Jose, very easy. Now my dog is whining again. Is someone here to see you? It came just to see you. You know you're the center of attention. Yes, that's why they're here. My dog is very silly. Those are her ears flapping. I do like it when I have the chair and she sits next to me and she's like on the show, but that she only does it when she's nervous, so we don't like to do it to her, but it's cute. Yes, it's nice when you join me. You guys are too quiet. What's the one thing I should do before having boots on the ground in October? I'll be taking your advice and looking for land in person. What's the first thing I should do before having boots on the ground in October? That's I mean, probably researching where in the country you want to be, to the best of your knowledge. Obviously, you're going to, if it's your first time, you're really going to want to do some sightseeing, like what are the mountains like, what is the beach like, what is the city like, and leave some you know you want to get a feel for things, but you also want to have this, like, okay, Managua doesn't make sense for a while, so don't be like all like, whoa, I went to Managua, that is not for me. Because after time, I think a lot of people are like, oh, I started getting to know Managua, and then it's kind of cool after a while. But you need to do some amount of survey, but that's after you come. But you want to have as much of a remote survey, and I know you're like, Scott, drive around and show me more places. That's why I'm asking. But you want to have a feel for what places are like. As much as possible, get to know the weather a little bit and so forth, so that you have this potential to have ruled some places out. Oh, this seems expensive. This seems too tiny. This is too big. Whatever. I need a place at the grocery store. I don't want a place at the grocery store. Whatever. Do as much of that as you can. And then really, it's, if you can, find an Airbnb or a hostel that you that looks reliably good. And try things out yet. I'm really bad at planning, so it's kind of like, boy, what would I do? I'm gonna take my hat off for a minute. Really need a haircut. So planning's not my thing. If I'm really doing it, I find it very easy. It's like, oh, I'm just going to look up these things, I'm just going to go and do, and that's all I need to do. There's really very little to do ahead of time, I think, in most cases, especially if you're coming down and doing your scouting trips. This is not your permanent move. This is not the final thing. So if it is, at some point you want to have birth certificates and things in apostille and just that kind of stuff. Can I drive myself, or will I need a driver? Yep, you can do either. Someone asked this just a little bit ago. If you're going to drive yourself, you got to rent a car. That has a tendency towards being kind of expensive. So having a driver solves a lot of things. It's easier for them to find things. But there's an advantage to having someone drive you and being like, hey, go slow down the street. I'm going to look out the windows. But there's also a good deal to, you're driving down a street and you're just kind of peering around, and you slow down automatically when you see something interesting. So it can work both ways, and it kind of depends what you're exploring and where. If you want that, like, I just want to wander down every little side street and just see something and make a turn, driving yourself might make sense. But if you have goals, like, well, I got to get from here to here, I got to get from here to here, then a driver is probably going to work better. But it is generally cheaper and more convenient to have a driver, and it solves a bunch of things. They're going to navigate for you. They'll have information. They'll be like, this seems sketchy, this seems good, this is close to things, this is really like, do you understand this is 3 hours from a grocery store? Oh, I didn't think about that. Right, they can help quite a bit. E. Garcia's here. Hola, Scott. How's it going in Texas? More fireworks. Never stops. I've had a bit of caffeine today. I'm feeling sleepy. I fell asleep waiting for the show to start. Nicaragua says, coming from Salvador, need yellow fever vaccine. Whoa. Nicaragua says you need yellow fever coming from Salvador? Where did that information come from? That makes no sense. And I come in from Salvador. Like, there's something seriously wrong. Luke says Frederico's Adventures with Migracion is hilarious. Oh, I haven't gotten to hear that yet. Renee says $5.99 1 year anywhere arriving San Jose. Do I need bus ticket at airport? Arriving San Jose. Renee, you're not allowed to enter Costa Rica if you don't already have an onward ticket. That is just Costa Rica rules. So no one's going to let you board a plane to Costa Rica if you haven't already shown them your onward ticket. Now, the airlines may scam you for additional onward tickets or different onward tickets or all kinds of stuff. That's a major scam run by airlines. But the actual rules in Costa Rica are just that you must have an onward ticket. But that can't be after the fact because you can't get it once you're there. You have to have it to get through the border control. So you'll have it right away. But yellow fever coming in from Salvador makes no sense at all because you're already inside the border. So NBA says, are you a vegetarian? I am, ovo-lacto-pescatarian. I vaguely remember you saying that before. Are you a true vegetarian? Yes, true. Or do you eat seafood? I don't know if you know this or not, but the word vegetarian means you eat seafood. The idea that vegetarian does not include seafood is vegan. And for hundreds of years, vegetarian has always meant the same thing. And it is only in the last 5 to 10 years that the idea that fish and seafood and stuff are not vegetarian. I understand that it sounds like the word vegetable is in the word vegetarian, but it refers to animal, vegetable, or mineral. It is an old word when vegetable meant something different. True vegetarians eat seafood. It is new hipster reverse engineering word vegetarians that don't eat it. It would be a shame if you didn't eat seafood in a country like Nicaragua. Yeah, it would be really hard too. Vegans are quite rare here, and vegan restaurants almost all but don't exist. Vegetarian is a long-standing term in, not that we're Catholic, but this is a Catholic country, right? So vegetarian means seafood and all that. That's why there's fish fries on Fridays. Catholics couldn't eat meat. They had to eat vegetables only on Fridays. And you can only eat vegetables during Lent, and fish has always been considered a vegetable because it's English, right? The English word for vegetable has included fish traditionally. Leo Fink is here. I think you or maybe Elliot had mentioned that rental cars are expensive in Nicaragua. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're not super expensive. It's that they're the same price as other places where everything else is cheaper. So they're expensive as a ratio to other things, but they're not truly they're not truly different. Can you guys hear the insects trying to get in? Emily says, wow, you just taught me something. I've always heard that vegetarians don't eat fish. In the States, they call that pescatarian. They do call that pescatarian in the States as a new thing because they've erased the identity of vegetarians. That's why immediately I said I'm an ovo-lacto-pescatarian, because that is the new hipster phrase for vegetarian. But true vegetarian is what they now call ovo-lacto-pescatarian, because true vegetarians have always eaten cheese, always eaten eggs, because they're not meat. And so it's very... seriously, can you hear that? It's because I have the lights on, so they're trying to get in like crazy. Yeah, but growing up in the U.S., the whole idea that you had to say pescatarian is a completely new thing. Vegan didn't come around as a word for a long time. Like that was a relatively recent thing. The word vegan was coined in 1944. So it's, even as a word, it's quite new. Do you have a video going to the supermarket and showing the local prices? It would be an interesting vlog. I've done that a number of times. They don't tend to be super popular, but I've done it to La Colonia. I've done it at Maxi Pali. It's a little bit difficult because they don't let you film in any of those places. So a little bit difficult. Patinka, onward ticket or return ticket? No, onward ticket. It never has to be a return ticket. I flew to CR and wasn't asked for onward ticket. I just told them I was traveling on by bus to Nicaragua after one night in Liberia. Wow, you got lucky. They normally are pretty... you got pretty lucky. I've never had that allowed. It makes sense. A lot of times it's like, come on. I've got an itinerary, right? Luke says La Colonia 1 week ago, 30 eggs for 180 cord. Wow, thanks, Luke. So 180, just to get the actual price for everybody. That is $4.95 for 30 eggs. Which is $0.17 cents per egg. Which is not too bad. Eggprices.org. Let's see what's going on. Over the last year, the average price in the US is $4.55 a dozen. So we're gonna, although they've come down a little bit recently. Let's go with $3.45 a dozen. So they're actually, Now keep in mind, La Colonia is the most expensive place to get eggs. So you can get them cheaper here. You're not going to get them much cheaper. The variance on eggs is relatively small. So $3.45 divided by 12 is, the U.S. is currently paying 29 cents. How are the gas prices in Nicaragua? It's flat. It's I don't know the current price. We're normally on the high side for the U.S., but within the U.S. range. So we're lower than California, higher than Texas. We lean towards the high side, but the amount that we drive is tiny, so it doesn't affect you very much under normal circumstances. Renee says, maybe it's just the ferry because it's straight from Salvador. Nope, doesn't make any sense. Nothing makes sense in requiring. Who told you? How did you get that requirement? Is what I want to know. Luke says $5.30 a gallon. And it's the same all over the country, except for really special places. It's all about the same. $5.30 a gallon. Yeah, that sounds right. Which actually right now puts it over anywhere in the U.S. Last year or so, it was like in line with like Illinois, so on the high side. But boy, prices have really come down in the U.S. at the moment. It looks like, assuming this is up to date, but I think it is. Pretty pricey for Nicaragua. It's really not. It's a flat price we've had for a long time. We drive so little here, like it's completely misleading to North Americans. So worldwide gas is normally much higher than in the U.S. The U.S. is one of those subsidized places. And so Americans are used to really low prices, like Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, those kinds of countries have a tendency to have very low gas price because it's their industry is being supported by it, so they want to really promote its use. Around here, they want to discourage its use heavily. They want to make sure that you are really thinking about driving around, but also the distances that we go places and the speeds that we go are very different. And so we tend to spend way less on gas than other people do. And so like Canada, Mexico, China are closer to us, Australia closer to us, places like Germany, United Kingdom, more expensive than us, Spain more, India less, but all of them more than the United States. And it's one of the things that helps in the U.S. to make long distance driving and a lot of travel and commuting cheap. But to most of the world, those aren't things you want to have cheap. Those are things you want to have expensive. You want companies punished for making people drive, not rewarded for it. And so here they want to make sure that they're pushing people towards. Yeah. So just looking at Washington Post in 2022, gas in the U.S. was $6.81 a gallon, right? And here it was still in the fives. So when the U.S. goes up, we get cheaper. When the U.S. comes down, we stay more expensive. The difference is that we have a flat price, whereas the U.S. fluctuates. So it can be misleading at a time when it's really good. The last time we looked, the U.S. was decently bad. Here they want to promote things like public transportation and taxis. So it keeps the taxis have a flat rate, so that's pretty straightforward. But like taking a bus, I can take a bus downtown for 20 cents, right? So they're doing a lot to make sure that it doesn't cost you to move around the country. If you want to own a car and pay for the gas and do things in that way, that's okay. But you're going to be supplementing everyone else, which I agree with. I think that's the way it should be. It would be nice if my life was cheap, but that would make a bunch of other things I don't like being cheap as well. So I don't want other people driving around willy-nilly because gas is cheap. I want them to have to think about it. And if you are spending gas, then it should go towards something. So Leo says, what is the diesel? I fill it up every so often, but I never look at the price. Sorry, but I'm one of those people who does not look at the price of fuel. But it's not something that you can change here. So if you have a diesel vehicle, you're going to pay diesel price. If you've got gas, you're going to pay the gas price. That's it. You can't drive around to a different station and get a cheaper price or anything. So I know roughly what it is and just ignore it from there. So sorry, I don't track it very closely. I think the diesel's a little bit cheaper. Patinka says, I heard there were drive-through vegetable fruit egg stands in markets in Nicaragua. That's so cool. Well, yes and no. I mean, there could be. I'm not sure exactly what a drive-through vegetable stand would be. So Mercadito here in Sutiava, you can definitely drive, but you're on the main street, like the main road of the city. And there's a market, you can pull up and buy vegetable out the window. So yes, even right here in my neighborhood, it's true, but it's not what you think of. It's mayhem, and it's awful if you do that because you're stopping the entire city from moving through. And we want to take a machete to anyone who does that. It's truly heinous. It is not a cool like. It's not like you're picturing in America where there's a drive-through beer dealer and you're like drive into a little thing and a guy comes up to your window inside a little shed and is like, you want a 6-pack of this or that? And they hand it to you and you hand them some cash. Like, have a good time, man. It's not like that. It's not like, I got your radishes here. You're just stopping traffic on a road that shouldn't have a market sprawling onto it, but does, screaming out the window and having people toss radishes in your window. So it's less cool than it sounds. Elton has a video of a drive-up market in his hometown. Maybe his is cooler than ours. Ours is not cool. MBA says, how is public transportation quality like from Managua to Matagalpa? That particular route, Managua to Matagalpa, should be a pretty big bus. That should be pretty nice. Some places still have the chicken buses. They leave something to be desired. Any place that has like the UCA shuttles or the new big buses or anything, the public transportation here is pretty nice. It's not like Greyhound nice. Like, let's be reasonable. But that's not public transportation either. Public transportation here is way nicer than the States. It's generally very safe. It is ridiculously cheap. It goes absolutely everywhere. And everyone uses it, and it's a public service for everybody. And I use everything, right? I use the city buses. I don't use it a lot, but I do use the city buses. I mean, I like it. I can just walk out in front of my house, and pretty much everywhere in the city, a bus will come by. Just hop on the bus, and it's like 15 cents, 16 cents, whatever. 5 Cordoba, 3 Cordoba, I can't remember. And it just takes you into the city. Like, holy cow, that's easy. Now, I live on a main road. It's easy to go in. Like, I live in a particularly easy area, but it's still crazy that I can just walk in and whoop, off you go. His hometown is, he's in the capital of Nueva Segovia in Ocotal. That's Elton up there. Richard says, I see many people buy stuff from their cars at the Oriental Market in Granada. That'd be Mercado Oriental. So I guess you can call it a drive-thru. Yeah, Richard, that's what I'm seeing is like people drive up. But like the market here is on the main road and not off anything. Luke says, Matagalpa Express bus is an older charter bus. Regular bus is a chicken bus. Yeah, the Express is worth it in that case. Patricia says, coffee country. We don't normally think of Nueva Segovia as coffee country that much. He lives, Patinka, he lives hours from the coffee plantation. So I'm not sure. Tom says, Scott, is the Pan American Highway contiguous or does it stop in Panama? So the Pan American only goes to Panama. So yes, it stops. Nothing crosses the Darien. But there's no Pan American in South America. It's only North American. Gypsy says, have you met or know of Sam Bauer who lives in Ometepe and sells real estate? I do not know him. No. The Pan American goes from Canada, comes through the U.S. It's US 35, comes through Central America, goes through Panama, and ends at the Darien. And that is it. Some people refer to some stuff in South America as the Pan American. I guess it's kind of legit. But in North America, it goes to every country except Belize, and then there's a little offshoot for El Salvador. But in South America, it skips a whole bunch of stuff and has like alternative routes, and it's all kind of weird. So it's like kind of official, kind of a. So I mean, yeah, no, South America has a thing. I guess it goes from Valparaiso to Buenos Aires. But it skips like, Brazil, Venezuela, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay. That's a lot to skip. As opposed to in North America, it only skips one disputed territory. Richard says you can catch a boat from Panama to Turbo in Colombia if you're looking to do a road trip all the way. Yeah, I know people who've done that. It's not an easy ferry ride. It's like a huge pain. But yeah, you totally can. Hey, Scott, what do you do about mosquitoes out there? I recall you saying they're bad. They're bad some places. They're not bad, for me, anything like they were in the United States, like a fraction of what they were in the United States. It depends where you are. So, like, I lived in Texas for a long time. I've never experienced anything like that in Nicaragua. And I grew up in New York. Mosquitoes were terrible. Mosquitoes here have a tendency to bite less, hurt less. There are a lot of them. It's the tropics, right? But everywhere sprays for them. So the amount we actually encounter in normal life tends to be very low. But it depends where you live. Because like Alan lived in a place where they completely destroyed his life. Like he couldn't possibly stay there. It was so many mosquitoes. But he lived right by a swamp in a area with water fields where they were raising shrimp. So it's all swampland, and of course the mosquitoes are just out of control. There's no way to control them in a situation like that. So it all depends on exactly where you are and what you're doing. But wait, I think there's something confusing here. But in general, the majority of Nicaragua has a fraction of the mosquitoes of living in major cities in the United States. So it's all perspective. If you're out on the beach or you're in like a jungle area or you're just in a bad spot where people have a lot of standing water and they aren't doing what they're supposed to do, you can end up with mosquitoes. And we certainly see them. But we are outside all day long. I use off, like, the mosquito repellent once every 2 months. And I spend an outrageous amount of time outside. Like, we have our morning meeting outside for hours every day. My house is wide open. I don't have screens on the windows. Now I sleep in a room with closed windows, right? I sleep in a room with air conditioning most of the time. If I turn off the air conditioning, I actually don't know if there's screens on that window. This room has a screen, but we never open that, right? You can hear things banging against it. But my entire house is wide open and all day, all night. The windows are just, bars this far apart. You can't get your head through them, but a cat goes in and out, right? So mosquitoes, any kind of bug that there is just moving through my house the same as if it's outside. And the number of mosquitoes we encounter is, I get bitten in the house once or twice a month. It's quite impressive for most of the country how little you actually get bit by mosquitoes. Now, a lot of people are like, you just don't seem to, like, people experience more mosquitoes than you, which is weird because living other places, I'm always the person that is swarmed by mosquitoes. And when we see mosquitoes here, I get them. But in general, no, extremely little. You can catch a boat. Hey, Scott, what do you... Renee says, how does border run work? So a border run is a generic thing, right? It just means you go up to the border before your tourist visa expires. You cross into the bordering country, which the only one local is Costa Rica. Stamp into Costa Rica, turn around, and come back to Nicaragua, and you've done a border run. And then you're a new tourist again. That you were here before is not counted towards anything. Renee says, so what ticket if coming in from San Jose? Bus to border like that? No, it's not a bus to border. It's got to be a bus to Nicaragua. An onward ticket is to a different country, not to a border. So you have to use the Tika Express or the Nika Expresso or the Nika Bus. I'm sorry, Tika Bus, Nika Expresso, Nika Bus. Those are three that I know of. And they bring you into Nicaragua, right? You can't go up to the border. Got to come into Nicaragua. That's it. But that has nothing to do with a border run. Craig says in Leon now, Hotel Australia. Hola, hey Craig, you are right down the street. Well, it would be a long walk, but you're pretty close. Gypsy says the mosquitoes in the USA are larger and easier to kill. That's generally the case, but I do know of one or two spots in Nicaragua where I've experienced some really big, terrible mosquitoes, but they were definitely really surprising, and in a spot with a swamp. But yeah, normally the ones here are quite small, pretty hard to kill, but they also are pretty unnoticeable in most cases. Craig says, going to Ponaloya on Friday. Yeah, that would be tomorrow, Craig. Tomorrow is Friday. Patinka says, Renee, get Nika. Oh, get Nika Expresso. That's what I use, Nico Expresso. You can buy the ticket and book your seat online from their website. Yeah, Patinka is correct. That's what I do. I find their website very easy to use. I find them very affordable. They come right here to Leon, but they also go right to Managua and other places. I'm very happy with them. Now, I haven't taken a lot of the others, so I'm not giving a comparison here. I'm just saying that I've used the Nika Expresso several times, and I'm very happy, partially because of their location for me, makes them ideal. They come from Chinandega, which is just nearby, and so we're right at the beginning of their run. They're from this region and go to Costa Rica. They're exactly what I want. The people are nice. I know where the office is. I know how to deal with it, so they make my life easy. Itchethix says another thing to be aware of with mosquitoes is that in different regions they have different preferences. So a person bitten a lot in one place might be in another despite the same number of mosquitoes. That is true. I am super bitten in Texas and New York, and here I'm normal, I think. We have quite a few people on, 41 people. Wait, who was it? Renee, definitely find us that information about the yellow fever from El Salvador. Something is very wrong. That just does not make sense at all. Because El Salvador is not a country with yellow fever. Nicaragua is not a country with yellow fever. El Salvador to Nicaragua is a soft border, not a hard border. No one is supposed to be checking for that anywhere in this region. And we come directly between them all the time, and never has that come up ever. It's never been suggested that you would need yellow fever. I'm reading what other people have had to do. Gypsy says, how does a bottle of number 5 or number 7 Flor de Caña, 5-year and 7-year Flor de Caña cost? I'm not sure. Not very much. $15 maybe? Probably less. Probably like $10. Craig says, have you been to the Makeup Museum of Torture behind the Hotel? I have not. Renee says, so on border run, no outbound ticket. Okay, Renee, if you cross into Costa Rica, you must have an onward ticket. Period. That's it. Somebody may overlook it at some point and forget to check. Someone may trust you and let you go, but the rule is to enter Costa Rica, you need an onward ticket. A border run is not a legal thing. It doesn't exist, right? You don't go into Costa Rica and say, I'm on a border run. They're like, what does that mean, right? You are entering Costa Rica. So you need an onward ticket. That is the entirety of your experience with the crossing into Costa Rica. MBA says, as a parent yourself, do you feel like your children miss out on anything by living in Nicaragua? Well, I mean, no matter where they live, they're going to miss out on something. Or do you think they're having a great experience? So I think they are having a great experience. They may not agree. But they're very glad that they're not back in the States. They're very happy, and they understand that we're putting in a lot of effort to give them more options and a better life. And there's things that they want to have, and they understand that they can't just magically have, right? My youngest is like, you know what? I think I'd like to live in Norway. And she knows she can't just snap her fingers and live in Norway. So she's not like, oh, my parents suck. They didn't take me to live in Norway, at least not to our faces. But there are things that... just real quick, I'm going to jump around because this is a real topic as opposed to some of these things are just quick questions. Gypsy says, like, showing a flight from San Jose to somewhere outside of Costa Rica. That is correct. That is an onward ticket. It just has to be a ticket from somewhere in Costa Rica on some recognized transportation service to somewhere outside of Costa Rica. That is all it has to be, legally. Travelman says, do you see yourself coming back to the U.S.? I am coming back to the U.S. in 72 hours for the final time. Or is that your permanent home? This is absolutely our permanent home. If something happened and I couldn't live in Nicaragua, we are still not coming back to the U.S. as our permanent home. That's not going to happen. But Nicaragua is our permanent home. We are every day investing, whether emotionally or financially or construction or friendship or culture or whatever, linguistically. But every day for us is a increased investment in our lives here. Renee says, I was looking at travel sites from San Salvador. I'll go back and search history. Yeah, something in San Salvador is unlikely to have correct information. The only thing, so I can tell you, Nicaragua does not require that. So I don't know where that requirement is coming from, but Nicaragua has a published list of where you need to have yellow fever vaccines from, and it cannot make you have one coming from El Salvador. It doesn't have the legal option. Because of their treaties, but if you ever want to double check, just ask Gecko Trails Explorer, because that is their boat, that is their ferry, and they will have any answers. If they were like, someone is illegally asking for this yellow fever thing, they would be the ones who know, right? Okay, in defense of Renee, it says that you have to have Valid CA4 visa, valid passport, and yellow fever card. However, I'm going to say that they list that because you may have been somewhere else. Everyone has to have a yellow fever card if you've been somewhere that requires you to have a yellow fever card. There's no way you would have a yellow fever card if you're just coming from El Salvador. That doesn't make any sense. So something is funky there, but that must be where he's getting it from. I'm going to try to find their matching other information. Layout. Here we go. Okay. Oh no, that's shuttle plus boat, so that doesn't make sense. That's shuttle plus boat. Shuttle plus boat. Shuttle plus boat. Oh, these are related options. Hold on. Website's a little bit hard to use. They're very focused on the boat. That seems to be their popular thing. Didn't used to be. There we go. Shuttle without boat, do they say? Okay. For their shuttle that does not include a boat, they also say you need yellow fever, which you do not need. So I have done that shuttle. There is no yellow fever card. They're just listing yellow fever card as a thing. If it's something you require, you need to have it. So for example, let me read this. Required travel documents. Consular visa for British travelers. Valid CA4 visa. I don't need one of those. So that doesn't apply to everyone. Valid passport. I do need one of those. But a lot of people do not. Like Marcela could do this. She does not require a valid passport. Yellow fever card. Like the other things, these are all if it applies to you. Yellow fever card applies to you if you have spent time in Bolivia, Brazil, Venezuela. Right, those places will trigger the need for a yellow fever card. So they're listing these are documents that people have needed depending on their personal situation. But it is not that you need a yellow fever card because you've been in El Salvador. It is not because you're coming into Nicaragua. Those two things do not in any way trigger that. It is completely external things. Nicole says, "Hola, hope all is well. Enjoyed Nicaragua while I was there last month. Already planning my return. Thanks for all the great info." Well, thank you so much for jumping in, and I'm glad you had a good time. Looking forward to having you back here. Nicole says, "I'd fly to Nicaragua just for the ice cream." Where did you have the awesome ice cream? I want to know what ice cream it is you think is so awesome. Did you go to like Kiss Me, or is I gotta be missing something? Normally, our complaint here is that the ice cream's so bad for most people. It's one of our biggest complaints that we all import our ice cream from Costa Rica. Tom says, "Great job pointing out the crazy perceptions of border runs by most North Americans. You were like a comedian." Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. Nicole says, "Yes, Tom, that video was so good and good humor." Was that the one yesterday, the emotional border run one? I don't even know what I said now. Now I have to go watch it and be like, what did I say? Sometimes I'm in a mood and I'm able to stay funny. That one came up. I actually had someone pay for a consult, and I have a completely unrelated video. Well, I have a video about the consult that comes out in 6 months, but it was a couple people had done this thing, and they were so like, nothing matters in life but a border run, and they just could not explain why they cared. They could not come up with any logical reason why they cared. But their whole life decision, everything in their lives was being determined around this complete crazy, I won't do this one thing. It's like, I will never use a blue pen. And it's like, oh, this country makes you sign your documents in a blue pen? Screw them, I'm not moving there. It was tantamount to that. It was so crazy. Okay, Nicole says, "I had Eskimo. I'm not normally an ice cream person." So, okay. So, Nicole, I don't know if you've been on that we've explained this. So, the term Eskimo, so yes, Eskimo is a brand here. But the term Eskimo ice cream means it's not ice cream. and that's why you like it, apparently. So the reason that most of us don't like don't like Eskimo ice cream is because we like dairy ice cream. We like traditional ice cream, and that's what we grew up with, we're used to, and so we love it. And when we have Eskimo ice cream, we're like, this is wrong. Well, this isn't, why is this so different? And the reason is because it's made with vegetable oil, which has some health benefits, and it's cheaper. And most importantly, we can't get dairy cream in quality here, so they had to do something. So that's how they make it. And other countries in the region make Eskimo ice cream as well under different brands, like the Alaska brand from Costa Rica I think that's Dos Pinos makes that, and it's a Eskimo ice cream under the brand Alaska. And I believe the term comes from making it with whale blubber. Obviously, that's not what they do here, but it's not making it with dairy cream. And so if you are anywhere in the world, you can look for not the brand Eskimo, but the product Eskimo ice cream, and it may meet your taste requirements. Here in Nicaragua, people tend to like it because it's what they grew up with. And so they're used to it, and they find dairy weird just because it's different. Same reason that we like dairy is because we grew up with it, and we find vegetable oil different. Knowing that it's vegetable oil, knowing that it's supposed to be a different flavor, I'm able to approach it differently and being like, okay, this is good, just different. It doesn't satisfy my desire for dairy cream, but it can be quite tasty. And she says, oh, no wonder why. I don't do dairy normally. Completely makes sense why I enjoyed it. Now, it does have dairy, just to be clear. It doesn't have, dairy cream is not its foundational oil, but it does have dairy. It's not completely dairy-free or anything. So if you have to have lactate or something, make sure you're still taking that. Back to my kids. I skipped that for a minute because I wanted to be able to focus on it. We'll scroll back down. So as a parent, one of the reasons that we came here is because we had kids, and we wanted to give them a number of things. And I have daughters, so this is a lot of really important things. One, the safety of Nicaragua is a really big deal. Not just the general safety, which of course is very important, but also the safety for women, right? We have one of the highest gender equality indexes in the world. The rights and protections of women, like protections against domestic violence here, is some of the most extreme in the world. Violence towards women here is taken outrageously seriously. There are entire separate branches of the police just to deal with violence against women. They really take it quite seriously. We just became number one in the world as we are the primary woman-led country on Earth, right? We just passed Finland and Estonia and Iceland, and I forget who the other is in the top 5. But now Latin America in general tends to be much more equal in representation in government than most of the world. There's only Rwanda is really far in front as well. But there's only a handful of countries that have more women than men in positions of power and in government. And Nicaragua not only has the highest ratio of female government ministers in the world, they also now have a female president, of course. So the news came out in the last 48 hours that Nicaragua had been ranked number one. Not ranked, it's not an opinion, but based on the stats, it had now ranked as the most representation by women in government. Those are big deals for my children. But we wanted to also give them a culture and a lifestyle that would be good for them as children, and do good things for them growing older. And we think that Nicaragua is giving them a really good foundation. Now, my kids are quirky. They do school online. They don't want to go to school and sit in a classroom, and we never were going to have them do that. They like learning on their own. They're very motivated to learn things. They're not looking to get out of school or, not looking to be lazy. They're always looking for a project, always keeping themselves motivated, always doing stuff. So it fits them very well. They are not super social, so they like a tight group of friends with whom they are very close, but they don't really want to go out and meet lots of people. They don't want to go out and hang out with lots of people. It's just not their lifestyle. And so some of the things that could be seen as fears in Nicaragua, well, is it going to be hard for them to go do this thing? Yes, it is hard for them to go do that thing. They also never did that thing when we lived in Texas, so it doesn't matter. When we lived in Spain, when they were younger, they would go out and just make friends, go run around the streets, and they kind of lost that, but not from living in Nicaragua. They just lost it over the years, getting a different age. They They do have some interest in living other places, but they grew up traveling. They love going different places and just traveling around the world. That's something that they've always had, and so they're really interested in Guatemala. They're really interested in Argentina. I think they will be very interested in Venezuela and Colombia when they're older and really have a good perception of it. My eldest has long had a lot of interest in Peru. Her best friend, he's from Peru. My youngest has a lot of interest in the Nordic countries, but they also know that they're always going to live together. They're very much a team. And so, personally, I see that Guatemala City and Managua are really likely things for them. Both of them are like me. They like big cities. They don't like the beach, also like me. But they do like cooler temperatures. So Guatemala City is a really big thing for them. They want to live in a place that's all public transportation and walk to cafes and exactly the lifestyle that I would build for myself. Up in the mountains, nice cooler weather. So that they may live in Guatemala City later is a very real possibility. They like Panama City, but it's really hot, right? So it does not meet their desired traits of a city because of those kinds of things. So it's so who am I talking to? Hold on. So many messages. Just always trying to make sure I know what conversation I'm in. All right, cool. So, yeah, in general, I think Nicaragua's been really good for our kids, and I think it continues to be. They don't like the heat. They don't like living near the beach. But some of those things are things we could correct inside Nicaragua, and it's that we chose León is negatives for them. But I think a lot of those things are things we hope to correct relatively soon. For example, we live in a rented house. There's a lot of things that we're modifying, but are not ideal for them. And we want to have a house that's much better suited for them at the long haul and for us in the long haul. There are just things like especially my eldest, really, really sensitive to there being insects around her. She can't handle it at all. It's just not a thing. So it would be really nice if we had a sealed house, more North American style. And we live in a very colonial house that's completely open, like I say all the time. And we're surrounded by a big garden that's full of insects that you can hear banging against the windows. Now, we need that because we have to have our dogs outside all the time. And so it would be difficult. Having a sealed house will create challenges for us because we're used to our dogs being just in and out, never ending. And neighborhood cats come through our house. And that is a thing that we have to figure out because our doggies are why we live here and they're so sweet. And they really love that they never are in or out. They're just always everywhere. But my kids want to have, their own like private apartment that's right next to us that has a shared living room and we can go through interior spaces and they don't want to put on shoes. They don't want to go outside. They don't want to have to do things. They want food delivered. They're very much homebodies. They are social in that they like to do online games and social media and they have friends and family that they talk to all day, every day. And so in some ways it's like, boy, they feel kind of antisocial until you realize, one, I grew up as an only child. So even though I grew up in New York, my ability to see anybody on a normal day approached zero. I could see my mom most days. My dad worked until reasonably late, not super late, but he was worked full time at a job far away, commuted an hour in each direction. So he was tired when he got home, which was barely in time for dinner every day. He didn't get lots of vacation, and we owned a farm. So anytime he wasn't at work, he was dealing with the farm. So he would get home, have dinner, and then immediately go do chores in the barn every day. All right, so even getting time to watch TV with my dad, which certainly he made time for. My dad and I are super close. I have this channel is so my dad and I can hang out, but it's amount of physical time we would get together each day was very, very low. And I had no brothers and sisters. I had no neighbors. I had very few friends from school. And I grew up in a world, obviously, without the internet. I'm old. But I also grew up in a time where they didn't have low-cost calling even to my next-door neighbors. Yeah, or maybe the house directly next door, but there was no kids. It was, for me to have a conversation with someone was outrageously expensive, a very special thing. It was cheaper to drive somewhere, to another town, to go see someone than it was to make a call and arrange that time to get together. It was crazy. So my isolation as a kid was extreme, and I'm a very social person. I seek out being around people all the time, probably partially because of that. It was so lacking in my life. My kids have a... one, they're not only children, right? They have siblings, and sibling. Each of them has sibling. They're together all day. Like, they're so social with each other. Each of them is online with their cousins or friends up to 8 hours a day. That's extreme. Most days probably 2 hours, but many hours. They have more socialization time in a single evening than I would have in an average week as a kid. And both my wife and I work from home, or are home full time. And while I do a lot of work, and like my kids know on Thursday nights they won't see me much, but they do see me during the day. They can stop in and be on the live stream if they want. Sometimes my daughter will sit in and sit at the desk that you can't see and hang out while we're doing the live stream. And when this live stream is over, they're ready. We go and we spend hours together into the night hanging out, watching TV and doing stuff together. So we try to spend several hours together every day of just time with us. And then on weekends, we're constantly going and doing things. The amount of time they get with us as adults, the amount of time they get with each other, and the amount of time they have with other people is all wildly higher than anything I've ever experienced. And getting time with us, I don't know pretty much any parents who get as much time with their kids as we do. And my kids are teenagers now. But we've been like this all but 1 or 2 years of their lives. When they were really little, I did go to the office one year. And they call it the year that I was gone, right? But I was only gone still about the same as any parent who just went to work, right? I didn't work weekends. I didn't stay super late. I got vacations. Once in a while I could work from home, right? Like I didn't commute super far. And they still thought of it as losing me for a year. That's how much they were used to and remain used to having us home all the time, which we worked very, very hard to make happen. And we have a lot of shared hobbies. We're really into video games together. We're really into Dungeons and Dragons together. We're really into a lot of their crafts and hobbies, and it's just all these different things that they like to do. Mostly they get from their parents, and we love going to cafes together, and we like to travel together and all those things. So are there things that they've missed out on? Overall, no. I don't think that that's really true. We lived in Texas with them so we lived in many countries. And certainly there are there was a time when we lived here and we could just do road trips and go see all these things. Okay, yeah, that we have not been able to do that as much, but we're getting that back. And we just did that to Matagalpa. All the videos of us going to Freycinet and going to Selva Negra and those kinds of things. We're starting to get to do that stuff here more and more. But there's also when we lived in Texas, in between. We lived in the last place that we lived abroad was Ukraine, and then we went back to Texas for work reasons. But I was home, and then we moved to Nicaragua, and the window between the two was actually quite small. We didn't have that much time in Texas, but during that time in Texas was a bit of, we should use this opportunity to try to do a bunch of social things. And it really didn't have those kinds of effects, but luckily it did give us some really good, I think, opportunity to observe the kids and see what they would do if they weren't in Nicaragua, if they weren't in Ukraine or whatever, and all those kinds of things, so that we can say with pretty high confidence, the inherent limitations of Nicaragua, like they don't speak Spanish, aren't really holding them back from things. And very importantly, they are learning to speak Spanish, even if it's just very organic, very, they're not making a huge attempt at it. It's happening. And my eldest, she takes she takes Spanish in school, but German on her own. And my youngest does Spanish on her own and Spanish in school. The eldest is very slowly picking up some Spanish. Never been her thing, not her point of interest. She does German because the same as me. I always wanted to speak German. We're German Swiss heritage, and so there's a certain amount of wanting to connect to the family. And but my youngest, in reality, speaks Spanish. She's not going to go out and speak Spanish to you. She does speak Spanish. She can, if we're not around, she'll go talk to staff in Spanish. When you talk in Spanish, she knows everything everybody's saying. She's doing quite well in her Spanish in reality. And at some point, she's going to have the confidence and it's just going to snap. And she's going to be, at some point, I suspect, a native Spanish speaker. And when that happens, I really think that she and her sister are going to be like, yeah, we're not moving to other regions of the world and going through this again. The Spanish world is so large and so extensive and so varied that we can find what we want within it. And I think ultimately they're going to want to live close to us, and we're willing to be flexible. Like if they decide to live in Guatemala City, we will happily get a place in Guatemala City and live there part-time, come to Leon. And maybe if they do that, we'll be in Guatemala City maybe most of the time, because that's what you need to do, right, when you're the elder generation, is adapt to some degree. But that is, overall, I think my kids are getting a really great experience. And no matter what, right, no matter where you go, where you decide to live with kids, you're going to give them some advantages and take others away. There's no way around it. If we were living in the United States, back in Texas, we had a nice home, nice comfortable house, nothing special, but we liked it, which is why we bought it. And they liked their spaces, but their spaces were tiny. They have much bigger spaces here. They have much more luxury here. They have a lot more options in life here. They have staff that takes care of them here. The dogs don't have to be let out every few minutes. The world isn't covered in mosquitoes. They're able to have an open house and fresh air and more animals, and people cook anytime they want for them. And there's so many luxuries and so many advantages that they get by living here. And they get to hear another language spoken correctly firsthand all the time. Those are big things. Now, when we lived in Texas, their nanny was a native Spanish speaker. Their babysitter, when they used to, there was a small time when they used to spend time at a babysitter's, native Spanish speaker with her own kids there, native Spanish speakers. Now, that was Mexican Spanish. But so they had exposure then, which has helped them a bit. They had some exposure that we didn't. So overall, I feel like we're giving our kids educationally and culturally major advantages, and the confidence, which they already have at this age, like this has happened. They have the confidence to visit or move to other countries without hesitation. They don't look at the idea of moving to another country or experiencing a new culture as, okay, I'm afraid of this, but I think I can do it. It's, that place looks interesting, let's go. Those are really important things. To them, the world is so much more accessible and open and just free and options than most people have. And I'm not sure. I know, if we lived in Germany, they would have a different lifestyle. If we lived in Ukraine, they'd have a different lifestyle. If we lived in Rwanda, they'd have a different lifestyle, and so forth. But is any one of those going to be better than another, or is one of them going to be significantly different? It's really just which language are you exposed to, which style of life. Now, yeah, my kids would really like it if there were more cafes with the kind of coffee that they like, but they love our local cafe. They wish they had different views. They wish they had more options, but they like the places that we have, and hopefully those things continue to improve here. So I think overall, we're very happy with the decision, and I think they are very happy with the decision, and they do get frustrated at times for sure. The heat, the insects, the style of house. But if and when we're able to build our own house and we're able to design it and build something that's designed around our real world lifestyle and what I really think that those little things can easily fix the major negatives that they have. The things that would make them super happy. One, if we can make the world cooler. We can't do that. But having a sealed house with more North American style, with solar and a way more air conditioning, that like larger spaces are continuously air conditioned. They want to be able to move between their space and the public, like living room space, and the kitchen, dining room, snack, bodega space, video game, media room, my office space. They want to be able to move through that core part of the home while being in air conditioning and not open to the outside air because of the bugs. Not because of the temperature. They're fine with that. They don't like it, but they're fine with it. But that a bug could exist in that space, they can't handle. My youngest could put up with it. My eldest cannot. It's a crippling phobia. That is something we can solve, I believe. The second big thing is they would like to be able to have a greater variety of food, which we have some plans to fix in the long term that are a little bit complex, but we're going to fix that and really make things quite a bit better. And then the third thing, which we can't really fix, is they really want public transportation going to lots of interesting places. That is something we will never be able to offer, but we're hoping as our lives stabilize and as they get older and things get easier, that they have more opportunity, hopefully with us, to travel more, satisfy many of those things, and still feel like Nicaragua is this ultimate returning home experience, which is part of the goal. So that is kind of my take on that. Bilbo Baggins, I just saw, said, mash that like button if you've been watching. Absolutely, guys. I never say this. Hit that like button if you're on. That does really help. It helps promote the show. By the way, Michael, who's often on the Expat groups and stuff, is actually on his way right now. He's going to join me on the live stream. We're going to crack open a perfect 10 Flor de Caña, and we're going to do rum and chat about him and his family and their experiences moving here to Nicaragua. So we don't often get guests on the show. This is going to be something different and interesting. So definitely stay tuned. He is working on getting over here. It'll take him about half an hour. So I think he's trying to get on the way right now, and that should be really cool. So all right. So I am a bit behind. Well, not that much. You guys have not been saying that much. I pretty much was just talking. Richard said, lol, blue pen. I worked in lots of CIS countries. Very nice. If you do something in black pen, it will automatically be rejected. Drove me crazy on a visa app when they kept sending it back and didn't tell me why. Itchethix says, whale blubber ice cream? Yes. Renee says, so to border run. Purchase bus ticket out of Costa Rica. Go in, get on bus, get out. Yes. Normally, if you're doing a border run, you do so with a bus round trip. You don't have to. But if you're just doing a border run, you're coming from Leon, Managua, something like that, Nica Expresso, Nica Bus, Tica Bus, just get a round trip ticket. They will take you to the border. They will take you over the border. They will take you to whatever destination you want to go to, more or less. And then the next day or whatever, get back on and bring it back. So you can do a straight over hop off and wait for the next bus and go back. They do make that possible. But what most of us do is that it's a rare thing to do, and Costa Rica is, a pretty desirable travel destination. I'm actually arranging a trip to Costa Rica right now as we speak. And going to San Jose is something that we really enjoy doing. I want to take the bus down to San Jose and do some filming. I like having a break from just the food that I have here or whatever. I've got friends to go see. Go hang out in San Jose and eat amazingly different food, right? They've got Lebanese food. They've got Indian food. They've got that Mirador I sent, right? Go walk around, sightsee, film, enjoy it for a day, 2 days, a week, whatever you want, and then come back. That's what I like to do. Once you're getting on the bus, you're paying for that bus, you might as well get it. I know it's more time on the bus, but it's so nice to go in, stay in a hotel, and do everything nice. So that's my take on it. Frontier Pass would allow multiple exploration trips. I think I'm going to fly into Managua first time, then look at the pass. First trip, Managua, avoiding Managua bus terminal. How to get to Leon right away. So the easiest thing is to go to the Managua bus terminal. Just fly in, take a taxi, always via InDrive. You never use an airport taxi. I don't care what country you're in, unless they legally don't let you do anything else. Never take an airport taxi. InDrive taxi will be about $8. They will take you to the Terminal Interlocales and just tell them you're going to Leon. They'll drive you right up to the Leon shuttle, put you on the shuttle, and off you go. You'll be in Leon very, very fast. It's very easy. La Marcelita está aquí. Wow. Y también Michael está viniendo para hablar en el LiveStream también con Ron. ¿Vas a hablar por un rato? ¿No? ¿Querés decir hola? Okay. Marcela is here. She's just coming in to say hello for a little bit. She has been working on the beach all day. Y mañana también.
Yep.
Tomorrow she's going to be doing the same thing. Long, long days working on the beach. There's a lot of stuff going on. It is the slow season, so you may be like, so why is there a lot of working on the beach? Well, it is standard or common or good idea. All the big work that happens on the beach happens right after the busy season because it's a cliff. It gets to its busiest and then it's over. Everyone spends their money. Everyone spends their vacation time. Everyone is exhausted. Everyone is broke. And the weather gets bad. And so every bit of local travel in the country goes from peak to zip pretty much overnight. And so any place doing construction, any place doing repairs, any place doing renovations, any place changing things up, this is when it happens. So construction crews are going crazy getting things done. And so she works for a hospitality group out there and has been putting in lots of work down on the beach and just walked in the door. So she's been out there. She left. I can't even remember if I saw her this morning. I must have seen her this morning. Did I? I honestly am too tired. I don't know if I saw her this morning, but if I did, it would have been 12 hours ago. Border runs, trips. Janet says, my dad worked all the time, but part of it was building machinery in the basement or drawing blueprints in his office upstairs. So those are places I spent time with him besides meals in the 1960s. That's kind of how it is with my kids. They know that I'm in my office. So my youngest especially, but both of them, they'll just come in and hang out. They'll be like, are you on a call? And they'll come in and they'll spend 15, 20 minutes randomly throughout the day. Just come in and talk about things or look at things, show me something. So we spend time. And if you put all your time together hanging out with people, it's like, okay, yeah, we got a lot of time together, but at some point you're out of conversations and you're just kind of there. Or you're watching TV together. It's like, okay, we shared an experience, but we're not really hanging out a whole lot. But I think that I'm home and accessible all day long, she'll just pop in my office and we'll get quality time where we're actually paying attention to each other. We'll discuss something and then she'll go on and do something else. And then when something else comes up of interest, we can talk again. And I stop into her, both of their rooms all throughout the day and just talk about things when things happen or whatever. The dog's going, adios? Okay. Sí. Okay. Mañana. No sé si hay reuniones mañana todavía, pero sí, no sé. No sé, pero voy a verte más tarde. Hablar. Sí, no. No. Un momento. ¿Te asesoraré? Ok.
Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana. Buenas noches. Oh, sí.
Y buenas noches a todos.
All right, Frontier Pass. My dad worked all the time. Boeing says, man spricht Deutsch. Craig says, I'm from Florida. The heat is much more intense. The humidity in Florida much worse, and the intensity of sun here is crazy. We do. Luke says, hola, Marcelita. She ran away. So she will be out on the beach all day tomorrow. And then secretly, everyone needs to know, it is her birthday on Sunday. So I'm not sure how we... Ava's here. Oh my gosh, Ava's here. Everyone say hi. So we talked earlier that we need to do a show, or I need to get a recording from Ava about her experiences for a Nicaraguan moving to Australia. I think it'd be really interesting. And there she is. She just popped on. So I'm going to send screenshots of people saying hi to her. And so Ava, we need to have you do a show. I don't know if you want to do like a call in and we do like an interview and we do like a live talk, which we can do pretty easily. Or if you just want to record something and send it to me. But it would be really cool to get, like, now that you've been in Australia for, is this really true, 3 weeks now? Is that possible? Well, it can't be 3 weeks yet, but like 3 weeks on Monday. Bilbo says, you seem to be a wealth of knowledge. How long have you lived there? Also seemingly well-researched. Buenas noches. Thanks, Bilbo. BB. So I started living abroad, really heavily traveling abroad in 2012, like with a goal towards research of making international travel and long-term living abroad possible, right? That was something that we backpacked around Europe for months with our kids. And we then moved abroad in 2015, 10 years ago, and didn't come first to Nicaragua, but did come to Nicaragua in 2015, and fell in love, loved Nicaragua. It was great. We had a family emergency and couldn't stay, and so didn't put in nearly as much time as we wish we had. I was back here by 2019, and that was when I was like, Nicaragua is home. This is where home base needs to be. So the decision was made in 2019. We were in motion in our minds. We have lived here since 2019. But the reality is, because of COVID, we actually didn't get here until the beginning of 2021. So officially, we have more time because of when our entry is, but realistically, we've lived here for 4.5 years, continuous, that it is very much our home. But in like, we've had business here since 2016. I lived here in 2015. I've rented houses here when I wasn't living here. My engagement with, my participation with, and my connection to the country is quite intense. And so, for example, Alan's wife, Alan, who's off and on, is probably on now, but he's traveling, so he might not still be on. His wife's younger sister had originally started working for me. That's how they met, in either 2015 or 2016. We had been friends for sure in 2015. I don't know when she started working for me, probably around 2016. It's been a long time now since she worked for me, but she worked for me for a while and she was our on-the-ground HR department, really, for Nicaragua, and helped build out our offices here. And so she helped us move into Nicaragua as a company 10 years ago. And so Nicaragua has been a place that I lived that immediately became an office location. So I've had a nonstop connection to and involvement with, without a break, for 10 years. But the actual time I've lived here is like 5 years, depending on how you look at it. But I spend a great deal of that time doing business in the country, many different types of business, 10 years of business, many employees, different industries, different regions of the country, different cities within those regions. And so I have, and then I'm very interested, like I make a point of researching the country from other perspectives. And so there's a reason that it kind of all, it seems like I have a lot of experience in the countries, because in many ways I do, and I have a lot of experience in other countries. I've lived in 8 countries. And in some of those countries, I've worked all over the place. So, for example, I have worked in Toronto and London and Belfast and all over the United States, right? New York, California, Texas, South Carolina, Florida, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, right? It's like, holy cow, I've really worked all over. And I work in fields that give me really broad experience very quickly. And so when you put it all together, it's like, yes, my Nicaraguan experience is only so many years, but because I have these compare and contrast capabilities with so many other places, it makes it more meaningful more quickly, I think, in many cases. So that helps. And I have a lot of great friends here, right? So by having that, I get a lot of additional information and feedback and perspective as well. And that's, I've made a point, Marcela being a great example, that she used to live in Managua, and for years, she helped introduce a lot of what life is like in Managua, right? Which is so different than what life is like in Leon. They're very different regions, very different cultural things, and so forth. And so that's been really good for kind of figuring things out. All right, I got to look at a calendar real quick, figure out when I'm doing some travel. All right. Still trying to arrange a trip to Costa Rica, which I've been trying to figure out for a bit. But yeah, getting Ava to come on and do an Australian, like, one, it'll be cool to see where she is in Australia. I see pictures and videos, of course, but sharing with you a little bit of like her life in Australia and all the shocks, because this is her first living abroad, and her trip, which I've heard a little bit about because I was talking to her as she did it, but there's only so much communications while you're traveling. She had to fly, her first ever flight, her first time having to use a passport, flew from Managua on Avianca to San Salvador, did her first layover at San Salvador, then flew to Bogota. Very fast transfer in Bogota. Then she flew to Santiago, where she had an overnight, and actually got to get out and see the city a little bit, which is super cool. I've never been to Santiago. Really want to go see that. My kids they want to do Brazil this year, but Brazil has a bunch of new requirements that make it kind of a pain. My wife's giving me pushback on Brazil, which I don't understand because I think it'll be fantastic, but should be really cool. And then she flew to Sydney, got to spend some time hanging out in Sydney, and then she lives in Brisbane. So there's she's got a lot of this is my travel story coming from Nicaragua. That's I think interesting. And then there's this is Australia, which I've never been to. Most of you, I'm sure, have not been to. So there's a little bit of this is Australia. That's cool. Real life in Australia, right? Not tourist Australia. And then there's this whole having lived her entire life in Western Nicaragua, not just Nicaragua, but very tight Chinandega and Leon. So the places you see a lot on my show, for someone who's always lived in this very small zone, what it's like being on completely the polar opposite part of the world, and living in a different everyday language, and something just bit my foot. That's fun. I don't see anything running around, but something definitely just bit my foot. Normally it's just ants. That's the thing that they don't tell you. Mosquitoes, that's not the thing that really annoys you here. It's the ants. That's what gets you. Now you guys are quiet again. Our chat rate is at 0. We're down to 30 people. Michael is on his way. His kids woke back up, but he got him back asleep, and he is on his way. So we will break open the Flor de Caña. We will get this party started. Get this party started! It's a very loud keyboard. I apologize. I should use this quiet time while you guys are not talking to go get some rum or something. Like, this is... Come on, guys. You can do it. We've got lots of people on. I know you're there. Janet says, I'm here and not doing my work. I'm always at this point of the evening being like, I kind of wish I had food. It sounds right. I like the loud keyboard, though. It sounds right. Okay. We were talking on the chat. Yeah, get those people over here, not over there. That distracts people from being on the show. I never know if I should go over to the chat and start reading stuff from over there to have things like... Oh, Frederico put up a show and showed his cedula, and YouTube took the video down because he showed his cedula. Yeah, guys, don't show your IDs on YouTube. Because they don't know it's yours. You can't prove that it's yours, so they're just like, don't show that. Robsonator. So I made a comment the other day asking if turning our future Nicaraguan home into a farm would be a viable way to gain residency. Seems your answer was leaning towards no, so I've got another idea. It leans towards no. I can't be 100% sure that it's a no, but it leans towards a no. You got to have Intour sign off on it. You got to have a game plan where you're like, here's what I plan to do. Here's why it's going to be an operating business. Here's why it's going to employ people. Here's why you want to accept it. And then if Intour signs off on it, you'll be fine. But you've got to have that sign off, and you want to do it before you do it, not after. Because if you do it after, they have no incentive to say yes, right? Go spend another $30,000 and do it another way, ha ha ha, right? But if you get the approval ahead of time, then they're stuck with their decision. The Temple of G is here, my brother. How you doing, Temple of G? Luke says, by the way, I see bug traps and spray for everything but ants. It's true. Everyone seems to have these things to kill ants, though. Like they've got like folk remedies or whatever, but they seem to work. But you really do need them. One of the things that people don't realize about ants here is that they will eat from out under your house and the foundation will give out. Now, we rent, so we only care so much, but it's a real problem. Nicole says, estoy aquí también. Rob Snader, same premise, except instead of just an ordinary farm, would a winery, assuming we could make that happen, very hard to grow grapes here, with employees be a viable business to acquire residency? A winery should be fine. And the reality is that it's the winery, not the vineyard, that will get you residency. Not that the vineyard will count against you. It's just that the vineyard may not qualify towards it. Now, it may. That definitely feels like an ant climbing on me, but... I hate the tile floors that they have here. It's impossible to see anything. Jan says, well, for some things, you just need some cats. I have cats. They don't eat anything. With employees making, so because you'd be producing wine, I think you'd be okay. You'd have to have at least 2 employees. I mean, everyone does. But that might do it. Rob Center says, the winery, of course, being on the same land as our personal home, you may need to separate them. That could be a point of verify with a lawyer, verify with Intour that there's no problem that you're living on the premises, but that should be okay. Hey, do you know anyone who lives in Ometepe? I can't get that place out of my head. So beautiful. I know a few people who live in Ometepe. Not a ton. I mean, only so many live there, but 55,000. I do love Ometepe. I can't imagine really living there. I mean, if you made me, I'd be like, yeah, this is beautiful. I love it. But it's so isolated that it's a great vacation spot, but it's kind of terrible for most people to live in. Cost of living is a bit high. You're so isolated. Like, it's kind of crazy. I can see my kids liking it. There's a few things that could... I have my theories, and I did a video a long time ago, like what I would do to make Ometepe like the most amazing place ever. And part of it is it needs a few things. One is, like, they need to ban cars. That place needs to be golf cart heaven, right? Make it so safe, so, electric powered and quiet. Now it's like roaring engines and people like, it's the number one activity is seeing how you can make noise. Like, I get it. It's a silent island, but come on, make it really quiet. And at night, it all stops. And then you're like, this is so silent. This is amazing. But during the day, the roar of people just for fun, making it loud for everyone, ruins so much. And the people flying down the roads, like, that doesn't need to be that way. There's some of those things. Take out the airport, take that area and turn it into a resort or something. Make it something beautiful. Let it be forest again if you have to. A bunch of little things could be done, I think, on Ometepe to really up the game and make it like a permanent, very special, very different. Because it's an island. There's so many things you just don't need to have there. And then I think some organic things would happen because of that people would do more things. Okay, let me read this because... Janet says, yeah, that ant thing happening to my parents' house in Oregon. When they remodeled my sister's room, they found that ants had eaten through the concrete floor under the wall. Wow. You don't have enough cats, or doesn't it prefer air conditioning? Yeah, the cat's always in its air conditioning. Temple G, wait, can't I just spend $30K USD and be able to get residency? I don't care about residency. I just want to leave every 30 days. What's the fine if I go rogue? I just don't want to leave every 30 days. I mean, the fine is eventually you go to jail, and you won't be able to return. Can't I just spend $30K and be able to get residency? No, you have to spend $30K on a very specific type of investment to be able to get residency. It's not just buying residency. I mean, you can go to a company, and use that to purchase residency. Why are you bringing a car? Why would anyone bring a car? I do not understand why anyone ever drives a car down. Like, I mean, I'm delivering something. Yes, that I understand. Bringing a car to be here, I do not understand. I can't imagine anything worse than bringing a car here. Like, it's just mind-boggling. So Janet says, you don't leave every 30 days. He says 90, but I got my car. So with a car, you have to leave every 30 days. So you can find a company that will take $30,000 and in your name put it into an approved investment, and you could, in theory, do that and just buy residency, and you basically expect to never see a return, and the money is kind of gone, but you're protected that you don't have to deal with anything, and you don't have to worry about there being a greater cost in the future. That like, oh, this business needs more money to stay viable, so you got to put more money into it. Like that's, actually can be done if that's actually what you want. But generally, people want to own a business and have it do something, and maybe break even if everybody's hopeful that it will. It's not so bad, and you even have a car. I'm not sure what Janet's meaning. It's an excuse to take a little trip. I think she means to the border. It's pretty bad if you have the car and doing the border run with the car. That's pretty bad. Temple G, is there somewhere I can take the car to sell cheap? No, you can never sell a car that you bring in that way. It has to return to its country of origin. Has to. Which is why I can't come up with a scenario where it's not insane to come down with a car. Janet says you need a non-air-conditioned cat to get the stuff outside that room. That is true. Renee deleted something. Temple G says, because I love to trek. No, if you love to trek, you would get a car here. If you hate to trek and you want to be completely a prisoner of the car, then you bring one with you. Loving to trek would rule out ever considering bringing a car to a country to keep. Because that's a temporary import that never goes away. Renee says, is Isidro stopped between Leon and Matagalpa a sad wait? San Isidro is a sad place to wait. If that is the question, the answer is yes. San Isidro is a pretty sad place. If you were going, this is important. If you're going from Matagalpa to Leon, you stop at the Terminal San Isidro, which is in San Isidro. That is a good-sized bus station, and there's a few little market things, so it's okay. If you are going from Leon to Matagalpa, you do not go to San Isidro. This is confusing. They stop at the Empalma San Isidro, which is not in San Isidro. There, they drop you off on the side of the road in a very sad place with no shade, and you've got to run down the street to a bus stop to the south with no clear directions and wait at that bus station until a bus comes by and picks you up to go to Matagalpa. It is incredibly confusing, and I would definitely describe it as a sad spot to wait. Bilbo Baggins says, adventures of driving trip I could imagine. The driving trip is cool. It's the having a temporary imported car with you is the worst thing I can possibly imagine. I plan to do what everyone else does, open a small rental unit that I label online as a resort. Okay, small rental units. So most of the people who do that do not get residency. There are ways to do that and get residency. You're basically talking about like an Airbnb. The people who are making money generally are not getting residency, and the people who do it to get residency are paying super high taxes to do it. So there's like a couple different ways that goes, but be aware, I've yet to meet a person who's done that for residency. So maybe it's a really common thing somewhere else, but it is not a normal path for most people to residency. But you can do it. Like it certainly can be. I just don't think it's much as common path as you're imagining. Ross, the Temple of G, Nicaragua is probably not the best place to do that. Tourism isn't popular enough. Well, if he's doing it for residency though, so it's the thing about Nicaragua is that it is really easy to get residency. It's really hard to make money on that kind of thing. If his goal is to make money, then Nicaragua is just the wrong country altogether. No, a restaurant would be the worst thing you could possibly do because that is a ton of work and still going to lose money. Like you're just setting money on fire. Most people, I don't know what they do, but it is not little rental units. That is a rare thing. Most people don't do investor residency. Investor residency is like the 1%. It is not a normal thing at all. Ross, Scott runs one. I'm pretty sure he would advise against it if you intend to profit. I would very strongly advise against it. Very, very, very. And even if you're just trying to not have all of your money disappear, you would not want a restaurant. So Temple of G, why are you looking at investor residency anyway? If you have the type of money that you're willing to throw at investing and you're retired, I'm just going to guess you're over 45. Why not look at just the simple retirement residency? It doesn't work for everybody. Like, I'm not saying there's not good reasons not to, but typically, no one typically looks at investor residency. It is a lot of work. It is a lot of risk. It does have some benefits, but we wouldn't have done it. We absolutely would not have done it for the purpose of that. We happen to qualify because of our lifestyle and just accepted investor residency. I don't know anyone else that has happened to, but if our goal was residency, investment is not how we would have done it even for ourselves today. Rob Stern says, if you don't care about profit and just want residency, it could be okay, though. The thing about investor residency is that it takes a lot more work to get to your residency. Many times the work and many times the expense, but it's less often. So it's not really that much more expense, but way more work. I see amazing rentals in Popoyo that are being rented out. I know I can design them as well, and the price is right. I mean, if it's something that I figured I could compete, you may be able to, right? The question is, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying that I don't think as many people are doing that as you think, for residency especially. John Blair says, could you compare the medical care available in Nicaragua with surrounding countries like Guatemala and Costa Rica? Thanks. I can't really compare to those particularly. I know that way better than Panama. If we have something happen in Panama, we want to get to Nicaragua. Guatemala and Costa Rica are both known for being quite good as well. So you have a generally good area for the most part. It's not like Nicaragua is way better or way worse. We're all pretty similar for the most part. and similar in a pretty darn good. And when necessary, we all use each other, right? So like if you need something and you live in Nicaragua, it's like, you know what, we just don't have this here. Okay, can I go to Costa Rica? Sure, just drive down. Oh, awesome, cool, right? Easy. Now, obviously, if you're super sick and need to go somewhere, you may not just drive down, but the idea is there. When we had a major event, right, the first thing that they're like is, okay, this is probably really bad, so this is beyond potentially anything in Nicaragua. Now, that was one hospital. The other hospital's like, what are you talking about? We got this, like, whatever. So the difference between one hospital and one region, like a regional hospital, is like, oh no, and then the main hospital at Vivian Pellis is like, we can't imagine a scenario where we're going to have to send you anywhere, but okay. But the regional one, called Vivian Pellis and is like, we need you to prep an airlift, and they thought we were going to have to take someone to either Mexico or Colombia. And so, but those are places that are close enough that it would be like being taken to a specialty hospital within the United States if you had an accident in a small community in the U.S. Like Nicaragua is kind of like the size and population of an Alabama, right? So if you're in Alabama and have something terrible happen, what's the first thing you do? You go somewhere more central, right? Now here we have way better healthcare than Alabama does, I guarantee. But if there's some really specialty thing, at some point you're like, okay, it's not that we don't have good healthcare, it's that we have general healthcare, and some of these specialties need big hospitals, so we may head on up to Medellin or Ciudad de Mexico or something like that for really big, really specialty care, deep niche care kind of places. Amazing rentals. Oh. La Marcelita says, Eva, te extrañamos, te mando un beso. They miss each other, and she's sending her a kiss. They used to hang out all the time. Temple of G, I have no goal of residency. Oh, I have no goal of residency. I just want to build a property and make money close by. In general, investing here, it can be done, right? Just be aware, 98% of people who invest here lose money. They find it very frustrating. There's a million things to know. If it looks easy, it generally isn't. That doesn't mean it won't be. You can still get in when there's still shortages of things on the market. But there are very, very few places where it's harder to make money. And the things that and it's really easy to look and say, look at all these places making money. Everyone does that all the time. And then you find out, well, those places are all going out of business. None of them are making money. And we get told by foreigners all the time, everyone's making money. Look at all this money. And then when they come here, it's like, they're not making money. Right. And people say, like, so for example, I had a restaurant that is now closed. And today it's official. We were like doing some repairs, and we were renting the space. And they said, oh, we decided to sell it. We made an offer. They didn't accept our offer. So we're like, okay, well, our lease is done. Bye. Right. So we were a restaurant. Now we were losing money. At our peak, we had 600 people in the restaurant at a time, still losing money. Everybody talks about how much money we make from that place. People can't stop talking about how successful we are. We lose money, right? So as the largest, we beat the National Cerveceria for their mega bar. We had a bigger party. We had the biggest party in Western Nicaragua, one of the biggest in the entire country, every Tuesday night for a long time, not making money. The idea that because a business exists means it's making money, especially in a market like this, is absolutely not expected. You expect a business here to be losing money. It's possible to make money. I don't want to discourage you from doing something that sounds fun and is going to make you happy and whatever, but I also want to be realistic. Just because you're looking at other places and they're rented doesn't mean that they're making money. There are places that have shortages of anything, even restaurants. And there is someone who's making money from restaurants. Typically, the people who are making money, though, aren't foreigners with high overhead. You're going to compete against people who have lower overhead than you. So they're going to have lower construction costs, lower management costs. They're going to be lower legal costs. Like their lawyer will be cheaper. Their accountant will be cheaper. They're less likely to have someone take advantage of them. They have better connections with the police. It's just easier to get things overseen. They need less time and training to figure out what they need legally. Like, are you aware of camera requirements in the country? Businesses have to have certain camera requirements and so forth. Those are things you have to have. Reporting to DHE is very complicated. And so are you prepared for possibly having your business shut down for 6 months because someone had a computer problem and your paperwork didn't get filed correctly? And now you've got to have a team of people working on that stuff. And it's very frustrating, right? These are normal things that businesses just have to put up with here. They're part of the business culture. And being able to navigate those things is what makes someone successful as a business here. Those are dramatic things. And so when you're looking at places, you might be like, hey, look, this place is cool. I don't think they spent that much to build it. It seems to be rented out. There's a lot of things you don't necessarily see. How much their overhead is. Are they really profitable? Are they really rented out all the time? And in some cases they are, right? There are places that I know of places that are making good money. But they're the exception. They're not the rule, even on the beaches. La Marcelita says, estoy intentando leer todos los mensajes para mí. Gracias a todos siempre por estar pendiente de mi salud. Los quiero mucho. She says, I am planning to read all the messages that you guys send to her. Thanks to everyone always for being thoughtful of her or thinking about her health. And she says she loves you all very much. Nicole says, sends a heart to La Marcelita. Rob Sonator says, a Temple of G. If you've got the capital, you could try building a community of luxury houses marketed towards expats. You can make pretty good money, but it could take a long time to sell them all. And be aware, there are whole places that have done that and have not sold them all after 30 years. So all those places are generally losing money, and they have to maintain them, like all kinds of things. Nicole says, maybe better to invest in the stock market. Oh, absolutely. It's definitely better to invest in the stock market in general. Stock market is basically guaranteed to return you about 9% returns. Investing in Nicaragua, you expect to lose on average. So almost guaranteed making 9% versus almost guaranteed losing some amount is a wild difference. Yeah, from Canada, I just sold my business. The government in Canada is killing small business. It's too expensive. Employees are too much to pay for. I sold the biz and wanted to buy cheap land. Well, definitely you can get cheap land here. It's just, it's very hard to make money. Things are very cheap to acquire, but very expensive to operate. Michael is here. So I got to let the dog out because she's losing her mind. And I'm going to get Michael set up and bring him in. Yeah, Michael's here. You can go say hi. All right, guys, I'll be right back as I bring him in.
Chair I have.
Oh, this is, yeah.
That's the one
Only so many
that's
chairs
so
on the street.
sweaty on my.
All right, we're on our way. We're on our way. It does make you sweaty. I know. I'm sorry.
So sweaty. Oh my gosh, this is the layer.
Oh, have you never been in here?
I've never been in.
Oh
here.
my gosh.
I've only seen behind this curtain.
Okay, that's
right here.
funny.
That's all I've ever seen.
You've only ever seen behind the curtain.
Yeah.
That is the story. Let me see. I gotta move this. Yeah. All right, you're being crazy. And this kind of has to sneak in a special way, and then we have to adjust things. I may have to widen the lens here. Ooh, didn't mean to move the camera. There we go. All right, we're gonna fit in. Mia!
Oh,
Jeez. She so has to walk through the middle of everything. If you can kind of carefully pull that around the corner and then aim it this way. Yeah, it's... I needed more space in here. We haven't finished this desk yet, so it's way too big and too far this way because it's up against this because it's meant to be half the size and not as wide, and so this corner will be way better someday. But I'm never Chepe's priority for projects, so there we are. Okay, we're on. We're gonna move.
oh man.
this a bit. Michael is here.
Oh, I'm over here.
Yeah, you're.
Oh, okay.
Let me bring up a monitor here. There you can see yourself in real time.
Howdy, howdy.
And I'll back up a little bit, and I think we kind of fit.
On both sides.
The light's kind of wild, and
do you stare at the camera? Is that what you do?
you kind of do, yeah. If you want to look at the lens, that's kind of good. There's no hard and fast rules.
There you go.
It's a sloppy show. Let's be honest.
Well, but that's why we're here. Why we all come to see it is that it's real.
It's
raw.
it's very raw. It's very visceral. There we go. We got the logo there in the middle, like we're good. All right, what are people saying? We're talking to Temple of G. He's talking about he just sold his business. He wants to get cheap land. He thinks he wants to open businesses down here, trying to do stuff, which is so. Robsonator says, my advice: if you're going to invest in real estate in Nicaragua, it's better not to browse online. Boots on the ground is the best way. Absolutely, for sure. Temple G says, I'm the exception. Scott, we are the exception. Let's reopen the restaurant. Here for it. Well, the space is gone. Like we're like,
oh really?
Oh yeah. So they didn't accept. We gave an offer. They decided they wanted to sell it, and so we're like, okay, we'll buy it. And they didn't accept the offer, and we're like, okay, well the lease is done now. Bye. So
Nice.
we're like, I guess that's that. We didn't get. We were just doing some maintenance, which it was big maintenance.
Yeah.
But they decided, and it was coincidental. They decided to sell it, and then did not accept a way over market price. Because we were like, well, we're the only ones, like, we have an existing business there. We're the neighbors. Like, there's so many reasons that it's worth it for us. Okay, let's give them way more than it's worth.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we want more. And we're like, I don't. And honestly, and I'm like, you know what? I felt like we were offering too much as it was. Like, I felt like we were doing, like, he's sick, and they need the cash. And it's like, okay, let's, help out. And I think we can make it work anyway.
Yeah.
And they were like, no. And we're like, you know what? I kind of feel better not doing it. So... Okay, then it answered itself. It wasn't my decision. So
yeah. No, that's something we've talked a lot about is just having the experience of seeing online how cheap things seem to be or inexpensive things seem to be, and then wanting to look online and going, even from that perspective, online is so much more inexpensive than you're used to seeing. So you're like, this is a great deal, but then to come down here and see that it's even more inexpensive.
Right.
So even whatever's listed online, like it's even less than that when you're actually down here talking to people, which was a huge transition to try to get to the point where I could like change my mindset from everything in North America is online. Like we don't talk to each other. We want to go online and just read it. Down here, it's the complete opposite. You're gonna have a hard time finding stuff online that is, better than making a phone call.
Right, right, yep. Bilbo says, "What if someone had long lost grandparents? Will that help visiting, residency, ease of process, etc.? Are dual citizenships allowed or better or recommended?" So dual citizenships are completely allowed and very simple. I don't know how many generations back your paperwork has to be. I know if you're the children of Nicaraguans, you're just Nicaraguans. Like, you don't have to do anything.
Oh.
If it's your grandparents, I don't know. At some point, it gets you nothing. And at some point, it just gets you citizenship. There will generally be nothing in between. I don't know any country that gives, like, it's easier, but it doesn't just give it to you. It's basically black or white. Whatever the rule is, I don't know what it is. But under normal circumstances, if you're close enough that you get it, you get it. And if you're not close enough to get it, you got to go through the same process as someone who has no connection whatsoever. Me, for example.
Yeah.
But Janet says, better listen to more videos. I think Scott says, if you think you're the exception, you're not the exception. I think that's what he's referring to, Janet. I think he was making I'm an exception joke, because I have so many videos that say that. When Donna says, thanks, Scott, love your videos. I look forward to them daily. Also, the WhatsApp community is awesome. Oh, well, I'm glad you're on there. Thank you. For anyone who isn't on there, go check out the WhatsApp community. I'll share the link. It is a great place. Michael's on there.
Yeah.
Marcela is on there. It's the place to hang out. It's a bit wild. Don't go talk on there right now because you're on the live stream. But when the live stream's not going on, it's a good place to be. It's a great place to be to find out when the live stream is starting. That's where I announce it first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know we all hear him say it over and over and over again, but it is genuinely a super useful space to be able to, especially while here, get almost instantaneous answers to any kind of question you can come up against. So it really helps with confidence, especially if you're thinking about coming down to visit, or you want to, you're down here and you have no clue what to do, or you're looking for a restaurant or any of those things. You can just post in there, and it's really nice to feel like even in a place I'm not used to, in a brand new space, I'm not alone. There's people all around in any one of the cities that you can think of that will be able to, come and help. Or
Am I grabbing the door? The dog's trying to come in. He always runs out and then regrets his decisions. Well, plus everybody just left. That was fine. Tiffany says, Florida in the building. Bilbo Baggins says, blessings to La Marcelita. Last I saw, she was sitting outside, but I think she was in the car that just left. Oh, the little dog is here. He's being crazy. He's like, I didn't know you were here. Come here, Clive. We got to put you on the show. Come here. Yes, come here, Mr. Stinky. Come here. Yes, he got skunked. Here he is. But it's been like a week.
Oh.
You can smell it if you get close, but he's not bad. Hi.
Nice.
You're on the show. Everybody loves you. You're everyone's favorite Boston. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, he wants to say hi. He's so excited. Oh.
Right in the face.
He did. Sniff him close. You can smell the skunk.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but it's there.
I know we had skunks down here.
We do. Not a ton. It's not like the Northeast or anything, but they're around.
Yeah.
We have possums, skunks, porcupines, something. I can never remember its name. There's a small thing that would remind you. It's like between a lemur and a rabbit, kind of thing. We do have rabbits, but not very many either.
But is it a marsupial?
It's not a marsupial. I can't think of what it is. Shoot. Things for small town living. John Blair, for small town living, less than 20,000. Just to be clear, 20,000 is a pretty big town in Nicaragua. Any favorites that you would recommend for possibly living? Oh, John, that's a tough one. Mostly because I don't know that many towns below 20,000. That's the hardest thing. There are small towns all over the country and loads of cool ones. Bonanza, for example. We were just looking at Bonanza. No, I'm kidding. It does look cool. But
Really?
it's a gold mining town in the mountains.
Oh, nice.
But it's big, and it has a nice looking hotel. I was like, what?
Do people come to see, is tourism for the gold mining a thing?
There's no.
No? Okay.
Not at all. And it's most the way to the Atlantic coast. Like, it's way out there. It's famous as, one of the most inaccessible towns that still has a road to the country.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's great. And its name is Bonanza.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's like a joke. But it does
My favorite town, small town is El Sauce. Even though I know that's not, what it means, but...
Or its name.
Right. But I love that it's El Sauce.
El Sauce in northern Leon is a really beautiful small town. I think that's over 20,000 though.
Really?
I think so.
Oh wow.
That's a city. It's a big municipality. Lots of buses run there, but it is small enough that John might be happy with it. El
Doesn't
Sauce.
it mean the willow tree or something?
Yes, it's the willow.
Yeah.
It has a major sanctuary.
Okay.
With beautiful gardens right downtown. There is a hostel on the north side of town that they tried to get me to buy.
Nice.
Marcela and I went out there and filmed one time. It's on Nicaragua 360 as well. You can go check it out.
Okay.
See Sauce on there. It is a cute town. It is big enough that it has a number of things like restaurants and stuff. I have friends who are doctors out there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a clinic. Yeah, that's a cute town. There's so many of those. But I think you're gonna find a lot of in that size. You're gonna find Masatepe, and Catarina, and that region is going to have a lot of big winners.
Yeah.
Out there, I think you're gonna.
Well, and I would even ask, John, what is it? What are you looking for in that small town? What is drawing you to small town living, and specifically because there are so many different ones that have different flares to them that may be better to narrow it down.
And do you want a small town that's isolated, it's 20,000 people hanging out in the middle of nowhere, or do you want 20,000 just outside of Managua so that you've got a small town, but you can get to all the stuff in 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Because, for example, Ticuantepe is a relatively small town, but it's just outside Managua, and so you have this really awesome connection to the capital, but it's also a small town on its own. So you kind of get, there's a lot of those kinds of things around Managua because Managua is so big but there's villages everywhere.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Nueva Guinea, out in the jungle, for example.
Oh, jeez.
Completely on its own.
Hi, Janet.
Temple of G, we're building a farm, Scott. I'm gonna need you. We're gonna need to get horses, show ponies. There's a lot of show horses here. That's a big thing. So if you want to have a show horse place, I don't know exactly where all these places are, but there's regions all throughout the country that do show horses. And I assume you're aware of the Ipicos. So if you want to get into the big show horses and take them on tour all throughout the country, marching them through the streets, that is a huge thing here.
Really?
Absolutely huge. Yeah. Once the Ipico season has started, which it has started, but it isn't in this region yet. It's such a thing to do. So you haven't been to an Ipico yet. So Michael's in for a treat. The Ipico is a thing.
To check that out.
So pretty much it works this way. It's kind of like the county fair, if it was a traveling event. So this county has it this week, that county has it next week, and it goes around the country. And there can be times where there's two at the same time, but it's real rare. They try really hard to make every community get one once. And they go to a lot of small places, but some places never get it. And some places always get it twice, like Managua.
Okay.
But so here in Leon, we're kind of in the middle. I've done Leon, I've done Granada, I've done Nagarote, I've done Managua. And there's a lot I want to try out. I want to see Boaco, I want to see Huigalpa, I think that'd be great for it. But basically you go out in the morning, you find friends, and you go to geckos.
Yeah.
And you sit around and you have drinks all morning. People are drinking at breakfast. Right, it's Nicaragua, you can do that. And you're drinking at breakfast, and live bands are playing. So the Dukes or somebody, they'll be jamming, and you're all right, music and beer at 10:30, and your friends are getting together, and you're not chugging them, right? You're having a nice easy warm up, and you go for a few hours, and then at some point you acquire a spot to watch the show, and you work your way there, or like Marcela and I do sometimes. We will actually march the parade. And so what most people do is they either get into a Tonya tent or get a street restaurant that has outdoor seating, or they know someone who's converted their sidewalk into something. And they camp out, and then this hours-long parade of horses just comes through the city, and it's slowly in weird groups, it's really strange, and it's people all dressed up in traditional costumes and giant dancing horses, and they're dancing through the streets on the horses, and it's a huge thing, and people are just drinking all day. It's the biggest events. The amount of alcohol flowing through the city is beyond anything, and it'll go all day, including if it's raining. They'll just keep going.
Wow. And
then at some point there's actually floats that come through, and the Tonya girls dance on the float, and there's a beard product company who has a van and girls dancing on the roof of the van and stuff. And these are and huge float things. In Managua there's 20 of those floats. Here there's 2. And
when does it come to Leon?
I'm not sure of the date. You'll know for sure. It's huge. It shuts down the city.
Nice.
Because they wind all the way through the city. And then at the end, they end up at the old baseball stadium, which is converted to a rodeo.
Oh, nice.
And they put on the Leon Rodeo.
That's cool.
And then there's, bull riding and, more or less traditional.
That's really cool. Do you, what time frame, month it normally ends up in?
I feel it's June or July, but I'm not actually sure. Okay. I'm terrible with, schedules and dates because I pay no attention.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah, and my favorite one that I've done is Nagarote. That one, we really had a blast, and Nagarote is such a cool town. But we did the one in Managua, and that was so epic. It's so big.
Yeah.
And there's, you end up on the Zona Rosa at the bars, and you're drinking, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And then all of a sudden you hear music and realize the parade's still going and the horses come by in the Zona Rosa at 3 a.m. and you're what is going on? And then float after float after float. And you're up on the upper decks, but the floats are so high that the girls are dancing in the windows and stuff. And you're this is so weird. And they put Tonya girls at every major bar in the city.
Yeah.
So like you're going around Managua and every single bar has things out Antonia girls in front of it. I'm like, I don't know where this many girls come from in the whole country. Like, how do they find so many people to do this? Like, it's crazy. It is a wild, wild event and so unique. Like, I've never seen anything like it anywhere. And you describe it to people and they're like, I don't know about this. And then you actually do it and you're like, I still don't know about this, but this is wild and you have to do it.
Yeah.
The only one I did that I was like, it was really boring was Grenada. Too touristy, too small. Yeah. But still, it's still a big thing, but I don't know, maybe it's because it wasn't my community.
Yeah, I think, is that what Jim posted in Tiarimo? Mm-hmm. That was that event going on there where they had the rodeos and...
No, he was posting some separate event, yeah.
Okay. That sounds really cool, though. I want to check that out.
Yeah, and that's in that region with those small villages that are also nice.
Yeah.
That's where he is. The witch villages. That's the Pueblos Blancos is a really amazing region. I think people find a lot of small villages out there that they really like. And everyone finds their own. It's like, I went to this one, I went to this one. And they're all pretty close, and they're really clustered. It feels like a city almost, but everything's forest. It's really interesting.
Yeah, we drove through some of that on our way back from doing a border run. And on the way through to Messiah, we were headed over to Price Mart to grab some stuff. I was like, you would come into a little open city area, and there'd be like a street or two, and then you would go back into the woods, and then you would come back out into that. So
yeah, I love that region. It's really nice, and the weather's nice, and Road to Health. My ex-husband is from Nicaragua. Our kids were born in the U.S., and now they want to get citizenship in Nicaragua. Is that possible? So this is important. Your husband is Nicaraguan, so your kids are Nicaraguan. They don't have to get citizenship. They have to come get their passports. Would I be able to get residency through them? No. You do not get something from your children. But you also don't need it. Like, you can just come to Nicaragua and live. So on the border run system, and then you can apply for residency if you want. There's so many ways to get residency that the need to get residency through your kids who are citizens doesn't really apply. I mean, there's got to be some fringe situation where someone just doesn't have a path to residency, but that should not realistically be a challenge for you, especially with kids. They're going to be real, like, you could be doing border runs and be like, and they'll be at the border and be like, so you're doing your 100th border run, what's up with this? And you'd be like, I can't get residency, I don't qualify, but my kids are citizens. And they're very likely to be like, oh, that's a good reason. Right? Like, imagine border control being like, no, you can't come see your kids, who are citizens and will be very upset, right? Yeah. Like, they don't want to tell a citizen your law-abiding mother is not allowed to visit you. That's not a border control message they want to send. So if you can get residency, which is almost guaranteed, then they want you to do that. But if you actually try and can't, and obviously I can't speak for Migracion, but imagine that conversation with Migracion being like, look, I have no means to get residency, but my kids are citizens. I need to go see them more.
Yeah.
They could leave to come see me somewhere else. No, that's good. You can go. Right? Like, I think you'll be safe. But let's start with, what residency options do you have? Are you retired? If your kids are old enough that they want to get citizenship, you only get residency, you only look at residency if you're going to be here a lot, right? So presumably you either have a remote job or are retired or plan to do something of that nature, one or the other. To have income here, if you're not going to be here enough that you have to do that, then you don't need residency. It won't do you it won't solve anything for you, right? You're good. So Tiffany says, Clive, I'm sad it's his time for Spotlight. Peasants. Clive said, it's his time for the spotlight, peasants. It's true, he did say that. And now he's rolling around like a maniac on the pillow. He's so crazy. He just got up, but he was like on his back, like thrashing around. John says, I live in a small college town and just used to that. Tepe is and San Marcos are the small college towns. Temple of G says, oh good, I'll drink at breakfast. Girls on van roofs, I'm in. Tiffany says, Michael, blink twice if Scott is holding you hostage in his house. Right, the gnats, because of the lights, they're terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's always a gnat flying around my face. You can see them on the dome.
Yeah.
Because they're small enough that they come in the slats.
Oh. Yeah. I know, I've got them in my house. They're driving me nuts right now. I'm like, I need to
Look at this. We all have
Get
our
something.
phones.
Yeah.
On a live stream, but chatting.
Well, I'm just checking that my wife's watching. This is a shout out to you, babe. Told you I would. Well, I got on. So now that I'm famous.
Oh no! Marcela has a cockroach in her house. Someone has to go over there and kill it.
Uh-oh.
I'm only half joking.
That's not good. She's just right around the corner, isn't she?
Well, yeah, on a bike, it's right around the corner. On foot, it's 25 minutes.
That's true. That's true.
It depends on the situation. Apparently, Julian didn't go in with her and do an inspection. People should know she's like my daughter. She can't have a bug in the house. She can have a lot of bugs. It can't be a cockroach.
Yeah. So my wife's the same way. She can't stand cockroaches.
Cockroaches don't do anything, so I just step on them. They're fine.
Yeah.
It's Road to Health. I am planning to rent out my California house and do consulting work online. Do you have your own consultancy, or are you going to work through a consultancy? Basically, are you going to be paid as a salaried employee, or are you going to be paid as an owner? Being the opposite question. I really got to cut my hair. Oh my gosh. I've been so lazy about it.
It doesn't look that long.
It's terrible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can, like,
You do
depends
like
on
a
the
little
angle.
more better buzzed.
Yeah, and I did it recently, I felt like, but apparently it's growing in fast. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bayardo is here. Saludos y viva Nicaragua. Sus líderes actuales y el FSLN. Hey, Bayardo. ¿Cómo está? Oh, you're going to be as an owner. Okay. So that means, for you, Road to Health, any income you have from your house, and this is going to be confusing because it's a rental, that counts towards rentista. And any income you take as the owner of your business is a dividend, or can be shown as a dividend under normal circumstances, and can be used towards rentista. Now, if you have enough money from your rental or some other investments to show for rentista, you don't want, probably, this is getting into your accountant stuff, but you probably don't want to take owner dividends for your business. You want to take salary, because the U.S. will treat that as tax-free until you are very, very wealthy. But if you need it to show significant enough rentista income, then make it that way, and the taxes are still very low. But basically, if you're going to generate enough to live on between rental and owning a consulting firm, you are good to go. Just get a rentista retirement visa, and you're good. You don't need to worry about an investment here. You don't need to worry about pensionado style. You have the easiest thing. All you have to do is show that between the two things you have, and you'll have to show a little bit of history, right? But we'll explain that in a second. You only have to show $1,250 per month average over like a 2-year time frame. But the 2-year time frame is when they approve you, not when you apply. So if you move down today and you start all this stuff today, and let's assume your business is running and your rental is rented, and you're bringing in $1,250 between the two, plus, like, and if you have like a mutual fund, then that's bringing in, $200 a month. Add that in. You only need to make $1,050 plus that $200, right? You get to put everything together. As soon as you can show that, and you're here, right? You're here on the border run system. You're good. Do the border run for one time. That gets you a full year here. Do it a second time. You're at a year and a half here. And now they say, oh, and then this is unlikely, but if they at that point say you got to move towards resident, you say, okay, cool. I'm working on my rentista. Get a lawyer or do the paperwork yourself. I used an attorney, but I did investor. Luke just did, I think, pensionado himself and didn't have to use a lawyer to keep it cheap. But if you have to like manipulate things and like having a lawyer can help a lot. And be like, okay, I've got this for rentista. And then they might be like, oh, you're supposed to show this for 2 years. And you go, oh no, I'll have to wait 3 months. Either they let you wait 3 months, or they decide to be total jerks about it and be like, no. And then you go, okay, see you in 3 months, and just go to Colombia for 3 months and have a vacation. And then come back and be like, look, 2 years, residency, let's go. Right, like that's the worst case scenario, is that you've got to take a vacation to reset that border run so you can come in and do your thing, and that's very unlikely, right? You get to that point where you're like, guys, I'm 90 days away from, I'm like off camera, 90 days away from showing you the things you need for Rentista. Let me stay and do it in country, right? And as you know, like I'm in progress. I've got here's my Interpol. I'm not an internationally wanted, bank thief. I have not run, international cartels or anything of the sort. Here's my, last 18 months of Rentista income, and hopefully it's above the minimum number by that point, right? Maybe it's $2,000 a month, maybe it's $50,000 a month, right? Look, I'm a good financial risk. I understand it's not long enough, and maybe it is long enough, right? And then you put these things together, and you're like, can I get one more border run so that this doesn't have to be special approval? And like the other things, and can I stay with my kids who are citizens, right? They're going to be, where are you staying while you're in this 90 days? How do we know you can survive? I'm going to live with my citizen children. Yeah. I think the story will go over well with border control. That's really what it comes down to. Can you tell a good story to border control that makes them say, oh, you're someone we value having in the country? I don't think you're going to have any challenge to that. So that's the... Like you're inside, and those are all the like extreme scenarios, right? There's every possibility you won't ever be asked to convert during that time frame, right? That's a worst case scenario, and I don't think they're ever going to give you a hassle with the Rentista, but it's a worst case scenario. Put all those worst case scenarios together, maybe you got to do a small vacation in Colombia while irons out.
Well, and context wise, I obviously don't have the same level of experience, but context-wise, I think it's always something that I thought of and was on that side of when before coming down here was like thinking about working with government officials, especially in that stance in North America. We often have this perspective that they're like this hardcore, scary group that is unbending and unwavering. But down here, people are generally speaking, they want to help. And including the government officials, if they see you're struggling or they see you have intent for that, like the experience is, people are generally pleased that we're here as expats. They're excited to meet and help, and that's just a different experience than at least my experience in North America. So it's definitely a weird thing to try to wrap your head around unless you have experienced it. So having come down to visit or seen that, it's just a very different type of interaction with the people. So that's how it was when we went to Migración, or when we went and did our border run. Everyone was just really helpful. They were even like, hey, you can, like, we see you have kids, like, let's pull you out of the line, like, let's skip ahead, things like that. Like, they just, generally speaking, were not mad that I struggled with the language. They were, not mad when I didn't have the right exact change. They weren't like, they were generally speaking, like, well, I'll help you.
Right.
I'll work with you. So,
yeah, that's the general experience. Very few people, outside of Sammy, of course, experience everything as a negative in the country.
Yeah, and obviously that's my experience, and it's fresh. That's not going to necessarily be everyone's experience. Like, there's going to be unexpected things. There's going to be things that maybe don't work out exactly as you hope them to be or as you planned. I mean, Luke had it all very, like, to the minutia planned out, but even then, things didn't go exactly as he wanted them to. But, generally speaking, you'll find somebody who can help you through the process.
For sure. Freddie says, hey there, Scott guest.
Why, hello there.
It's gotten very silent. This is the challenge of doing the live stream.
Yeah.
This is why it's good that you're here, because we can banter.
Yeah.
And so often they just kind of clam up, and so you're like,
That's because it's like
live,
now we're watching a show,
guys. Yeah. They're like, oh, I'm just kicking back. I got my popcorn, and they like Pedidos Ja is showing up, and they're like pizzas. Like I can't answer. Like I've got this pizza and sticks and
dude, Pedidos Ja is so dangerous. Like it is so dangerous. Like it's so Pedidos Ja, and we've talked about it, or he's talked about it a bunch, but I think we've all like messaged about it at different times. But it is like Uber Eats down here, but it is so much. It's seemingly faster, and
It's never going to focus on it because it sees our faces.
Oh.
We'll have to put it back here in line with our faces.
Yeah.
See? And blow up the screen so you can see it.
It's essentially Uber Eats, but it is so much less expensive to order things and get them to you. And generally speaking, they show up pretty quick because, here in Nicaragua, the motorcycle is king. The moto is king. You can get in and out, all over the place really quick. So all of the pedidas ya ride motos, and they have these big, backpacks, cooler backpack things, and which I totally want one of those to put groceries in.
Right? Like that's
get one.
you can go buy them.
I need to.
They're totally available to the public.
I want one of those. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to put a basket on the back of my bike, and I don't really want to strap that down. So one of those would be great. But anyways, you can order stuff and get it to your house so fast, which is it's dangerous because it's so inexpensive to get it to you, and it is it's so fast. It's fast. I mean, so our favorite is Hugoso, which is
ours too. Constantly,
like every single day almost. We're getting
we don't do that.
But
we're pretty obsessed. At least weekly. Pretty typically, there's one day a week that my kids request it, and one day a week that Marcela requests it.
Yeah.
And so Hugoso is just smoothies, batidos, but it's all
and milkshakes. They have some milkshakes.
Yeah. And
it's basic. It's not even super fancy. But they're delicious and they're fast. 10 minutes. You got a smoothie in your hand from the time you order it. Most of the time, maybe not out here. I don't know how it is for you out here.
They're
closer, wouldn't you?
No, they're definitely closer to you.
Okay,
but they're out here pretty fast.
Yeah.
They're probably here. I ordered. They're probably here in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but they're great. I mean, for the 6 of us to get 6 smoothies is less than $20 to try and order some smoothies. So it's dangerous. Plus, they'll go to the pharmacy for you. They'll go to the grocery store in some cases. They'll get you
ice. I can go on and order. I mean, we have
toothpaste,
the same one. Yeah, it's
paper towels, whatever stuff you need. That's kind of convenience store stuff. They'll get it for you.
Yeah, because you can go to Mercados, and then you've got the AM/PM. You've got Super Express. Karnik is in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can order
butcher.
Raw meats.
Right.
That's just steaks and ground beef and stuff to your door.
This is new. Nutramarket is on there now.
Yeah, I saw that.
I haven't looked at that in a while. They don't have very much, and they're closed at the moment. But
yeah.
But organic pancake mix, olive oil.
Yep.
Smucker's sugarless honey. Some weird. They don't have very much, but
no. And the convenience stores pretty much have all of the same things. The only time I got in trouble was when I ordered on the convenience store some ice cream, and the convenience store did not have the ice cream I ordered. And so they tried calling me, and my handle on the Spanish language is not what it should be, and so I'm like, I can't talk to you on the phone. You can text me on the WhatsApp or on the app, but we can't. And they were like, what do you want us to do? Do we have this other flavor? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I think that's fine. And they were like, and so we ended up, I was like, just take it off the order. Just cancel, forget about it. So
that's too bad. Yeah, sometimes that stuff, they like to call. And it's like, why are you calling?
Yeah.
The purpose of this app is to not call.
Yeah.
That's why I use this app.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I need to get... I'm not going to be able to do this. No, I can do it Saturday. I need to get shawarma.
Yes.
Because Larry has... No, they're not... Okay, so on there, they don't do vegetarian. So Larry called them and said, do you understand that Scott Allen Miller cannot order from you because you don't have vegetarian on there? And they're like, no! And so they're like, here's a number. Call us. We'll bring you falafel to the house. I'm like, yes. But I haven't done it yet because I keep forgetting. And what I want to do is go on Padu's shop and be like, what's available?
I mean, they're still open, aren't they?
I don't know.
I could go for a shawarma.
Well, there you go. That would be great. You should do that on the show and show the food arriving.
Yes. Well, do you have the number? Because I don't know. They only have the normal ones.
Oh, I have to look up the... Why can I not find them on here? I wanted to see if they added it before I...
Oh, I can't even do it from here. I don't have the directions set up for your house.
What's wrong with you? You can just send it to where you are, but...
Oh, okay.
I can send it to Marcela as well.
Oh, see, I can't do that at my house. When I try doing it at my location, they always end up outside of the wall of the neighborhood, and they're just there honking on the other side. And I have to be like, you have to come inside of the neighborhood.
There's ways to put in additional description. Like ours says the location that it says come in the gate. And
yeah, no, that's what I've had to do. I've had to like drop it in the middle of the field in front of the house, and then put in the directions.
I think the shawarma place is off of the app already. Nope, there it is. Closed for today.
Oh.
Yep, Shawarma Leon, that's why it didn't come up.
That's sad.
Yep. Yeah, see, they only do meat on the app for some reason.
Yeah.
Like,
and they don't separate out like they do at the restaurant, being able to just order some fries. And that...
Right.
Like, that is something where is the best place to just get fries? You just want fries? Where can I just order fries to be delivered?
I think there's a lot of places that do it. The question is, who does it well?
Right. I've tried a few places. I've not yet found one that I'm like, that's the fry place to get them from. So, we like the so far we've used I think the Cello burger.
I just saw them. They have nothing for me except maybe fries.
Yeah.
No one does veggie burgers.
Yeah.
Coco
Kalala does.
They don't deliver.
Oh, that's true.
Which is what I haven't eaten there in years because they don't deliver.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to drive over there. My kids don't want to hang out there. I love their food, but they don't deliver.
Yeah.
Which is a huge.
What about the drivers that I see that don't have like the peditas job, but they have the backpacks that just say delivery? Like, can you call them to just deliver anything?
You can call a taxi to just deliver anything, but it's more expensive and it's a big pain. I don't want to call. I want to go on Peditas Job and order, or make your own app, but that's annoying.
Yeah.
But I want it to be simple, and I don't want to talk to people. And if I talk to people, every restaurant will get it wrong. It'll be like, what is this? And then you're like, I just made, they have terrible margins, and it's like, it's not the driver's fault. Like, it makes me not want to do it because something will go wrong. We won't be able to eat it. We're going to spend all this time, all this money, and then we're going to throw it away, and then we'll be upset about it. And it's just, I know that's going to happen. So with Peditas Job, it's almost always right because they're looking at it or whatever. Even though there's a lot of things missing, they generally get it right. A lot of things missing, meaning from the options.
Oh, we've had things missing from the orders.
Happens,
I think one time we ordered like a couple pizzas and it came back one pizza short, and we were like, I don't know, do you just not take it out of the backpack? Like
that has happened. We've had that kind of stuff.
But no, the app was cool about it though. I mean, we've had them not deliver stuff before a couple different times, and the app is always like, you just put in there it didn't arrive, and they're like, cool, here's a coupon for it.
Yeah, I've had that, and they've been really good. There is that open right now? Now, if we wanted to order something right now, what we could get is pupusas.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've had those yet. I know. I also need to try the empanadas that your friend makes.
Oh, yeah.
I have not yet tried those. They're like the best ones in town, aren't they?
They are, yeah. We would had to have ordered 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
And I don't think she's open today. She normally texts me if she's open. She's not open very often.
No, I see pupusas all over the place, but I have not yet tried.
Well, I think
known where the the good pupusas are to try those.
Yeah, well, I don't know if this place is. This is just Antojitos, but why would they charge 50 cord and 80 centavos?
I don't know. I don't know why there's a 50 cent. Why there's even like that is a really cool thing about down here is that there's really no change. Most of the time, there's no change other like in fractions. The change is a 1 Cordova or a 5 Cordova, which is it's neat to have those. But everything is just very round numbers. It's just I like that. They're whole numbers, I should say, not round numbers, whole numbers. I'm reading the chat.
I'm ordering pupusas.
I'm not as good as you at following everything down.
So Luke, the last thing before we read, Luke says item 37 on the Migracion laundry list. Number 2, separate airline quotes for one-way flight back to the U.S. We were not asked for that. Must deposit dollar amount. Per Frederico's experience today, cannot use Spirit for flight quote.
Can you use the forward, way forward, or what's that?
No.
The forwarding
These
thing?
are flight quotes. $15 would definitely not fly. Pun intended. Is this really going to work at this late at night? Is this 9:30? Are we ordering food?
Yeah. It works.
Facial recognition says.
My only issue with them is that
Order
sometimes...
accepted. Order accepted.
There you go.
We are
He
doing.
didn't have his sound on. It makes a big like doorbell ding dong when you put it in there.
I make everything silent. I don't
My
like-
kids have that now, like in their head. The doorbell does not mean someone's at the door. It means we've ordered food.
Right. So Michael's going to have his first ever Salvadoran pupusas live on the show, and we're going to show you what $8 of food delivered is, because I just got billed $8.25 for 4 dinners is what I just ordered.
And then that's tip and delivery and service fee, all included.
And I always up the tip to the maximum, which is not a ridiculous amount. It is the maximum within the app. It gives you a range.
Like barely over $1.
Yes, normally, this one wasn't.
Really?
It gave me the option of 19 Cordoba and 25 Cordoba was the max. So I tipped like 80 cents instead of 60 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, like it normally will say, here's the recommended amount, and it's most of the time less than $1 to do that.
Yes.
And you can always tip them more when you see the driver.
Well, of course.
because we've started seeing the same drivers over and over again.
Sure.
But the app includes it all in there, so it's really easy.
Oh, it's so easy. So what I do is I always maximize in the app and then don't pay an additional tip.
Yeah.
But I figure if I always maximize, like, and my drivers love coming here.
Yeah.
Right? They're always like, hey, we're here for you. And Pedido Shot says, El restaurante está preparando tu pedido. So it should be good. All right. RC says, which was your favorite Ipica? I'm going to write this down for you in case you're looking for it. Favorite Ipica is Nagarote. Love going to Nagarote, and they've done so much work since the last time I was there. It's got the new food courts, the new parks. Like, it is such an off-the-hook city. So worth going to check out. Beautiful city.
Little cart things, those little tricycle things.
Oh, that too. They have the tuk-tuks, the campañeros.
Those are so silly looking.
Luke says, the 2 Migracion officers that did the home interview were great. Mary is here, just rejoined the call. I missed your guest introduction. This is Michael from from Nicaragua, but from the expats of Nicaragua WhatsApp group.
Yeah. We just moved here to Leon about 4 months ago. So we are very fresh, very new, kind of figuring out what life is still a mess. So
a lot of figuring out still. Yeah. Well, and it's you and your wife and four kids, right, who moved, and it's your first international location. Yeah,
not the first time I've traveled internationally or my wife has. Definitely the first time our kids have traveled internationally, but definitely the first time we've had anything more than like a very short, more vacation style trip.
Right. So it's a big leap in many ways.
Yeah, definitely.
Freddie says, is this an expat friend or your business partner? This is a friend. My business partner has been international with us for a decade. Lindana says, Road to Health, your children are automatic dual citizens because of their Nicaraguan father. I'm a dual citizen. The process is very simple. Yeah, everyone I know, I agree. Everyone I know that we hear from on this is like, yeah, you just show up, fill out some paperwork, they give you a passport. Like, they want their citizens taken care of, right? And importantly, they're not becoming citizens. They were born citizens. They've always been citizens. They are just applying for their passport, which is generally a very simple process. Road to Hell says...
Do they have to have
Thank you, I didn't realize that.
The Nicaraguan birth certificate?
No, they have to have a birth certificate, because they may not have been born here.
Ah, okay.
Right. So presumably they weren't born here, or they would already have had that stuff most of the time.
Okay.
So assuming they were born abroad to a Nicaraguan, they just have to come back and be like, oh, hey, I was born. Here I am.
Would you think they need to have, like, I guess, information from the where like the father's family was, or anything like that? I'm
not sure. So that's Lindana may be able to fill that in. Like, what's the process of proving who your father is? But they probably just need his passport number or something. Okay. Something basic. presumably they can get that.
Yeah.
Janet says, "Hi, Mary. This is Michael, who has been living here for a while with his wife and family." She's describing. I met them in La Merced Park in downtown Leon. And Donna says, "My parents just registered my U.S. birth certificate at the Nicaraguan registry." Janet says, "Good shocked expressions." Mary says, "Thanks, Janet. I hope to meet you sometime." Janet says, "I'm glad I made it back to the computer." Tiffany says, "Shrimp pupusas, yum." We did not order shrimp. I went for safe ones. I went for cheese, bean, jalapeno, and ayote.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you like how to really eat them. Because I used to live in Little Salvador for years. So when I say we lived in Texas, we did, but we lived in Little Salvador.
Yeah.
So we were surrounded by pupusa places. Everyone spoke Spanish. All of our local businesses were all in Spanish. Our neighbors were Salvadoran, Honduran. I don't think we had any Nicaraguans. Our local bakery was Guatemalan. Mm-hmm. So it was a lot like being here.
That's
awesome. Freddie says, another reason to gain weight, Nika DoorDash.
Yeah.
Oh, it's true.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah. I have a friend that comes over and she'll be like, "I want a pizza." It's like, okay, pizza comes. And my kids will be like, "I just don't know what to do tonight." And like Sundays, we don't have a housekeeper. And they'll be like, "It's pizza day."
Yeah. Yeah, just take lots of walks and you'll be fine. You just get out.
That's how I stay so slim, is all the walks.
Yes.
Luke says, "Hey, Michael, when y'all heading for the mountains for a cup of coffee? Bring the family, dinner on me."
Deal. I don't know, maybe this coming weekend or something. Well, I'll talk to the wife about it. We want to get up there. We were kind of laying low since doing the border run 2 weeks ago. Yeah, about 2 weekends ago we did the border run, and we were going to check out Hinotepe, but we were just too exhausted on our way back.
That's got one of my favorite restaurants in the whole country is in Hinotepe.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh my gosh, it's a vegetarian place.
Yeah.
It's vegetarian Malaysian food.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, it's good. And it's a buffet.
Okay.
So you go, so like if you do the border run, you get back for lunch.
Yeah.
You stop in at lunch, like a late lunch, and it is just this, I mean, it is one of the biggest buffets.
Wow.
That, I mean, it's certainly not like, I've been to some really big buffets.
Yeah.
Right. Once again, I always stay so thin. But like this is a large buffet.
Yeah.
Right? Like I've been to the big Costa Rican ones for the buses coming in.
Yeah.
And this is 50% bigger than that.
Damn.
And 100% vegetarian. And the selection is just crazy. And the flavors and the styles, and you're like, this is an insane amount of food. And I want to eat it all. Yeah, it's nuts how good it is, and the variety and stuff. So it's one of my favorite places, and it's right diagonal from Cafe Alicia, which is famously one of the best coffee shops in the country.
And see, now I'm kicking myself. I should have stopped.
Yeah, Hinotepe is magical. And then Tulum is right nearby, and Jim was just there and said it was really good. I want to get there and try their cocktails and stuff, but nowhere is really good for cocktails here. Like even my place that's pretty serious about cocktails isn't that good. They just don't have the stuff, right? They can't get, what it takes. Like, I'd really like some selection of gin and selection of whiskey and so and they can't do that. So I need to somehow get enough clout in this country that I'm able to smuggle in like large variety of alcohol from Guatemala. I don't know what else to do. Well, you could probably get from Costa Rica, but Guatemala really has full selection.
Okay.
Another reason that I like to visit Guatemala City. And it looks like, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'm going to be in Costa Rica mid next month and should have time to actually hit the cocktail lounges, like Pocket in San Jose, because I need to hit a cocktail lounge from time to time. I can handle large periods of time. I know you don't like the taste of alcohol, so you're like, that doesn't sound good. But for me, one of my favorite things in the world is a good cocktail lounge.
Yeah.
And I'm from Rochester, New York, which is one of the cocktail circuit. It's on the trail.
Yeah.
And there's something like 20 world-ranked cocktail lounges in that one city. It's not a big city.
That's bananas.
Yeah, and it's weird because growing up in Rochester, we were not known for anything like that. We were known for like the Genesee Bar. Right, which is the Genesee Brewery's home bar. Here you are. Here's our three. We got traditional Jenny Light, and then cream ale. Let's get wasted. Right, this is all there is. Right, we're cheap hometown macro brewery.
Yeah,
and then there was one English pub that was really famous because they were far enough east and eclectic enough that they used to overnight cask ale from England.
Wow.
So I, as a young drinker, would go to this really high-end pub and have, at 3 times the cost of what it is in England, at least, this beer that was flown in overnight. They're like, it's expected to arrive at 9 p.m. We will crack the cask and we drink till it's empty. Right? And that was because you had to. It only lasted 24 hours. And so it's like you had to be prepared. They're like, the plane is down, the bus is on its way, get the cask, go. and it was like fresh, and you're like, why is no beer in America taste like this? And then when you go to England, you're like, oh, this is what beer tastes like. And it was so good, but that was it. Rochester had like a major brewery, and it was in the wine country, so we had wine, but that was it. All the other stuff we didn't have. And this one pub that did this one special thing. Serious. And you only got one cask. Like, it wasn't like they had a selection.
But did they do it every day?
They did it as fast as they could get casks in.
Wow.
So it was every few days.
Wow. That's wild.
And yeah, it was amazing. And they had pretty good food too. Like, and it was like a pub. Like, you felt like you're in a pub.
Yeah.
And it was really cool because I worked in that building for a long time. And so it'd be like in the basement. It was the Old Toad. So anyone who's from Rochester knows the area, the Old Toad in the Medical Arts Building. I used to work on the second to top floor. And you go down to the Toad, and so I was really excited. I was back in town, and Dominica used to go because she lived in the area for a long time. So we used to go to the Toad every so often. When we lived there, we were ways away, so it'd be like a drive.
Yeah.
But she knew the Toad, and she knew the beer, and she loves cask ale, so it was a thing. And then we were up there 12 years ago with Paul. And Paul had never seen my hometown. It's the first time, and we were there for a conference, and it was our conference. We were putting on. It's the first time we ever put on a conference, and so we were there early because Paul was helping to put on the conference. Well, he wasn't at the time. It wasn't his conference, but he was one of the speakers at the conference, and I was a speaker, but it was my conference, like my company's conference, and so we took Paul to the Old Toad. And I was like, this is like my hometown. Like, it was like a little bit like, this is my hometown, show you around. Mm-hmm. We're going to go out before the conference starts, and we're going to get some beer, and this is like the cool place to go. And so we went, and we got a beer, and we walked out, and I'm looking around, and it's very nostalgic, because I was born, like, just a block away, but it's the hood. Right? This is not a good area. So I was seriously born in the hood of Rochester, New York, which is the homicide capital of the United States all through my childhood. Like, this is the first city to have acoustic bullet trackers installed, because then they'd be like, we need to figure out the path of death, and they're like, they don't try to stop the bullets, they just send ambulances. That's how bad it was. It was terrible.
Oh my god.
Oh, it was so bad. And so I was born in the hood on the east side of the city, and walked out, and I'm looking at these old buildings, because obviously 100 years ago it was nice. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at the place across the street, and I'm like, I remember these places, and like, something's weird with this place. Is that like a restaurant now? I'm like, that does not fit here. And so I walk across the street, we all go over, and we walk in, and it's a cocktail lounge. And not like a cocktail lounge, like, okay, we're gonna make some cocktails. Oh my gosh, this is
like a
12 years ago. This is a place that's like, has Esquire magazine. Here's our ranking from Esquire, world ranking of cocktail lounges. Here's a map of all the places in Rochester you can go to. It was like, would you like a cocktail? Do you have an hour? Right? Like, everything was handcrafted.
Wow.
It was crazy. It was the first time I ever went to a place, and now this is relatively common. But at the time, I had never, and I'm a cocktail drinker, I'd never been to a place that like did smoked cocktails. They're like cocktails under glass, where they like smoked it and let it sit and absorb the smoke, and like all this like really fancy stuff. And I'm like, this is my hometown? What just happened? Where am I? Like, I've been to speakeasies in New York City. Like, I've done some pretty crazy stuff. I've been all over Europe. I've been to speakeasies underground in Ukraine.
Wow.
Right? But this was my hometown. And in the hood, it was very weird.
Yeah.
And absolutely fantastic. It was an amazing experience.
That's cool.
And proud of my hometown for that. But my dream would be to have a place like that here.
Yes.
But you can't. So some of the best places are like Boca Chica has kind of an attempt at it, and Tulum has kind of made an attempt at it. Desperados very lightly. Sundance did, but went out of business.
Is that just because they have like tight control on the alcohol?
It's because there's no distributor for any of the alcohol. So getting, like, you can bring in a bottle for yourself. So very slowly, I could on every trip, like, I'm coming back from the States in a week, maybe I'll bring a bottle of something. Right? Yeah. Here's my one bottle, yay! Well, actually, that would be a yay. that's legit. But
Yeah.
it would just be this one bottle to get us through, and if you want to have like a bar and like bartenders who learn how to make cocktails, you're going to go through 5 bottles learning how to make the cocktails, and then it's
Yeah.
like how many you're going to go for the customers who are going like, yeah, this is fantastic.
Right.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, you're gonna have the bulk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me catch up here. Joseph is here. What's up, Uncle Scott? Watching you here from California. I can't wait to go back to Nicaragua and retire early. Luke says, restaurant Vida y Bella. That is definitely, they're really good.
Sweet.
Watson, I'm back and you're still alive. Yeah, I got Michael here. We got a ways to go. We haven't even, we've got pupusas about to arrive. Let me check how close they are. And they are...
We go till I fall asleep. That's what.
It
So far we
says,
go.
your rider has arrived at the restaurant. So he's down. These are coming from Guadalupe, from the hood.
Oh, nice.
You know you're getting good pupusas when you order them from the hood. And
Yeah, my
Julian will
kids
be
have
proud.
figured out how all the so the app has like a timer and then it has like a little graphic that jumps and moves.
You guys can see it. I can't
Yeah,
tell.
it's on this side over here. So the graphic will start off with like them taking the order and then it will go to them like a little dish of them cooking, and so the kids love to check and they're like, where? They're like, they're cooking it. And then it will move to the little motorcycle when they're coming to you, and they'll be like, "All right, it's motorcycle." And they'll go to the window and watch. They love following along on the app.
That's pretty funny. Try early, Vida Bella. We're still here, yeah. We haven't even cracked open the Perfect 10 yet, but we're about to. Freddie says, for single men, what type of entertainment do you all have? Gentlemen's clubs, lounges. Not a ton that I would classify in the vein you're thinking. So there are strip clubs in the city, like the city, Managua. I don't think there's any outside of Managua, which means if you live in Jalapa or something, like that's an 8-hour drive. Right? Like if you're in Managua, there's a few. I know one of the big ones though was
dedication right there.
a new highway came through and wiped it out. So they're not super popular. It's not really a part of the culture, but they do exist. And the opposite, there's strip clubs where men dance. Desperados converted one, and we had drinks outside while the girls were in watching the dancers.
That's true.
A couple months ago. So there's a little bit of that kind of stuff. Lounges, no, there's very little in the way of lounges, like the traditional lounge kind of thing. Maybe you can find something like Boca Chica. Up in Villa Fontana, you're gonna find like some isolated things, but they don't tend towards what you're picturing of the single men going out for entertainment, right? Not 100% lacking, but low. But what you will find is a very different market where live music is very common, local bars are very hopping, dance clubs are very popular. And so in all parts, even in Jalapa, up on the Honduran border in the middle of nowhere, you can go show up in this town and multiple bars, dance clubs, popular places. You can go out a lot of, I haven't been to Jalapa, but I know multiple nights of the week, you can go out and there's people out partying.
Yeah.
Now it's not quiet, excuse the term, but it's not like the seedy kind of gentleman's club kind of vibe. It's much more get up and dance kind of vibe in most cases. And if that's not what you want, and obviously sports bar, I don't think is the vibe that you're thinking of. There are sports bars, obviously. Then there are a lot of like neighborhood bars if you're not in the country. So I'll go nearly anywhere to experience whatever culture's going on. So if I'm in like Matagalpa, you can go, just walking down a side street and there'll be a dark little bar that you can go into, right? And you just, get some beers. It's not too busy. There's just people hanging out. You can go talk to people. Like it's pretty much anywhere you can just meet people. But whether it's corner bar kind of vibe, right? Which I'm trying to think of a good way to describe it, but it's kind of a normal city neighborhood bar.
Yeah, like things are more. They're less like in North America, like businesses and buildings and a bar or things like that. Even in most cities are like these more so clear cut like buildings and structures and entrances. And here it's like things are kind of inside of each other, and there's like
Very much
it'll
so.
just be like a stoop on the front with a bar and people and stools, and people will be sitting there drinking. That's like a little bar.
Yep. Yeah, you get all kinds of things, and there's tons of like country bars. You know, where you like drive, like even here, drive out to the beach, and you drive along, and there's like middle of the night, there's 50 guys sitting out, or people sitting out in what seems like a field, with a whole bunch of beer and stereo set up, and it's hopping, and all these places are pretty, there's tons of men and women out, right? Like, it's not like the U.S. where men go out twice as often as women do. It's here, everyone goes out all the time. So it's a little bit different in what's expected and, like, what the demographic of people out is.
I describe it as, like, and this may be this may be my naivety when it comes to understanding history best, but I describe it like it's kind of an early 90s is what it feels like culturally. Like, people are out, people are wanting to do activities. They're after work, they go out and hang out, and it's a lot less like everybody's glued to their phone, more like everybody wants to go out and hang out and talk. We're gonna prioritize a phone call over a text message. Like, we're gonna go out and eat, and it's much more of that, seemingly that culture of, like, I've stepped back into the 90s almost. And sometimes 80s also with the style. The clothes I see with the labels and things like that, or
there's a lot of throwback to a lot of things. And a lot of the things that people are nostalgic about. Like, I miss this aspect of life. Well, here often we have those things.
Like especially for me having kids, like that perspective of I'm not seeing a ton of helicopter parents in general. Like, that's not an experience. Like, you let your kids go out. Like, well, you'll see a kid at the store, like, just picking up something for their family. It's a normal thing, and it's not something that anybody really is like, no, you can't go down there, like, that's too dangerous. Like, everybody sees kids everywhere. They're always doing stuff, and so that's been really neat to see that gangs of kids like I used to when I was a kid, just roaming the neighborhood, just causing trouble and ding dong ditching and stuff.
Is that a huge truck going by?
That's what
that was like. Nuts.
It sounds like it stopped.
Yeah, that's weird. Do U.S. tariffs affect the Nicas? So in general, no. The vast majority of products in Nicaragua do not flow in from the United States, so we're not seeing tariff impacts. Some things ship through the United States, but they go through bonded warehouses, so they're not affected by the tariffs. That only affects things that actually pass into the U.S.
What is imported from the U.S.?
So a lot of things pass through, but of actually coming from the U.S., it's a lot of, like, our electronics and stuff. But a lot of those things are shifting because now they're more expensive. So we're simply getting them from somewhere else. They were convenient to get from the U.S. before. So the expats have some impact because we've conveniently been ordering from the U.S. But now that is going away. And so we're starting to look for how can we order from other places. And once we get that figured out, our prices are going to plummet because we're going to go from having been overpaying and now this momentary jump of, well, now we're going to overpay too much. And we've heard a rumor that there's a way to get direct shipments from China. So we're going to look into that. I've got a contact. I'm going to ask.
It's not like going through like not Alibaba, but like the...
Well, you have to order from somebody.
Right, but like that, like a storefront like that.
Yeah.
Like Temu or
well,
something
so
like
if you're
that.
ordering from the U.S., you're ordering from an Amazon or a Walmart. So same thing from China. You got to order from somebody.
Yeah.
But then you need someone to bring it to you. Right? Same as the U.S. Like, you buy it and then someone brings it. And the same in China. You buy it and someone brings it. It's finding that someone to bring it.
Yeah.
Like, I've got my lens makers, right? So Suri is one of my suppliers. And so I order Suri parts directly from China, but normally I have them passed through the U.S. There's no tariff, so it's just a convenient path. But now there's a tariff, and so this has doubled in price. More than doubled in price. Or now maybe there's a reprieve, but in general it's going to be double the price. Well, I don't want to pay double the price, but if I can order it direct, I may end up paying less than I was originally paying, rather than slightly more to have the convenience of it passing through the U.S. And I definitely don't want to pay double. So but for them, it's super convenient. Oh, we don't have to ship it to the U.S. We just ship it somewhere in China. We're already in China. We can just run over and hand it to them. Good. Ship. Bye. And you know, realistically, I want my products from China, right? My laptop, well, so I have Apple gear, so that stuff has to come through the U.S. But if I'm buying a normal like Linux laptop, I want it to come from Taiwan or China. That's where they make the good stuff. And you know, if I'm getting monitors, why wouldn't I get that from China? All my camera gear comes from Japan or China. The cameras themselves tend to come from Japan, but all the lenses come from China.
Yeah.
The market has shifted. My microphone comes from Australia, but all my mics are Australian. But the amount of stuff I get from the U.S. is actually pretty low. Most of the gear that I have actually comes from China originally, so finding dealers in China for that stuff. And when you're getting like bigger things, like I want to order toilets and faucets and sinks and those kind of, you want China. Like they make great stuff. You have to make sure you know what you're getting, but you know, we're looking at building a new house. We want all of our stuff shipped in. So when I was in Bolivia, they have a couple Chinese suppliers that make like amazing bathroom fittings.
Yeah.
Really quality stuff, really beautiful modern stuff. That's what I want. I want to order those, and they're using them in Bolivia because they're super cheap, but also very nice. And
yeah, which is, I mean, it makes sense now that I'm thinking about it, but it's like, you know, it feels counterproductive to think about doing that, but like that's where the products are coming from.
Right.
Anyways.
Yeah, so in so many cases, they're just passing through the U.S. and making it more complicated.
Right.
So if we can order it from China, it's several fewer stops by sea, plus fewer people handling it in the middle.
Yeah, which, I mean, theoretically should make it less expensive.
Yeah. So the tariffs, you know, we're aware of them. There are definitely things that are impacted, but very little in the long run is it going to impact us, at least in a way that we notice day to day, because we're going to naturally shift what we buy, which is a thing you do all the time. Oh, I used to buy this toothpaste. Now I buy this toothpaste because it's cheaper. Do I pay attention to why it's cheaper? Do I think about the fact that a tariff caused me to do that? No. But that may be what's happening. That's very easily what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, maybe, you know, I'm making something up. Colgate goes up in price because it was made somewhere and shipped through the U.S. and there's a tariff involved. But this other thing maybe was only made in America, so it didn't have the tariff. Or maybe this other thing was made completely somewhere outside the U.S. and never passed through the U.S. and there's no tariff.
Yeah.
The thing that only affects us is when there's a product that isn't from the U.S. but is passing through the U.S. That's when we would get hit by a tariff. Or impacted by a tariff in the U.S. So it's only the convenience. So the people who are getting screwed is the Amazons and the Walmarts, places that have been sourcing from all over the world, bringing it to the U.S., creating a U.S. hub of purchasing, and making all this money for the U.S. economy. What the tariffs are doing globally is saying, whoa, the one place you cannot hub products is the U.S., which sounds to Americans like, okay, great, well, you'll buy American products then. Well, but why? We have to find an alternative hub, and that hub is going to have those products. Why would I bother go looking for an American product? Because it's just less convenient because I'm already having to order from somewhere else, most likely.
Yeah.
So that's my expectation, is that the shipping channels are going to just cut the U.S. out of the picture, because the U.S. is just an unnecessary risk and an unnecessary cost, and it's not like people want American-made products. So the last thing you want is something with "Made in America" slapped on it, right? That worldwide says this is cheap junk, right? In most cases.
Yeah.
And companies only put that on to cater to Americans. People around the world don't want to see that. So, and typically those products aren't actually made in America. They just say that, and it's the people don't check, so that's what we put on things that people don't check. We don't want to see that stuff. So all that incentive is gone. I don't have any real product other than my Apple products. And Apple has the potential to make those products offshore and never pass them through the U.S. For the world market. And that may be what happens. And so my expectation is that we are actually going to see a drop, because this pushes the convenience button and says, okay, if you go for the ultimate inconvenience, which you've been doing, you will get burned by tariffs. So put in a little bit of effort and learn how to get around it. And now you're going to get that savings you probably should have done all along, but didn't bother. And it wouldn't have been a savings all along because you'd have been the one person doing it. But now everyone's doing it, so suddenly the volume's going to switch. And so this actually creates the inertia to fix things, I think.
Yeah, the buying power.
Right. So I think what we're actually going to find is that this makes everything better for everyone that isn't in the U.S.
Yeah, right. Right, and that's, yeah. No, I'm excited to see how that works. Yeah. It's beyond me to try to connect those global supply chains with them.
Yeah, the global supply chain, which the U.S. doesn't have. It's not in the global supply chain. It's only part of moving things from one place to another. It doesn't make things. And so in general, and it used to, and we said, ooh, making things makes you poor, right? Like factory work is poor work because mostly it turns into a form of welfare in many cases, right? Oh, we give tax incentives and we do all these things. So the government is paying the people to work, not the factory, right? And the government is just, of course, the taxpayers. So those people that are working in all those, any factory that's, with a tax advantage or whatever, that's just another way of saying that the people are forcibly having to pay factory workers for jobs we didn't need and don't make financial sense. So those people are not being productive members of society. They're actually a blight, but they need to be paid. But there's other ways to pay them and give them jobs. There's other jobs they could be doing, but we're intentionally getting rid of good paying jobs and moving in manual labor jobs that we intentionally in the past got rid of to make the country rich. Right? We were like, we want to be a rich, powerful country with an educated populace. We want life to be good and America to be powerful. And so how do you do that? Well, you got to get rid of the factories. Factories pollute, factories make poverty, factories make danger, make it's bad in general. There's exceptions, but in general it's bad. And so we knew for 50 years, 70 years, we had to eliminate the factories. And it was only during World War II that it was like, well, yeah, we got to make all this stuff. But immediately after World War II, we were like, ship the factories out. We want to be engineers. We want to be scientists. We want to be designers. We want to be doctors. We want to be, researchers. We want to make the big money and have the white collar life and make America powerful. And then they did that, and America got really rich. And then they said, ooh, rich, educated people think a lot. Maybe we should bring back factories and let's go back. We like where China is. We want to be where China is, making things and dealing with pollution problems. And so they're trying really hard to incentivize bringing the factories back. When I was young, some of the last factories in America, obviously there's always some factories, but some of the last factories of any size were like Eastman Kodak, making really complicated things that no one else could make. Because it was less about supply chain and more about really deep factory knowledge. And this is coming from, I'm a university-trained factory engineer, right? Factory engineering is what manufacturing systems engineering was my degree field at the #1 university in the world at the time that I went.
Oh, jeez. I didn't know that.
And so this is stuff that I've studied, and I went to work at Eastman Kodak, and I went to work in Rochester, New York, in like the famous high-tech manufacturing hub, and I studied with General Motors and Ford and those guys, right? So like I'm used to really high-end manufacturing as an expertise, and I have factory customers today. Like I still work with factories after all these years, and these are not things you want in your country, right? This is what you want to get rid of. Even Kodak was like, let's get that to Mexico, get that to Toronto, right? Leave it with them. We want to design the products. We want to make the money. We want to be the bankers. Switzerland does not have manufacturing. Norway does not want to have manufacturing, right? Poor countries want manufacturing. And so, and some places like China have the supply chain and the raw materials and the skill and the labor and direct access to the markets. They're shipping by train to some of the world's biggest countries, right? To Korea, to Japan, to Thailand, to Vietnam, to India, right? They're just to Russia. They're just, okay, we're just going to put it on a train. We don't even need to talk about boats. Boats is for our secondary markets. The U.S. only has boats.
Yeah.
They have nowhere to go. So China has so much just physical advantage because they're in Asia. They're in the middle of people. The United States is in the middle of nowhere. This is going to be bad for the U.S. and all those people who go get factory jobs and realize, wow, that has to pay very little. It has to. And those jobs can be replaced by robots. That's one of the first careers that they're going to make go away. So we're bringing no work to America. It's going to be rough. Janet says,
Yeah.
you know that the phrase, so you just go down to the toad, just by itself without context is pretty funny. In digital says, fresh fruit Nika drinks with Nika rum are the best. Flor de Caña when you're in Rome. And they play country music in the jungle, they do. That's pretty cool. Luke says, clothing on Amazon that used to have Prime free shipping now are charging large shipping fees. Oh, the things coming from Asia, China, and India. In digital says, good feedback. Americans probably want a direct China connection too. They do, but it costs a fortune, or will when it comes back. Freddie says, Amazon, people still shop with them. The markups on the products make no sense. Well, a lot of the markups, I mean, Amazon's getting huge markups now. Tiffany says, Amazon is just a drop shipping maniac based with Chinese products. That is true. That's tons of stuff from Amazon is coming directly from China these days. He says, follow the money. I'm going to step outside and get the pupusas and the rum.
Sweet.
You can keep talking, read the thing, keep them entertained.
No,
Sorry,
no.
guys. Yes, you're the only one. You are the only one. Oh, look at these sleepy
All
dogs.
right. Now that he's gone,
Right.
we can get
Spill
down to
the tea.
business. This is now the Michael show. I'm Michael John Maroney, and this is my life living in León, Nicaragua. I don't have as much things to be able to give that layer or level of I think depth or expertise, but ask away any questions that you have. If it gets too quiet, maybe I'll juggle or something to keep everybody entertained. Let's see. Tiffany said Amazon is just a drop shipping maniac based with Chinese products. That's true. That's true. In digital format said follow the money, profit at any cost. I think that's pretty much a business saying across the board. AI is already taking over. Yeah, Scott was telling me yesterday that AI is not nearly what we think of when we think of AI. So we're calling something that's not genuinely an AI. And like it's a very complex system that is making connections to the words that, the keywords that are put in, but not thinking for itself. So using the term AI is, I think, more of a marketing perspective than it being an actual artificial intelligence. But yes, it is already being used in so many different places to try to help make things for the business cost less. Lucy says, as someone who knows a thing or two about economics, your factory statement is factually incorrect. I will let him try to follow up on that. So not sure what you mean by that, Lucy. You'll probably need more context to try to understand what you mean, which aspects are factually incorrect. In digital says, hey Michael, hello. This is like I said, this is my life living in León, Nicaragua. And digital says, how's Marcela? I'll let Scott answer that as well. From what I know, she's doing pretty well. She's hanging in there. Saw her tonight. She was over here, so she seems to be moving along. From what I understand, that it's hard to get a lot of an indication from where the process is. So, Freddie K says, how are your kids taking to the move? That's, I think, a complicated answer to try to guesstimate where they each are. So they're all pretty young. So they are 9, 8, 4, and 2. So it's a mixed bag as to where they are. There's a mixture of the adventure that they're feeling like they're on and excitement about that and the new things to see and experience. There's also a lot of the things that they were used to that are not here, and that has definitely been a challenge. So I think it's kind of depends on the day, depends on what we had, for the last meal, those kinds of things. Have we had enough water? So we came down in the dry season, and it was definitely way more dry here than where we were coming from in Georgia. So we were already like, we'll be fine. We know the heat, but it's definitely been a lot hotter than we were expecting. But more dry, so needing to drink a lot more water was a challenge. But I think overall they are they're enjoying the adventure, so that's always good. Let's see. Luke says check one. Semblance. Check. Luke, you lost me there. I'm not sure. This is like just a mic check. Janet says, Michael, what's it like living where you do in Leon? I live near La Colonia, west of center of town, and you were in a totally different part of town. And then in digital says, how do you like living there? So they kind of all go together. So honestly, at this point, we kind of are wishing we were living closer to town, because we kind of wish we had the ability to just step out of the house and walk to La Colonia, or walk to, these restaurants, or walk to the park. Where we are is very quiet. It is kind of secluded, and it's a nice place to be. We're really happy with that as a space. The only thing that's really frustrating is it's kind of removed, so you have to get a taxi to get into town. You can walk. It is definitely walkable, and I have walked to town, but it's like a 30-40 minute walk to the center of town, to the cathedral. So it's not feasible. The kids don't like walking that far. But the bonus is that we are within walking distance of the baseball stadium, which we have walked to. So, and we'll again this Sunday. There's a game this Sunday, so anybody who's in town, we're going to the game on Sunday. It's at 10 a.m. It's a double header, or a doble juego. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And in digital, how we like living here, we're enjoying it. It's definitely, like I said, it's an adventure. There are lots of things that are culture shock, lots of things that were difficult to try to get used to, and we're starting to get used to that. Like the temperature is one of those things. The design of the homes are just very different. They're designed for the climate. So while we're used to carpet, there's tile. While we're used to there being sealed central air homes, that's just not the design down here. So it's getting used to some of those different things. I don't think I have ever seen a dryer in the country, so hang drying your clothes are a pretty normal thing.
Feel how heavy $8 of food is.
Oh my gosh. And we're gonna have to go on a walk after this. But like hang drying your clothes is a different experience than I think what we were used to. So there's a lot of those little things that you get used to doing. But like I said earlier, it's so much more calm, peaceful here. Everybody is just, I think, operating at a slower pace. Even the people who are going fast feel like it's a slower pace of life. It feels like people are really interested in the relationships, in actually interacting with each other. I don't know, and I definitely have a biased opinion, so take it with a grain of salt, but my experience is that people are generally more happy here than I'm used to experiencing as a whole in America. So that's definitely been a really awesome thing to experience. Mary says, where are you from? So I'm from right outside of Atlanta, Georgia. I grew up in like the Lilburn Stone Mountain area, and we have been living there for a while before moving down here. So that's kind of where my family has been. I've lived all over the states in a few different places, North Carolina, down in Florida, Colorado for a little while. So I've kind of been around, been in, over in California for a little bit of time. So we when we started having kids, we kind of came back closer to family. So that's why we were there. Tiffany says, hubby and I had a home in Gwinnett County, Georgia, in Grayson. What a change culturally. Yeah, that's actually where my parents live, is in Grayson, Georgia. So I'm very familiar with that. Freddie K says, eating on live. This is a live mukbang. Yep, there we go. Man, mukbang is such an interesting thing to say, a word or a term to use. Honestly, did not know about that until just recently.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Was it not a thing until just recently?
Mukbang? I've not heard it much until recently.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's been around.
I heard about it and I was like, what is this? This is just people are wanting to watch someone eat. And I was like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. All right, we're going to make some space.
Sweet.
We're introducing the entire thing of Salvadoran culture here. So Nicaragua and Salvador are so tightly connected, right? We got to move this just slightly.
Smacked in the face with bugs. Leo says, Michael, are you fluent in Spanish? I am not. No, I am not. I worked a little bit in construction, so had a very cursory understanding. I did take Spanish in college. I did not do very well, so I would definitely not call myself in any way, shape, or form fluent. But Google Translate is a powerful tool, as well as many of the other translator tools. And like I said earlier, people are so willing to help. Like, if you don't speak what they're trying to say, or you're not understanding, like, they will take time to try to figure it out. And for the most part, it's been just, I've always heard it said, like, the best way to learn a language is to go in country, is to immerse yourself in the culture. But that's true. That's genuinely true.
That is different. It's ensalada.
Ah, okay.
All right, we got queso.
Okay.
We got. It must be a jalapeno.
Frijoles.
I can't read that. Does that say frijoles?
Yeah, frijoles.
Oh, okay. This is the jalapeno. This is the eyote.
Uh-huh.
All right. How do you want to start?
I don't. This was experience. You tell me.
All right. Start you with something simple. Going with queso. No, people can't see this on the. All right. We're gonna unwrap it. Can we get one or two? Oh, it's only one. Okay.
We got split it in half.
Yeah. So we got queso pupusa here. Delicioso.
Okay, so tell me, what is a pupusa?
Okay, pupusas are a lot like.
Is it just like cheese bread? Is it
Kind of. So this is like a quesadilla.
Okay.
So these are tortillas that are stuffed, but it's thicker than a traditional tortilla.
Okay.
And so this is a specific style of filling and specific style of tortilla.
Like a little cake.
From El Salvador. And this is street food in El Salvador. This is the ultimate in Salvadoran food.
Nice.
They sell it everywhere. Like
What
Salvadorans.
is the process to make one of these?
Well, they make tortillas the traditional way. It's just like a thicker masa, and they just throw them on a wood-fired grill outside. Just heat them up, and then they like slice them, I guess, and they put the whatever you want inside of them, and then that's kind of it. And then what you do, this is going to be there's one more sauce I'm used to. I'm guessing this is the hot right
Ooh,
there.
yeah.
Yep. But so
get
part
that.
of the whole experience, if you go into a pupusa place, they will have these big things on the table, like big jars of this, and you just scoop out a whole bunch.
That's awesome.
So the traditional way to do this, you got to open it. Corn masa, Tiffany says.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Luke skipped his Spanish practice tonight. Uh-oh.
See you, Luke. Yeah, Luke has actually has been testing out some of those headphones, Freddie, that can translate. I've never tried them, but they sound really cool. So when he was telling me about it, this is going to be nerdy, but it made me think of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes,
when you
it
get
is. It's the
battlefish that goes in your ear. I was like, I so want one of those.
So this is kind of how you prepare it, right?
Okay.
Now this is a very beet-heavy ensalada. I've never had one like this in Salvadoran cooking, but in northern Salvador is very close to Guatemala, and they would be more like this. So this might be a more northern Western style. I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing by the contents. Normally this is more cabbage and carrot and stuff, and jalapeno. But not spicy, just jalapeno.
Okay.
Then this is not spicy either, but this is a salsa that you add to it.
Okay.
Now there's no good way to do this, so I'm gonna pop it. This is I'm on my desk.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, here's an
I'm
example of one of those things. This is hard to get used to. That everything is put in a little plastic bag.
Yep.
And it's tied up. Sauces don't come in little ramekins. They're in these little bags. Yeah. And you just have to put it on there.
I think this is super spicy, so I'm gonna try
some and see if it's a weird flavor.
Oh,
or if
that's
it's spicy.
like-
Whoa, you got
that
plenty.
like-
You're all right.
Peed all over it.
Yep. Okay, what do we got going on here?
Yeah, Tiffany says the Stone Mountain. I miss it for Christmas. They go all. They do. Stone Mountain's a lot. I don't know. It's not what I remember as a kid. It's definitely changed significantly, and more towards commercialization than anything. It's definitely it's a darker place than I remembered as a kid. These days.
A little spice there. All right. So this is definitely a different. I've never had pupusas from this place, so this is a little bit different flavor profile, definitely than I'm used to. It looks really good.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That is good.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's delicious.
Now of course you can do it without the enchilada. You can do it without the but
Well,
this is
that's
how
it's
it's
supposed
done.
to go. Yeah.
yeah. Now this is a really good flavor profile. The beets and the extra spice. This is quite tasty. I'm really liking this.
I'm not really getting the spice. Did I not put enough of it on there?
Did you use a little bag?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean,
I think I got more juice than I got
This is
whatever this is.
yum.
These habaneros?
I don't know. It's not very spicy.
No.
I mean, I can just eat habanero, so it could be, but
I don't think I can just eat habaneros.
in Mexico, April and I were. So they put them on the table as garnish.
You're just knocking
We
them
were
back.
in Cancun. Mm-hmm. We were in the barrio. Really, all of Cancun's a barrio.
Yeah.
We were in some rough neighborhood in Cancun, and we're in some little dive breakfast place.
Yeah.
And they had, she's used to there being like shaved carrots and stuff on the table here, and they had that in the middle of the table, and she thought nothing of it and just grabbed some, threw it in her mouth, and then she looked around the table and she's like. And they were like,
Those are
"Did you
habaneros."
just eat raw habaneros straight?" And she's like, "Ah!"
Yeah, that's how I would be, for sure. I do like habanero flavored things. I think probably over jalapeno.
Oh, for sure.
I think I like that profile better. But oh man.
That's why I always want to do like instead of jalapeno poppers, I want to do like habanero poppers.
Yeah. All right, let's get the frijoles.
All right,
let's do
frijole.
it. That was delicious. Noel says, "Hey, Michael, welcome. How long have you been in Nicaland?" About 4 months now so far. So we arrived end of January, end
There's
of
some cheese in
December.
this one. It's not a pure frijole or what's
No, the end of January. Yeah, January 29th, I think, is when we arrived initially. So we went from it had just snowed and we had an ice storm in Georgia to 95, 96 degree weather.
That's how we roll.
It was not the best choice we've made, but it is what it is. This
That's a bad timing
Yeah.
to make the transition. It makes it, look at this little boy. He's like, I like pupusas. You are
I
a
like some
pupusa.
pupusas.
He's a little pupusa.
There you go.
Pick me up. Thank you.
I gotta try like just this to see.
All right. I actually like the sap. Oh,
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Getting it all
I
over
just
your
got it
leg.
down my leg.
That's what we got these for. Sorry.
I'll lift. I really like the salad. That's my.
Yeah.
It's not in any way spicy. I like the like pickled cabbage beet thing going on. This is fantastic.
Oh. Well, I like this one.
Oh yeah. That last one was good.
There's a bug trying to join.
So these are for those who aren't here eating these are heavy. Right. This is not a light snack.
Yeah, it's kind of more like a cake. I would say, like it's like a. I don't honestly have anything that I can reference that I know of that is like, but it is delicious. It is worth trying. It is. It's not something that's like. Feels super exotic, but it is really just. It's the spot.
Tiffany says beets. Never had one with them. Yeah, me either. I mean, there's no beets in it. It's just beets on top. But remolacha, as it's called here. When I was in Tecpan, Guatemala, they did like remolacha for dinner. Right? It was like crispy tortillas, like a tostada, layered with like huge amounts of remolacha. It was like beets as like the main meal. Oh my gosh, that was good. That was like a full dinner for $1.50.
That sounds good.
It was fantastic.
That's delicious.
There's no tourist in Tecpan, which is really nice. There's like one famous hot dog cart.
No.
The girl I was with was like, I have to get this hot dog. And we're like, are we seriously in a city because you need a hot dog? And like we spent the night. It was the most expensive place we stayed the whole time we were there because we ended up with a whole farmhouse in the country.
Yeah.
Which was amazing. It was the best experience. Totally worth it. And the whole thing is we had to spend an entire night wandering around downtown for this hot dog cart to open. And so she could get hot dogs from this like famous hot dog crazy guy in this non-touristy town. Like it was so weird.
Yeah. That's funny. That is funny. Oh, Mark says, how are the shrimp cocktails there? Honestly, I haven't tried one yet.
I know the ones at my restaurant were really good.
I'll have to try one next time I'm there.
They closed.
Oh, that's simple. Don't you do them over at Desperados?
We don't do it at Desperados.
Well, daggum it, I missed
But
the
it's the
chance.
best shrimp cocktails I've ever had, actually.
That's disappointing to hear.
They were amazing. It was a cream shrimp cocktail.
Wow.
They actually shredded the shrimp and they put it in a cream and then put it in castanetas.
Wow. Well, that's a bummer now. It is what it is.
Sorry. Ebert says, good night, everyone. That's me. That's it for me tonight. I got to be back in Houston's rat race tomorrow morning. I will be in Houston in 3 days.
Nice.
In digital, no. In digital format, it says pickled stuff. Yum. Oh, look, he got on the show. He stood up and he's just poked onto the show. You're so cute. You're so handsome. He's like, I am.
So can you just
I wish they
feed
could
me?
see him yawning. He's being so cute.
Yeah.
You're so cute.
He just wants some food.
Yeah.
Just like, feed me.
All right. Up next is Jalapeno.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bring it on.
He is ready.
Bring it on. I'm gonna make sure my phone. Oh. I did this last night. Got into trouble because my phone turned off the notifications.
Right. Well, if anyone needs to reach you, they can leave comments on the show.
Yes. There you go. Babe, if you need to reach me, post on the show.
Right. Exactly. See, we have a process. never out of contact here.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
I will steal some of this first.
I'm gonna steal
This
this.
is so messy.
Yeah.
Pupusas are meant to be eaten outside on like wooden tables on the side of the road.
Yes. I could see that. I'm definitely making a mess.
Mark Shippey, I live in Ohio, but from Los Angeles. Do they make taquitos? So they don't make traditional taquitos that I've ever seen, but they make taco things that you might think of as being similar to taquitos.
But they're not.
Nothing.
They're not. They're not similar. If you order a taquitos, it's not going to be what you think it is.
Nothing will be what you think it is here.
Also, empanadas are not empanadas. Enchiladas are not what you
No,
think they are.
not at all.
They are like a deep fried taco that is sweet. At least that's the ones we've tried. They're
Yeah.
like they have like a sweeter flavor to them, which is
Very strange.
was not what I was expecting when I ordered an enchilada.
Now, what I really like here are enchiladitas. That's the original source of what became Doritos. So if you've never gotten them, it's like Doritos from like your grandmother's kitchen.
The original.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to look for those.
So good.
I'll have to look for those. We liked the Zubos. Those are Zubos? Zambos. Not
The
Zubos.
potato chips.
Yeah, but the plantain ones.
Mm-hmm.
Those are pretty good. We like those a lot.
They're good, yeah. No, if you so the best thing is go to the bus station when you're gonna take the Uka bus somewhere, and if someone comes up and is selling stuff, just go enchiladitas, and they'll just bring you a bag, of like fresh made Doritos, basically, but they shape them differently. So you'll be like, oh, that's weird. They're in like a roll. What are you supposed to do with that? And the reason is they scoop frijoles with them. If you're at like parties, they'll use them as like frijoles scoops. But on the bus, you either eat them straight or they pour chili on them, like you do with like other things. But they are so good. It's literally like Doritos but fresh.
That's awesome. I'll have to try those. Enchiladitos.
All right, the jalapeno is quite good.
Yeah. A little spicier than that spicy sauce was supposed to be.
I don't know that it was spicy sauce. We just hypothesized.
Oh. Yeah, that was good. I think the frijoles so far is my favorite.
That was good. I don't know. The jalapeno has a little kick. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
And Digital says, gosh, I would like to eat with Scott. That can be arranged.
It's an experience.
People don't know this about me. I eat almost every day.
Yeah, I believe him. I do. I don't know that I can say I do. Most days I do, but there's definitely times where I think I'd probably skip a meal. Or not a meal, but a day. Sometimes.
Can we see it? Ayote.
Ayote. All right, now what is ayote?
Ayote is squash.
Ah.
So it's going to be pumpkin-esque, but it's definitely not a pumpkin. Sometimes they'll
some
translate
gourd.
Yeah. It's a gourd that is more similar to a pumpkin than, say, a winter squash.
Okay.
So this is going to be by far the most different flavor profile.
Do they make ayote pie?
I've never seen ayote pie. I had ayote yesterday. What did we have? Oh, we do ayote pasta here.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Oh, it's quite good. Except she accidentally added cheese, and that was weird.
Oh, I'll show you. This is kind of what it looks like. And then there's in the middle all the cheese. That's good. The kids would like this. Babe, make a note of this.
And this is some of the cheapest food you can get.
Yeah.
Because, like, this is... we're eating a lot of food here. And this is $4.12 each. Let me... for me, this...
That is so good.
Needs the salad.
That's so yummy.
Mushrooms are also popular.
Yes.
And then, of course, for other
Cebola.
people, meat is popular, right? Cebolla.
Cebolla?
I don't know that I've ever seen a cebolla.
Well, no, isn't that the what's the word for mushroom?
Hongos.
Hongos. Oh. What's cebolla?
Onion.
Oh, okay. See, there you go. Not fluent in Spanish.
But you can get cerdo, pollo, res, chicharrones.
Yep. Believe that.
Much better with the salad.
Mark says, I live in Ohio, but from Los Angeles. Do they make... Oh, we already answered that one. Don't forget, there is not much to come back to in the U.S.
Not so much.
Yeah.
I'll be there eating all the vegetarian product food I can for a week. Hanging out in my hotel, editing videos. I've been recording videos here and preparing them so I can edit them because I'm going to have nothing to do. I'm going to be sitting in a hotel room for days.
And this is just for to renew your license, right?
Second time.
Yeah. You have like an appointment, or this is just gonna try it?
Oh no, I have
See
an
what
appointment. I had an appointment last time. That's why I have a whole week in case the appointment gets pushed off because something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Tiffany says, so the closest thing to a good shrimp cocktail is ceviche. No, we actually have shrimp cocktails and ceviche, or did before we closed.
You can get ceviche just walking down the street. There's always somebody walking down the street yelling,
Ceviche.
Carrying a cooler, we'll sell you ceviche.
Lucy says, Mike, what are your work aspirations in Nicaragua and what brought you to Leon? I apologize if you answered this. I came in late.
No, I didn't, so you're good.
Ta-da!
You're
you're not good because you came in late.
Yeah.
That's not okay, but you didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Also, we haven't started drinking yet.
I know. I didn't want to be that guy that, started us off.
Well, I'm kind of papusa drunk at this point. I mean, papusa tipsy.
Papusa tipsy. Try to say that 10 times fast.
I got my pupusa buzz going on.
There you go. What are my work aspirations in Nicaragua? I don't know how to answer that. I'm not sure how to answer that. I think the big thing that we are looking for when we came down here is the ability to just have a slower pace of life, be able to spend more time with the kids, obviously have adventure, and really in many ways hit the reset button on all things that had to do with the hustle and bustle and the stress and the work experience, I guess is the word I'm looking for in the States. So we just wanted a lot of those little things that were not little things, they were big things, but you just get so used to them that it's hard to think of something else. So that's what we were looking for. So I work remote here in the States. So that's honestly probably the most frustrating part about being here, is that the States is silly and still participates in the daylight savings. And so we went from being an hour behind where I was in the East Coast to now I'm 2 hours. So
Right.
my day starts at
Just
6
happened to be
a.m.
the video for today is daylight savings time.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
what is the time zone in Nicaragua?
Yeah.
That was coincidental. For those who have not watched it, you're totally missing out because Valentina sings the Quintana Roo state anthem at the end of the video.
Nice. I'll have to watch that one. I don't think I've seen that yet. But yeah, that's kind of, I think that's where what brought us here. So I think I said both of those things. But yeah, I mean, what we were coming for was to hit reset on a lot of those things and to experience some more. We really wanted to be able to have some adventures and give the kids an experience of other cultures and other spheres, and say there's more to life than just this, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really important.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This is 10-year aged Flor de Caña Perfect 10 rum. Delicioso.
Maybe
And thanks to Michael who brought this over yesterday.
Yes, he did say. I remember watching one of your videos, and you were like, "This is the rum." So I was like, "I'm gonna keep an eye out for it."
I like my Perfect 10. So, closest thing, crema. Yes, crema. There's crema in the shrimp cocktail. Tiffany says, OMG, fried squash blossoms or the pupusas are amazing. Yes, squash blossoms are done here. Hey, little boy. He doesn't want me to pick him up. He just wants the food. And Digital says, beans and rice. Is that a question for, are we eating it right now? No. No rice right now. Mm-hmm. Do I eat beans and rice? Yes, all the time.
It's in every meal. It's called gallo pinto. It is a different way of making beans and rice than anywhere else I've ever had. It's delicious. It's nutritious. It is full of fiber and protein. Literally every meal. It's served at breakfast. It's served at lunch. It's served at dinner. You can have it as a snack. Like you can get it anywhere.
Yeah, you can get it on the
country.
street anytime, everywhere. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
People make it in the morning and have like. So I asked Ida to make some yesterday, and I swear she made half a gallon of gallo pinto for the day. I'm like, yeah, a couple of us are gonna have breakfast. She's like, boom, gallo pinto.
Yeah. It's delicious though. Like I was not a big beans and rice person as a concept, but it's really grown on me. So it's quite delicious. And even the kids were like, can we, like they asked me, my oldest asked me to get gallo pinto. They were like, we're like, can you just get foods we like? I'm like, well, what do you like? They're like, I really like the gallo pinto. I'm like, okay, don't have to ask me twice.
It's like the cheapest thing. It's really healthy.
Yeah.
Like it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a culture shock from an emotional or a, you know, actually interacting with the people, but there's also like a culture shock to your system, you know, in some ways when you're coming and you're trying foods that are completely different than what you're used to. So your body goes through, you know, the adjustment period of trying to figure that out, and the gallo pinto really helps in that adjustment period. So definitely don't skip the gallo pinto. Now I have a shirt that says I have a couple shirts. I want the one that you have the The hat, the Gallo Pinto hat that you have.
Wait, I have a Gallo Pinto hat?
Yeah. You have an orange one, and then you have another one that has a big... Maybe it's not Gallo Pinto, but it's the Gallo Pinto chicken that's on it, or rooster that's on it.
That's not Gallo Pinto.
What is that one?
That's Gallo. The beer of Guatemala.
Oh, okay. But you have a different one that's another smaller. That's not a Gallo Pinto hat?
Is it the raspberry hat?
No, I thought it was orange too.
I have an orange Gallo hat.
Yeah, but that's the bigger chicken on it, right?
I mean, it's the Gallo logo.
See, I don't know the Gallo. Like
That's an internationally recognized beer.
I need to... Can I order that anywhere down here?
No.
Oh.
No, but I do know, this is funny, if you're in Aurora, the main airport in Guatemala City, in Guate, you go to the Modelo bar, where they, America's #1 beer, Modelo, and you go in there and you order a beer, they're #1.
That's the #1 beer?
Mm-hmm. And so you go into the Modelo bar, Modelo's okay, and you go into the Modelo bar and you're like, do you want a beer? Yeah, it's 9 a.m., yeah, that's the airport, right? And you're like, I do want a beer.
Doesn't matter what time it is.
Right, and the guy looks at me and goes, we have Gallo. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Because Gallo's amazing. Gallo's fantastic.
Huh.
And Modelo's just drinkable.
And you can't get it in country. Nowhere.
You can't get it here, no. And that might not be true. You might be able to get it at La Colonia.
I'm going to look.
Double check that. So the guy goes to a small fridge behind like their trash can, and they have tin foil over the front of the fridge so you can't see it, and he opens it, and he pulls out, and he holds it real low. It's a Gallo can. And he opens it up, and he pours it into the glass, watching around, and then he throws the can away and puts the beer in a Modelo glass on the bar for me.
Oh
and I'm
God.
like, all right.
Gonna get in trouble. That's wild.
But Gallo is very good. I really like Gallo.
I'm gonna look for it now. No, you got me.
Yeah.
Piqued my interest. What's the dark beer at your...
Moro Potente.
Moro Potente?
Yep.
No, what's the other one? The dark lager. There's another lager.
At Desperados?
Something Oscuro.
Lago Oscuro by Moro Potente.
Oh, okay.
The dark side.
Can I get that? Other than
At the
draft?
grocery store? Yeah. Just go to the grocery store and buy it. They're sold
Because
everywhere.
that was delicious. I like that.
Yep.
It's probably better draft.
Yeah, for sure. So Gallo Pinto is delicious, yeah. What did they say? Do they make their chili rellenos con arroz y frijoles with tortillas, or is it different? Really, I don't see very many chili rellenos.
I don't know what
I
that
gotcha.
is.
Oh, you've been captured. Oh, he's got a...
What is a chili rellenos?
Oh, stuffed chilies.
Oh,
Same here as it is in the U.S.
okay.
Okay, this is... Okay, are you stressed? What is it? Okay. He's like, I've been away too long. You kept away
Yes,
from me.
everything comes with Gallo Pinto. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
pretty
saying.
much. You can get it anytime, anywhere. Okay.
Most of the time, you will get it with the meal in some way, shape, or form. And in the same fashion as this, when you order it, it comes in a little bag. And, again, one of those things that's not my favorite. I would much prefer like a small container
Right.
than a little bag, but it is what it is.
Yep. Do you work in tech?
Nope. I work in construction, so I manage the back end aspects of the business from afar, while the boots on the ground, if you will, are handled in person.
Janet said the same thing. I never see chili relleno here. I can't remember ever having seen it here.
Huh.
But growing up in the U.S., of course, it's common. But no. Even growing up in New York, my mom used to make it when I was a kid. I'm sure it's made here, but I've never seen it. It's not a popular food.
Yeah.
Lucy says, but I'm not sure what the laugh is to. It's out of context now. Freddie says, how's working remotely in Nicaragua? I mean, it's a weird question, right? Because it's just the same. You're sitting at the same laptop wherever. So the only things that really matter is like, how good is the internet? Mine's very good. Once in a while we have problems. We have that anywhere.
Yeah.
how's the cost of living, how's the safety, how's the comfort, all those things. It's just how's Nicaragua, really. As long as you have good internet, the rest is just how is Nicaragua.
Yeah, which when we first moved into our place, I struggled to get internet set up at this particular home because no one had ever done that before. At this particular home, they had what the landlord was calling Wi-Fi, which we come to learn is not Wi-Fi at all. It was an antenna on a pole in the backyard that they were calling Wi-Fi, and
That is Wi-Fi.
okay.
What else would the antenna be an antenna for?
Well, but it wasn't like it wasn't a modem. It wasn't a cable. Is what I mean. There was no cable to the house. It was
There was Wi-Fi.
Oh,
So
what-
you're used to people misusing the term Wi-Fi to mean
Okay.
internet, and it really means Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is wireless. Is this very specific wireless communications technology, right? This is a Wi-Fi access point here,
right.
right? So if you have Wi-Fi, you go from that antenna to the antenna in your phone.
Right.
That is the Wi-Fi inside your house that you provide.
Right.
If you're going to get Wi-Fi from a building, it means they're providing internet to you by Wi-Fi. So you have an antenna like that receives on a pole outside your internet via Wi-Fi, and then inside the house you use it however you want, like normal.
Okay.
So
So what would be the difference, or I mean, other than the physical cable going to the modem
That's
and then
the
just
difference.
doing that? But is there a value to one versus the other?
well, one you have to run a cable and one you don't. Like that's right. So if you have right a place where so your house is here and someone else's house is here, and you both have poles, but you don't own the space in the middle, you can't just run a cable. But you can both, if you can see each other, you can do Wi-Fi.
Okay. Okay.
So and all over the U.S. we do that. I have a Wi-Fi ISP that I support. In Virginia, right? Like that's all the homes. So running fiber is crazy expensive and difficult, and if you have for example, down here, Playa Tesoro, and this is one of those things. So many people are like, I want to live in Salinas Grandes, and then you talk to people who've moved out there, and they're like, did you know there's no internet provider out there? And I'm like,
I believe it.
did you buy and not know that there was none out there? Is really like that? As someone who has used a computer, the first question I have about any given home is, what are my internet options, right? Few things impact you more than if you don't have good internet. And that's based on the presumption that you either just assume you can get access to power or can supplement with solar, right?
yeah.
Which, that's the thing about power, you can actually generate your own, but internet you cannot.
Yeah.
You are powerless, except it's internetless, and so nothing. And as I work in IT, so I business consult. Nothing, by far, nothing, is more important for a business in choosing a location than the internet. And I can tell you the number of businesses that buy a business building and are like, so can we get internet here? And I'm like, did you just ask me, can you use this building? Right, you just bought this and you didn't check the one thing that we can't work around.
It's the most necessary thing. Yeah.
Right, and I've had customers who went for years having to send everyone home all the time because they couldn't work from the building. And it's like, why did you get this building? You proved you don't need anyone here, nor do you care. Right?
What a
But
waste.
but all this money, I don't understand. Would you not like profits?
Nah, this is just for fun.
So there's these weird, there's these isolated spots, and the problem is that everyone who moves there doesn't care about internet. So you have this problem of well, no one really cares, or they wouldn't have this problem. And so, so anyway, so Salinas Grandes is 20 kilometers from Las Piñitas, which has fiber and is excellent, right? Because we're where people buy who check. And so if they want to have it there, there's no fiber out there because there's like 3 people who care enough to actually bother to put it in.
Yeah.
And so they're like, we're not running it out there for you. I'm sorry, just you people are weird. It seems to be the story. So if they want it there, all they have to do is put up a tower, and Las Piñitas can put up a tower. And our fiber can go to the tower, and then that last 20 kilometers we can do by Wi-Fi. And we don't have to run. That's a wildlife preserve. We can't run cable through it. Nor can anyone afford 20 kilometers of cabling, right? But for $1,000, we can have a Wi-Fi unit that goes 20 kilometers. So it's a really useful technology for getting where you don't have the money or the permission to put something else.
Yeah.
So it's super important in a lot of places, and that's why, people have Wi-Fi based internet.
Yeah.
What you're hearing in many places is people hear about that and assume that's really cool, and they want to use the word. And so they replace the word internet with Wi-Fi, and they start referring to what they use in their house as Wi-Fi.
Right.
Which is simply wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Because like my computer's not on Wi-Fi. This is wired.
Right.
So there's no Wi-Fi to this. There's no Wi-Fi to my TV. There's no Wi-Fi to my Jellyfin server. There's no Wi-Fi to, the Wi-Fi isn't hooked up by Wi-Fi. It's wired in. Right. So none of those things have Wi-Fi, but they all have internet.
Yeah.
And so a tech person is very confused if you're like, my Wi-Fi's not working, and you're like, you don't have any. Right? And Wi-Fi is inside your house is your concern. It doesn't matter what your building gives you. They can't give you Wi-Fi. Or you'd be connected to someone else's data.
Yeah.
Right? Something weird would be going on. So, but the number of... Now, hotels advertise that they have Wi-Fi because in the old days, they used to give you a cable. And if you have like a Mac laptop or an iPhone, there's no place to plug it in. So they have to tell you it's Wi-Fi. So these devices work. As opposed to only devices that you can plug in. Like older, bigger laptops or something with an adapter.
Yeah.
So they're using Wi-Fi correctly. They are providing you Wi-Fi.
Okay.
And your landlord used it correctly. He provided you service by Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So you received Wi-Fi.
Okay. That makes sense.
Because the alternatives are, we offer you fiber, we offer you cable, we offer you Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
It's a uniform use of the correct term.
Yeah. But all that to say, working remotely that was the only challenge, was getting all that set up at the beginning, and then I think they've been doing some work on it because it has cut out a decent number of times.
Your neighborhood is a mess. Alan has at one point he was getting cut every 48 hours. And it wasn't them, it was some saboteur would come by and snip the lines every couple days. They came with shears and they would just go up and they'd cut the lines.
Yeah.
And it just became a regular thing. And over here,
it
like that
evened
never
out.
happens.
So there's less of that, but it definitely was a challenge. So, but other than that, it's not. Honestly, I think I would prefer to do probably less of that, just because I get so in focused in, and then it's like you almost forget where you are. Like I'm in U.S. time, I'm doing stuff in the U.S. Like I almost forget until I have to like sign out and go outside.
Yep.
So.
Janice says one thing that Tiffany says Scott is the dog whisperer. I am the that's why I fell asleep this afternoon. Both dogs climbed up on the couch with me while I was trying to eat lunch, and I fell asleep because the dogs were snuggling me. Yes, I did. Your fault. One thing Ramon didn't like about Selva Negra was that they never had gallo pinto except for breakfast. I mean, they only serve breakfast and lunch, so only one meal without it. But yeah, that is weird. Why do they do that? In Digital says go to San Juan del Sur for Mexican or whatever. Generally, the food in San Juan del Sur is weak. They have a few standout things, but a lot of mediocre. But they have a few things like good place for sushi, good place for pizza. There's some stuff. Mark says, since you guys are eating, how are the tamales? I don't like tamales under any condition. People are gonna be shocked, but I don't understand. I don't understand the draw. It's like boiled corn masa, and I mean people love it. My wife loves it. Everyone loves it. So naka tamale. Naka tamales is like the big national food of Nicaragua, and it's people generally consider it to be like this big upgrade over Mexican tamales. And I've had people from like Arizona who are like, I'm hardcore tamale. This is better. Like really, really into it. They're like, this is incredible how Nicaragua makes better tamales, but I don't like tamales.
Maybe I haven't had like a really good one, but I wasn't blown away by the naka tamale.
Yeah.
And I normally do like tamales. I normally do. And I like the crews that would come out and do the projects for us, they would often bring tamales fresh made, and they were like, they had their own salsa, and it was like, but maybe I haven't had a good naka tamale here.
I've had ones that people say is good, and I've never had a tamale of any sort, naka tamale or traditional, that I ever ate and said I'd order that intentionally.
Yeah, I mean I may get some differing opinions, but honestly, the pupusa feels similar in the consistency of the corn on the top, in the top.
Well, I think if naka tamales were thrown on a grill and grilled, I would likely like them a lot better. It's that they're way too thick. They're way too like they're boiled. Like it's just I don't know, like mushy. I don't know, and it
Spongy.
could be a texture thing. Yeah, nothing does it for me in that. Tamales. Indigenous says or Granada. I don't know if there's good Mexican in Granada. Indigenous says if Skylink was available, it could change the game. Honestly, it wouldn't. Right, because it's so easy to get fiber almost everywhere. There's like this feeling like it's a big problem. It would change some things. It would fix some people. You're right, but the game is very small. Skylink is Starlink is what he means. Starlink is outrageously expensive for this market and extremely slow for this market. So unless you're in an isolated area where you're surrounded by nothing, you're out in the forest or whatever, or you're in an area with a bunch of retirees who have no interest in being online and are only casually like, I guess maybe I'd be willing to be online if it took no effort. Those people aren't going to pay for Starlink. They're already not paying for Claro, right? So I don't know that Starlink would actually change the game other than that one guy who's like, oh my gosh, I didn't look and I actually do need this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Which is one guy.
Like Elton from Immense Coffee, right. He just had a video where he has one and they put it in their car so that they can get, they can make phone calls while they're driving through the jungle and
right.
in the mountains, and they can get their map and stuff like that. So that it's helping because it's out so remote in that
right.
space.
Right, it's a very extreme example.
Right.
Indigenous says, I'm in Virginia, let me know if you're around. I never come to Virginia. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have been to Virginia once in 5 years, and I'm going to Houston in 3 days, and the plan is that I never set foot in America again. Now we'll see if that's true, but that is the this is our last planned trip. There is no known reason for us to return to the U.S. after this trip, so we might easily, right? I'm not saying that I will not. I'm just saying this is the indefinite unknown. There's never been a time before that it wasn't like, okay, yeah, we're leaving, but we're coming back for this, or we'll be back for one of these couple things, or there is no known event that will bring us back to the U.S. from here on in. This is every single thing. All the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, all of our ducks are in a row, and no need to return after this.
Took it long enough.
Yeah, it did. It really did. Well, and it took years to get the driver's license sorted out. Freddie says, I've seen at least 2 YouTubers with the Starlink. Don't use Wi-Fi there. That's what we're saying. It's not Wi-Fi. It's satellite. Thought it wasn't allowed. It is not allowed. It is not allowed by Nicaragua. It is not allowed by Starlink. Both of them, if they catch you, you're in trouble. Starlink can only shut you off and charge you a fee on your credit card and refuse to take your equipment back. Nicaragua, they can do anything they want because that is smuggled gear. Because it cannot be certified, because Telcor will not certify it.
Oops. Sorry, Elton.
He made a video about it.
That's true.
Right. You did not out him. If they get caught with it, they'll probably just seize it. But it is not allowed in country. There are people who have them. Some people report that they work. Some people don't. So what people have said is they work near the borders where Starlink struggles to know where you are. And they don't want to shut off Honduran customers to punish a potential Nicaraguan customer, and they don't want someone lost over the border getting whatever. But they do not offer service here, and they tried to steal from Nicaraguans. They offered service with no intention of ever providing it, charged us for the services, and then silently canceled service to the country without saying anything and kept the money unless you went after them. And then they gave it back. But yeah, no. Terrible people. Absolutely evil company. It is not out to help anybody.
Not surprised.
So they do we've heard, the rumors we've heard, what we know for a fact is that they do not support Nicaragua, and they tell you may not use it here. What we've heard from several people is that it seems to work pretty well. Mostly those people are within a mile or two of the border. What we've heard from some very unreliable sources is that reliability drops as you move away from the borders, and in the middle of the country it almost never works, and at the borders it does, because The border is like, I don't know how well it tracks the borders. I don't know why it doesn't know where you are within a few inches, but
Yeah.
I have no idea. Janet says, well, they used to serve dinner too at Selva Negra. Oh, okay. I was just there and they closed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for food. Tiffany says, saboteur? Yes, saboteur. Freddie says, not a fan of tamales either. Yeah. Awesome, haha. Same with drones. Yeah, same with drones. The drones you will definitely get in trouble. Trouble at this point. Because there's now multiple laws about it.
Which is a real bummer.
It is. Especially now, I really want to get the new Chinese drones that aren't available in the States. Did you see that announcement? DJI is no longer releasing their high-end stuff to the States.
Nice.
You can get it in Mexico and Canada, not the U.S.
Dang.
Yep. If you buy it outside the country and move it into the U.S., all warranties void.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, they're like, we do not support this in the U.S. Don't even try it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of DJIs in the States.
Well, the old ones are okay.
Okay.
It's the 4. It's the 4 Pro or whatever. It's not the Mini. It's the big one.
Yeah.
It's the $2,000 one, and it's got a 360 swivel now.
Yeah.
So it's not a 360 cam, but it can turn 360. So wherever you can just hover and it can do pans around and stuff.
Nice.
It's got some cool things, and it's got a 100mm lens now. There were a couple enhancements. The big thing is that it's the big one, but it now has the runtime of the little one.
Oh.
So the 3S or whatever.
Yeah.
I forget which one. That had the really good battery, 51 minutes. This is the big one. It does 51 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, right now I have the DJI Neo, which is, I like that a lot. So that's I like it because you can just turn it on and it will follow you.
Yeah.
And then I have an Autel. I forget what model I have, but I have an Autel drone. We were using it to. That's how we inspect the roofs.
Oh
and stuff,
yeah,
so
for sure.
Get up close, take some good pictures.
Yep. Tiffany says he outed himself by posting the video. Freddie says he probably didn't think of the implications. Sometimes there's things you don't want to post. Mary says, my last trip down, I brought pre-mixed taco seasoning. Wait, In Digital says I got busted? What did you get busted for? Or don't tell us, I don't know.
Yeah.
Hi. The dog is still here. He's like, hey, I was at the door and you didn't let me out.
Do you want to go out?
He does.
Oh, your ears went on. I'll take you out.
Aww. He says thank you. He says, I'm a good little dog. I just need a lot of things. I get asked this a lot. Is metal detecting allowed down there? I've never heard anything about, I cannot fathom that there is a problem with metal detecting. You got busted trying to bring in a drone? Is that what you did? Or did you get busted in here with a drone? Metal detecting, I've never seen anyone do, and I don't know what you're going to find, but I can't imagine it's not allowed.
Probably trash. Unfortunately.
You're going to find a lot of trash. So come down and do that.
Yeah.
Someone needs to find all that trash.
Please. You're gonna find some forks.
Not sure why you want to do it, but by all means, please do.
I mean no,
I mean,
you don't really
you are
going to
find
your stuff, right?
Metal detecting finds all metal, doesn't it?
I think so, but you don't. It's not like I was gonna say because the money, the coins are magnetic.
And worthless, like we said, trash.
Yeah.
No, what you might find here is gold, and that will get you in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, so be careful with that.
Yeah, you can't have gold.
Did you let both dogs out? Oh,
Yeah,
the big one
they
does
ran-
not want to be
they-
out.
they
Yeah,
ran
yeah.
out.
That was the dog vacuum effect.
Oh.
Dogs, like nature, abhor a vacuum. Don't you? Yes. Oh, I get a kiss. Hi. Yeah. You abhor a vacuum? Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. There's gold everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah.
You see people out in their yard with like shovels. And you're like, what are they doing? They're like, gold. Trucks going down the street full of gold. What is up with you? Why are you shaking, baby?
What did you see out there?
What's going on? Hi. Yeah. I know I'm here. I'm here. What is it?
Oh man.
I know you. You have water in here. The food is up there. You wanted to be in here. I know. I know. Yeah, I know. You're such a good girl. Yes, you are.
She's like, love me. Love me. Oh.
She only calms down when she licks my head.
That's funny. Well,
You're okay. This is why the little one does it, is because it's her stress thing.
yeah.
And so he learned it as a thing. Because he's the younger one. You're okay. You're okay. Everything's okay.
Sorry, it wasn't fast enough to open the door for you.
You're stinky too. You still have some skunk on you.
Oh no. Well, I should probably get going home.
It is 11 o'clock.
Yeah. I stayed up way too late last night and then had to get up at 6 a.m. So
He was here until 2.
yeah, I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. Because the sun is up. Like the sun is up
At 6, yeah.
at 6 a.m. Like you've missed the boat if you're waking up at 6 a.m. Like everybody's already up. They're already watering their lawns. They're already mopping and sweeping. And
People
the
get
kids are
moving,
up. Yeah.
and then they nap in the afternoon or take it easy.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of slow time in the afternoon. Tiffany says, "Yeah, we can't be a part of it as foreigners. Don't go to restaurants." That's not true, Tiffany. It's that as Americans you can't be a part of it. It's not Nicaragua law that bans you. It's American law that bans you.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
like America doesn't want me to have gold.
right.
From
There are
Nicaragua.
sanctions on Americans that you cannot be participating in anything that involves the harvesting of gold in Nicaragua. Yep.
Why
It
is
is
that?
a full sanction. It is one of the harshest things you can have against you. I don't know. It shouldn't even be constitutional to have sanctions like that on American citizens
Yeah.
who have done nothing, because it's on all American citizens. It's not like oh, we did something, we have a sanction, right?
Yeah.
Just we were born American, so there's sanctions on you.
What in the world?
Yeah.
I have to look that up.
Yep. It is hardcore. And so Nicaragua's like, okay, cool. So Americans come here, find gold, and they have to give it to us, and we can't pay them for it. Okay. They're like, we like this sanction. This is cool.
So mad about this.
Yeah, it's very strange. But that's why we say if you're an American, don't wear gold jewelry, don't do anything with gold here, because you have no way to prove provenance. And so anyone can be like, hey, that was gold you found and melted down or whatever, or you bought gold here to transport as a monetary unit and you just made it look like something. And it's like, whoa. I was talking about metal detecting on beaches where tourists go, on the beaches. No, I understood. No, I'm saying you'll find gold everywhere. Maybe you're not understanding how much gold there is, Mark. There's gold everywhere. And definitely on the beaches, especially where there is, like rivers coming down to the water, there's gonna be gold. Like the sheer amount of gold in this country is mind-boggling. It really is. You'll be driving down, you'll see trucks coming from the beaches, like big old military trucks, and there's just bags and bags and bags, like I don't know, 30 tons. It seems like it can't be right. It's a lot of
Is
stuff.
that one of
and
the
you're
major
like,
exports?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and you look at the trucks and you're like, what is all that? And you're like, those are the gold bags.
Where do they export it to?
You know, probably Belgium. Like most gold goes to Europe or China. It's got to be smelted somewhere. I don't think they deal with a whole bunch of stuff.
Interesting.
So Mark wants to do tourist stuff. He says Mosquito Coast. Oh wait, oh no, Indigenal says Mosquito Coast area. I saw the disaster Mosquito Coast area. What disaster? I mean, there's lots of disasters out there. But yeah, on the beaches, I've never seen anyone gold. I have never seen anyone metal detect on the beaches, but I mean, it's a generally free country. Like the idea that there are restrictions, I know we come up with weird restrictions now and then, but they're really clear, right? Like you can't have drones. You can't import telecommunications technology that has not been cleared by the Department of Telecommunications. These are basic things in most countries, right? These are just import generalities in most cases. I realize the drone thing's special. Very few places restrict drones. But other than that one really well-known thing, you can do basically anything. And drones are one of those things that tons of countries restrict. It's just how they restrict it, right? The U.S. is talking about banning drones. Like that's fully being discussed. Now they haven't done it, and that just being discussed doesn't mean they're going to do it. And then you have to discuss an awful lot of things before you do stuff. So that doesn't mean a whole lot. But the U.S. is one of the countries talking about just basically a flat-out drone ban, and lots of countries have really tight restrictions on them or don't allow them. Nicaragua just makes it simple. We're a tiny country. We cannot handle special processes. Therefore, they're banned at the border. That's simple. And a lot of things in Nicaragua are about that they're just tiny. But as far as like things you're allowed to do, like the number of restrictions are so few. Like,
They might ask
Can
you
you
what
look
the
for-
equipment is. They
yeah,
might be
well, yeah,
confused by
they'd
what
be
it is,
like,
but-
I've never seen this before, because we got nothing to find.
Right. Right.
But if you want to clean up all the bottle caps out there, someone's got to do it.
Yeah, that would be a huge help.
It would
A huge help.
recycle half the beach.
Mm-hmm.
The sea level will rise as the beaches fall from all the metal being taken out. No, not that bad.
The buildings are just sliding.
Right,
into the
right.
ocean.
That's the fear.
Well, thank you for inviting me out. I appreciate
Absolutely,
this,
my
and-
pleasure. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah.
This was really fun.
Absolutely. Thank you to all of you for entertaining the me and also accepting me entertaining you, which I hope I did. I guess I'm making an assumption.
But they stayed around. All 24 of them, I see. Yeah, 24 people.
Well, there you go.
Not too bad.
That's pretty good.
Not too shabby. I saw a video for This Is Freddy. I saw a video from a guy on YouTube who was speaking to locals.
Nice. Was it this guy?
It could be. We had a local on the show just a few hours ago. Just before you were here, Marcela was on.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, he talks to locals often.
Every day.
Yeah.
We had another local on the chat. Because Ava was on. Jana is still here.
Heck yeah. Yes, adios. Thank you, Freddie. I appreciate it. I'll be around.
All right.
Let me know.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. I
We got to
appreciate
do this
it.
again.
Yes.
And
I'll
thank
try
you-
and
thank you
slide
for the
this
rum.
chair out. Yeah, absolutely.
And so I'm making no promises. This is going to be tough. You got to kind of...
maybe I can wiggle the wheels.
It's
around to
all
get
so
this out of here.
complicated. I may just have to get it later. Often the chair stays when people leave.
Yeah, I
It's
can.
yeah,
if that's easier.
it's okay. Yep. And we're after 11. It's not like we're going for a long time. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're doing a live next week, guys. I'm going to be in the U.S. I can't make any promises, but I am going to try to do a live stream from the laptop in the hotel. But I have no idea if we're going to pull that off. Have a good night. Adios.
Brother, see ya.
So that'll be audio. Bye. Lucy says, thanks, gent. Have a good evening. You as well. Oh, excuse me. Got papooses all backed up in there. Tiffany says, about people trying to get their land for gold. Wait, was that the lead up to something, or what's the context of that statement, Tiffany? Oh, I've got a doggy under my feet now. I'm gonna take my sandals off so I can pet her with my foot. You're my baby. You're my baby. Yes, you are. I know. I know. You're all calm now. You had a moment of weirdness, and now you're all good. I'm not gonna run you over. There we go. There we go. All right. Oh, we got a lot of views. We've been popping. Oh, a bunch of people dropped off because Michael left. I see how it is. You were just here for Michael. Marcela left. Michael left. Now people are dropping like flies. Well, we're back up to 20. I guess it's not that bad. All right. What's everybody got going on? Oh, it's weird when everyone leaves. It's like, now it's very quiet here. I kind of got used to having people and stuff. All right, I'm checking out this restaurant that I got to go to pretty soon in Costa Rica. Oh, the views from this look awesome. I sent the link earlier. Do I need to send it again? Probably. We're going to check out the menu here. This is Costa Rica. If I go when I'm supposed to go, I think it means I'm doing a live from Costa Rica. Would that be correct? It would be. I might be doing a live from Costa Rica next month. Sorry. Tiffany says, in Digital and Freddie were speaking about some content about foreigners trying to come in to purchase land illegally or something. Oh, you were putting together what they were saying. I see. Oh, yeah. I could definitely. I haven't seen that video. I'm not aware of that, but that is definitely a thing. Foreigners do a lot of trying to get the land and stuff, and there's a lot of gold out there. So you can't. So foreigners can do an awful lot with the land, but they there are restrictions, I'm sure. But as an American, I can't do anything. Anything I collect is forfeit to the United States, and there is a risk that anything that I get could cause forfeiture of other things in the United States. You can have your bank account seized and stuff if you are involved in sanctioned activities. So you have to be really careful. Obviously, Americans have to tread a very tight line always in everything they do. We don't have the global rights of a lot of other people. Mary, have a good night. So I found this great looking restaurant, but they don't show their menu. You go to the menu button, the restaurant button, and all it does is show one picture of the restaurant. And it looks super nice, but let's see. They're going to try the gallery. Maybe there's food in the gallery. Maybe the menu's in the gallery. Who knows? If you are a veteran and want to retire there, how can vets get care there? This is Mark. And I think that's if. And if you die there, what are the burial rights? I don't know the burial rights. Some people were asking that recently. Those are, Mark, if you're not in the WhatsApp Veterans of Nicaragua group, the one that Luke runs because he's a veteran, that is the place to be. I can do my best to answer some of this stuff, but they will have every possible detail. Like, I can give you high-level stuff. Like, I'd have lots of friends who are vets here, as is common, right? Loads of retired vets here or semi-retired vets here. And mostly they just pay out of pocket because you get really good healthcare here for so cheap, and a lot of healthcare is free. But there are very specific ways that you may be able to use some of your veterinary. Sorry, I work in veterinary all the time. Some of your veteran benefits while here, but it's very limited and much more complicated, but you may also travel to Panama, for example, to use them there, although I know Panama got in trouble recently, so they may not be the best place to go for that. There's a lot of those little complications around, but for the most part, there's stuff you can do. Yeah, I would ask on there because they will have every detail. Anything I tell you would be a waste of time. Compared to that group. So just join the link, let me see if I can grab it for you. I'm a member of the group just so I can add people. See if I can get into that particular group. It's not going to let me. It's not always. Oh, there it is. Expat Veteran Guidance. Members. Boom. Copy link. This is the Veterans link. Ooh, this buffet has green Creole salad, beet salad, ceviche of palm heart, and piambe? That sounds good. White rice, potatoes gallos, fried cassava, refried beans with potato chips. I'm just reading the vegetarian stuff. Cheese empanadas, and rice pudding. Yeah. Ooh, open bar. Well, they had me at open bar. Ram Luna. This place looks good. Definitely looks good. Diego just got here. Hello, how's everyone doing? We're doing all right. We're kind of winding down. We're under 20 people. We've been on for just shy of 6 hours, and gonna be wrapping up here in about 15 minutes. But if anybody's got any stuff, let me know. Definitely getting towards my time to go hang with my kids for the evening. Here I'm reading this. This is
This is Mirador Ram Luna in Costa Rica. This looks fantastic. We're an iconic restaurant in Costa Rica's culture and must visit for tourists and locals. Our emblematic family business started in 1967 as Costa Rica's first viewpoint restaurant and sits 1,700 meters above sea level with a beautiful view of San Jose and the central volcanic mountain peaks, and we maintain a very romantic ambiance throughout our entire restaurant. Our founders, Gilbert and Morema Ramirez, and the second generation, Daniela, Miquel, and Gabriel, all care for a continuous, warm, original atmosphere that all our guests can enjoy. Come live the Ram Luna experience in this wonderful mountaintop restaurant where our staff will make you feel like family while you enjoy a great meal with local fresh ingredients and a spectacular view of San Jose's Central Valley. I want to make a move to the country you're in or maybe Ecuador. Oh, Mark. I want to make a move to the country you are in or maybe Ecuador. You know, we're pretty happy here. I don't know how much more there is to say than it's been, you know, with all the years we've been here, it's been a consistently really great experience. And, you know, we're not getting tired of it after all this time. It's, you know, every day we are happy that this is where we are. And there's lots of other great places. You know, Ecuador has a lot to offer, for sure. And, you know, Peru has a lot to offer. But I would ask, what is the interesting draw? So I find Ecuador and Nicaragua probably relatively different. What is the draw to each that makes those two the short list together? I'm looking at all the fancy restaurants in Costa Rica. En Boca. Head to Chef Diego Monterregan's Victoria's creative modern gastropub for cuisine inspired by dishes and flavors from Spain, Latin America, and Asia. Available in a tasting menu or a la carte. The room features sleek interiors, leather banquets, and a modern velvet dining chairs illuminated by a gold-lit back bar. Dishes come decorated with dots, swirls, and other modernist touches. Look for opaque ribbons of snook served over canary yellow bechamel of Peruvian huancaina sauce, or tender fillets of fish with crisp skins in exo sauce made with cauliflower puree. After inspired meal, slink over to Los Tres Perros Bar on the same property for tapas and highly detailed cocktails that will take your breath away, like the Floki, a fruit-infused vodka cocktail served in a terrarium. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. That is the... Oh, what is this? So Gallos in Costa Rica is a lot like pupusas in Salvador, and they've got this place at the Soda Tala. Oh, he's really good. Mark says, just looking at the videos, just looking for a better living, kicking with no commitment. So Ecuador has a lot to offer, but there's so much in between. Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, Guatemala, Honduras. Like, there's a lot of really good options that I think if those are on the list, and Paraguay, all of those make really good options as well. Ecuador is so small, that's not a bad thing. It's just a very small part of a region that basically the entire region has a lot to offer. There's a lot to look at. And I think these days Ecuador is actually leaning towards the more expensive side, or has. Although I know some people have gotten some unbelievable rentals for like $500, so there's some pretty good value to be had there for sure. Certainly a bigger market than us. All right, guys, it's getting pretty slow. We're down to 16 people. We've hit the 400 views. We're essentially at 6 hours. I don't really need to hit that as
as a landmark for the evening. I'm getting a little bit tired. You guys are definitely getting a little bit quiet. I need to hang out with my kids. The earlier I go, the more time I get with them. So I'm going to call it a night. I really appreciate everyone who has hung out tonight. It's been a really good one. It's a lot of fun that Marcela stopped in for a little bit. And having Michael on the show is great. It's cool getting people to come on. Really looking forward to doing that Australia show with Ava. And I am going to be pretty busy tomorrow. Saturday, I have friends visiting, so I'm going to be entertaining for the day. And then on Sunday, I am traveling to the United States. I will be there for a week. I will be shooting stuff while we're up there. And boy, I am suddenly feeling tired. It might be that I just had a glass of rum. But I have been at my desk all day and was tired enough that I fell asleep in the other room while trying to do just to do lunch to get ready to do the show tonight. So thank you so much for joining me. Like and subscribe. You guys know all the routine. You see it all the time. Do all the things. I will see all of you guys tomorrow. And if you haven't gone and watched the time zone video, it's very short. It's tonight's video or today's video, and watch all the way to the end because Valentina sings at the exit of the. It's very entertaining. You got to watch it. I made a point of getting that in there. And I actually did a little bit of editing on that one. I think it's a pretty good episode, even though it's just a short thing about time zones. So